If you've just awoken or are falling asleep when something suddenly happens to you, that could be considered a religious miracle. Then it's entirely possible, but then again not guaranteed, but still entirely possible, that you have actually encountered what we call the phase, the activation of centers of consciousness during rapid eye movement sleep. That is, if a religious miracle is preceded by falling asleep or awakening, further interpretation depends solely on the individual. Anything can happen. Any one of you might see God, an angel, and so on. And that needs to be clearly understood. I'd like to once again emphasize that we're not talking about religion. Religion, that's another story. We're talking about interpreting cases when something out of the ordinary happens during certain moments, when falling asleep, awakening, or lying in bed. There was another experiment we conducted. We had 19 people artificially, without threat to life or limb, reproduce the typical account of near-death experiences when a person is flying in a tunnel towards the light. We had 19 people, even 20, artificially reproduce that experience without threat to life or limb. Again, we're not talking about whether there's life after death, but about how such sensations are reproducible, and that again, they don't prove anything. What else belongs here? Incubi and demons. Incubi, succubi, and demons, that is, paranormal situations of some sort. Think about stories of how demons suffocate people. When do they suffocate people? When people have just awoken. It happens especially often with women. She's just awoken and it sits on her neck and suffocates her, smothers her, and so on. Some paranormal phenomena are the same thing. There are quite a lot of them, succubi and incubi, and so we're putting them all under paranormal phenomena. Nearly 90% of them start with falling asleep or awakening. Poltergeist 2? If you've just awoken and something suddenly starts moving around the room, the first thing you should take note of is not the fact that something's moving around the room, but the fact that you've just woken up. And it's fully possible that it only seemed to you that you'd woken up, which we'll discuss in just a bit. What else belongs here? Which phenomena? Déjà vu. Déjà vu? No, doesn't quite belong here. What? False awakening. Let's recall a situation. It's a school day. Your parents wake you up. Get up, get ready, it's time for school. You get up and get ready. You're wearing your backpack and are going out. You're shaken again and told, "What are you lying in bed for? Get up, get your things together." You get up and get your things together again. Raise your hands if something like that has ever happened to you. It seemed as if you had woken up. Now raise your hands if you remember or had become aware of false awakenings. In fact, you can get up at night, do something, go back to bed, and not know for the rest of your life that in fact you hadn't woken up or done that. You might simply wake up, turn to your side, and go back to sleep, not even knowing that in fact you hadn't turned over physically. Up to a third of your actions and sensations after waking up are not real. So we're also writing 90% for false awakenings, but in fact everyone encounters them repeatedly, just about every time, nearly every night. What else goes here? Communication with the deceased. Well, it depends on what situation. If it happened upon awakening, for example, or when falling asleep, or when you were lying down and you suddenly saw the deceased, then that's the phase. But we won't be concentrating on that. Raise your hand if you've ever been lying down, or just woken up, or been falling asleep, and suddenly realized that you can't move. Raise your hand if you've encountered so-called sleep paralysis. Thank you. Why does paralysis fall under the phase? First, a substantial number of out-of-body experiences, astral travels, alien abductions, and so on, start from paralysis. Many even believe that to achieve an exit from the body, you need to achieve paralysis first. You can look at it in two ways. But why is sleep paralysis a sign of the phase? Because sleep paralysis is always there during REM sleep. One of the signs of REM sleep is sleep paralysis. Every day we're in it about 90 minutes, every night. But we don't remember it. Why not? Because we're asleep at that moment. And if we suddenly feel sleep paralysis, that means we're conscious, and we realize we're paralyzed. Paralysis itself speaks to the fact that we are in REM sleep. That means we have the main signs of the phase. That is, it is easy to turn sleep paralysis into out-of-body travel, lucid dreaming, and so on. There's another interesting case. Raise your hand if you've encountered the following situation. You're also lying down, maybe you've woken up or are falling asleep, Maybe you look around your room and suddenly realize that your eyes are closed. Raise your hand if that's happened to you. That is, you suddenly realize you're seeing with closed eyes. Aha, about 6 or 7 people raised their hand. In fact, many more people have encountered this, since you can lie down, look around your room, and then get up, start walking, or fall asleep, still not realizing that in fact, your eyes had been closed. That is, realistic enough sight arose, and that's a typical sign of a 100% phase. Let's sum up the background info on where you've come and what you'll be doing. Call it whatever you want, the phenomenon that we'll be covering. We call it the school of out-of-body travel. We achieve the sensations of leaving the body. If out-of-body travel is what you need, you've come to the right place. That's what we'll be covering and practicing together. If lucid dreaming is what you need, that most pro-science term which was scientifically established in the 60s and 70s in repeated experiments in England, in America at Stanford University, in Munich at the Max Planck Institute, and so on. If lucid dreaming is what you need, then in principle, the phase also denotes lucid dreaming. If astral travel is what you need, astral projection, then you've come to the right place. That's what we will be covering. Meanwhile, I will be using the words phase and phase state to unify the entire cluster of phenomena. Meanwhile, what we went through is only the tip of the iceberg. In fact, there are many more phenomena. The most important thing I wanted to say to you right now is that we're not discussing some very narrow phenomenon. It is encountered in one way or another by billions of people. For example, out-of-body travel, about 30% of the population, 2.5 billion people, have experienced leaving the body at least once. 2.5 billion people, not some elite gurus, but billions of people. Lucid dreaming, 70%. Around 5 billion people with no practice whatsoever or knowledge encounter it spontaneously. That is to say, what we're discussing is a mass phenomenon that billions of people encounter. What we'll be talking about is only how to control it. Why am I telling you all this? So you realize that the skill we want to master here now is not supernatural. It's in each one of us. There's nothing fantastical about it. Sure, this practice may, in various esoteric, mystical, and occult movements, be called different names, and be considered an extrasensory ability, and so on and so forth. Meanwhile, it is often the highest level you can reach. But I think that this thing is within everyone's reach. There's nothing unusual about it. And as soon as you realize that, it will work much better for you. You'll be ready for it. Because when you come and expect that you'll be learning something supernatural, something only the elite can reach, then you won't be confident in your actions, which will have an effect on your results. We constantly see manifestations of the phase around us. It has indirectly had an enormous effect on all of humanity. Religion also affects politics and the fabric of our worldview. The phase is also indirectly present right now. It's this kind of behind-the-scenes player in our history and culture that for some reason it's improper to discuss. And if you take it up, you'll be considered crazy, strange, weird, a fool, and so on and so forth. However, the phenomenon is quite widespread. And so if I say the phase, but you need is lucid dreaming, that's what we're talking about. If I say the phase, but what you need is out-of-body travel, that's what we're talking about. If what you need is astral projection, but I say the phase, we're talking about astral projection from your point of view. You might not agree with me with that point of view. Once upon a time, about 10 to 15 years ago, I would have gotten into a fight with anyone who told me that the phase unites all those phenomena. Because I thought that I was having lucid dreams and out-of-body travels where I really left my body, as well as astral travel. I would have gotten into a fight with anyone who told me it was all one and the same. But when you have the experience hundreds of times, thousands of times, when it goes on for years, when you see how thousands of people tell you about it, you see some patterns. You frequently realize that there might be different names for the same phenomenon. And to finish that thought, I would like to say that lucid dreaming practitioners, out-of-body travel practitioners, and astral projection practitioners use the same techniques. But for some reason, some say they become conscious while dreaming, others say that they leave their bodies, while still others say that they enter the astral plane. They use the same techniques and experience the same sensations. Therefore, it's quite controversial to what extent these are different phenomena. What will we be covering here? We have 3 lessons. It's 48 hours, that is 2 nights. So that over these 2 nights, over these 3 lessons, you'll be able to do it. Not sometime in the future, not 10 years of training, but in the next few hours. Many of you will experience the phase in a few hours. And our goal is to make it so that you can learn as fast as possible how to do it. To learn what it's needed for, what you can do with it, and how to control it. And my most important task, especially for the lessons tomorrow and the day after, is to teach you to think. Think from the point of view of analyzing your attempts. The thing is, I had made a big mistake earlier. I only gave people knowledge, but I did not teach them to think. And in the end, they were unable to analyze their own attempts, and that really stunted their development. Therefore, the main emphasis tomorrow and the day after will be on you learning to analyze your attempts yourself, see others' mistakes and your own, and that will help you a lot in your practice. So, we're talking about how to master the phase, how to enter it as quickly as possible. Unfortunately, the way people think is such that to simply tell you there exists a phenomenon like the phase is not enough. Before going on to the techniques and the simplest way to do it, we should speak at least a little about what it's necessary for, and what on earth to do with it. Looking ahead, I would like to say that we'll be touching upon some of the most important points tomorrow and the day after. For now, we'll go through what it's necessary for. That is, its application, obtaining information. What's the easiest way to do it? Well, let's say I've appeared in the phase and left my body. What is the simplest thing I can do to obtain information? Read something. And what else? How do we still do it in real life? Talk. Ask someone. Speak with someone. Attention. Obtaining information is what we'll be discussing in depth tomorrow. For about an hour, we'll be going over the phenomenon of obtaining information from the phase, where it comes from, why it's possible, what's behind how it even happens, how it works, how to do it, what pitfalls to look out for, and so on. Obtaining information will be tomorrow's in-depth topic. But those who will enter the phase today, that is at night, in the morning, or in the evening, you should know that you can use this state to obtain information. Here's the simplest way. Let's say that you, after leaving your body, can simply, at the first object you see, just ask the necessary questions. What else is this needed for? Any ideas? Travel. Travel to where? Wherever you want. But whenever you tell a person wherever you want, they won't be going anywhere. You have to have the intention of going somewhere. Well, yeah, wherever you want. What might that be? Outer space, another country, to another country. From different countries to far shores and seas, and even the bottom of the sea, to any mountains, especially those places you've wanted to visit, but it hasn't worked out, or somewhere you want to return. The most interesting and unusual experience is to appear in outer space while in the phase. This is not a computer screen image with galaxies, stars, and nebula. When you see it with your own eyes, the sensations are completely different. Time travel also belongs here. But the question most of you have is, do I actually turn up there? That is, say I can turn up anywhere in Paris, but am I actually present in Paris or not? Look, we're talking about your sensations. In terms of your sensations and perception, you are turning up in Paris in a realistic way. But to what extent you are actually there, that's another matter. How is this usually verified? By finding something out and then verifying in real life whether I was actually there or not. Now then, as soon as that question arises, that's already obtaining information to find out something I don't know. So in our case, to separate and turn up somewhere, say another country, another city, or another planet, and to find out something from there, those are different things. The most important thing I will be fighting against all 3 days is that you have a certain notion regarding where you've come from and what this is for. That's over here. That is, you think it can be used for this or that, it should be like this or should be like that. There's such a thing as the real practice. It's over here. Your expectations are often over there, but the real practice is over here. And I will have to always pull you over so you realize that whatever you might expect after having read a lot or thinking too much, there exists the real practice. Where do those expectations come from? From our beliefs about the world, living in the physical world. And you are trying to bring the rules of the physical world into a completely different space. And that's why for you, turning up in some place and finding something out, in real life, they are indeed tied together, but in the phase they're completely different things. When it comes to translocation, you might turn up wherever, but obtaining information from that place and its congruence with reality, that's a completely different matter. Therefore, clearly understand that when I speak of travel, I'm speaking of journeys of sensation. A word or two about your sensations. If you think that this is something like a dream, some dim imaginings or visualization, then you're quite mistaken. Raise your hand if you've been in the phase at least once and experienced hyperrealism, when sensations are more vivid than they are physically right now. Thank you. About 60% of us raised our hands. They're the ones who had a phase experience where sensations were more vivid than they are here. Until you've experienced it, you can't even comprehend what we're talking about. Because how can I see even better? How can I feel everything even better? It's just like that. And this is one of those shocking things about the phase. You return to reality from the phase, and in comparison with the phase, reality's like a dream in terms of vividness and sensation. And then one day I thought, where does that put the real world? Why are sensations more vivid there than here? They're not always so hyperrealistic in the phase, but they can reach that extreme. Even when you're succeeding, tomorrow and the day after, I will ask everyone about hyperrealism. Some will say 70%, 80%, or 90%, others 100, 110, or 120. That is to say, the sensations are very realistic, and that's what often frightens people. That is, you suddenly start to perceive the world around you so vividly that it's quite frightening. Meanwhile, you're not out in some haze. As a rule, you have your own hands. You can scrutinize the lines on your hands and scrutinize your pores. Everything is absolutely clear and realistic. You can walk and feel. You can touch everything. You can eat something. You can drink water. And experience any sensations. The sensation of pleasure, pain, and so on, they're all possible. They're all subject to hyperrealism, that is, control of the vividness of sensation. Based on that, you should realize that even if you suddenly turn up in spirit in some city, but not physically, even if it's not real as regards your sensations, there will be no difference. Sensations might even be more vivid. What else can we do with it? What is this practice necessary for? Communication with the dead. Communicating with the dead. Let's expand it to a wider topic. Simply communication and encounters. Let's say it's someone close to you who lives somewhere, but you don't see them. It might be a person who you are simply unable to see. It might be a person who is no longer here. It might be a famous person, a historical figure, whoever you want, really. Here, the question again arises, but am I really seeing them? Will they know about this? What is this anyway? Me, a pragmatist and a materialist, am saying you can meet the dead. And the room thinks, how is this possible? Technically speaking, the fact that you can do that is nothing unusual. I'll tell you more. A portion of those who come to our lessons, maybe 5 to 10%, usually come with the goal of seeing a dead person. That said, I'm not saying you're meeting a person's soul, because to talk about that, we'd first need to talk about whether souls even exist. That is, it's not all so simple. In fact, we're talking about how, in terms of your sensations, you can see anyone, including the dead, like we see one another right now. You can speak, touch, hear their voice, look them in the eye, and even smell them, and it's all absolutely realistic, even hyper-realistic. It might be someone no longer with us, it might be a person you know, it makes no difference. So in fact, it does turn out that what you call it isn't important. There are techniques that let you do it. And guess what you call it depends on your worldview. Let's say all of you met with some dead relative. Some will say it was the real soul of the person that I met. Others will say that it was some astral double. Still others will say that the brain reproduced it all. So it depends on your worldview. That's what I will be fighting against the next 3 days. The fact is that even here and now, as it were, in objective physical reality, we are all in our own world. If I ask you all what reality is, whether or not the soul exists, for example, it turns out that two people sitting and looking at one another live in parallel dimensions. One, for example, believes in the theory of evolution, that humans are animals, and so on. Another looks at him and sees a soul, religion, and so on. And if I ask you all what the world is, it turns out that you're living in different worlds, absolutely everyone. We experience the same sensations, but call everything by different names. We explain it in different ways. In the phase, it's the same. You all might experience the same sensations, but call them whatever you like. Some will say, I leave my body with my soul the whole time. Some will say it's some parallel world. Some will say it's inside the brain. So what you call it isn't important. Encounters are the same. You might see any person in a realistic way, but what was the nature of the event? That I can't even tell you because I can only tell you how I see the world, and you might have your own view. But what's the difference? We can only come together on how to do it, but what you call it after that is up to you. Let's move on. What else? How can it be applied? Healing. Healing, self-healing. That topic will be discussed separately in detail. What, how, and why. All possible methods. For those who will turn up in the phase today, what is the simplest way to have an influence? To swallow a pill. The simplest one, which we do in real life, is to find a pill. But meanwhile, what is most important? To believe, to heal, to feel it. To believe and to feel the effect right away. Be as audacious as possible. You have to believe. In the phase, you can immediately feel it. And that's the key point. To feel it. Especially if you finish a phase with that sensation you obtained. The probability of its persistence is very high. But we'll be talking about that in detail on Sunday. Self-healing is something we'll discuss in much detail. It's one of the most interesting topics. Moreover, it's one of the most important as regards further development of the phenomenon. Moving on, what else can we do with this? Entertainment. When I began doing this from the age of 16 to 18, I didn't have a computer. And I really saw it as an alternative to computer games and entertainment. Only in this case, you are not looking at a monitor. You are there in a real way. You travel in a real way. You feel sensations in a real way. And it may well be seen by young people as an alternative to computer entertainment. What else falls under entertainment? Flying and morphing into other beings. Right, flying and morphing. If somebody's on a diet and isn't allowed to eat something, in the phase they can. Some dream of taking a Ferrari for a spin. In the phase, you can do that. Some might want to feel what being a panther is like. In the phase, you can morph into a panther with your sensations. However, it's not that you'll be running around on all fours and think, I'm a panther, I'm a panther. You will really feel your claws and tail. You will control them as if a region appeared in your brain that was responsible for your tail. You will feel it in a real way, ears and fur. You will feel different anatomy and control. That is, you're really morphing in terms of sensation. People often come to this practice with overarching goals, saving humanity, some invention, or helping the whole world learn the true nature of the universe. And suddenly, having turned up in the phase, they realize they can do anything at all. That's when more primitive things become much more important than saving humanity, and so on. In this case, I of course mean sexual experiences. Especially when there's a real-life sexual experience deficit, or when there are forbidden desires. In such a case, the phase is where it can all be had. Meanwhile, please understand these are not just sensations of some sort. It's the full range of all sensations up through orgasm, which may be controlled and may be experienced as a completely separate sensation, and so on and so forth. You should understand that this is also an application of the phase. It's normal to encounter it. You might even have a problem. Every time you enter the phase, instead of doing something useful, you suddenly get dirty thoughts that interfere with your development. In that case, here's some advice. As soon as you run into it, think to yourself, right now, I'm going to do what's most important, and then I'll go back to my adventures. That might save you from not making effective use of the phase. This application really helps in case of fear. When entering the phase, many of you will periodically encounter fear and terror. You might suddenly experience mortal fear or a nightmare. And I've discovered that the best way to stop being afraid in the phase is to remember the sexual application of the phase. That is, all the fear suddenly goes away, and you can easily switch to something more interesting. If you become frightened in the phase and want to cut it short, then recall something very pleasant and you will forget about the fear right then. Creative development. Once in the phase, I suddenly heard the best Rammstein song ever. I was in the phase, I clearly realized I was not in the real world. It sounded so good that no acoustics in real life would allow you to hear such pure, perfect, and high-quality sound. It sounded absolutely perfect. I enjoyed it. It was the most amazing Rammstein song. But what did I realize at the same time? That it didn't exist in reality. You're right. It didn't exist in reality. I was in the phase and I was hearing the best Rammstein song ever. I listened to it and meanwhile was clearly aware that it did not exist in real life. And once I left the phase, I became very upset for having never taken up music. That is, I couldn't write down or reproduce the melody. I then returned to the phase to hear it again. I now know many people who are fond of music and use the phase to that end. This was the first time in my personal practice when I realized the phase can be put to use. You can see, for example, an artist can travel and see landscapes and then reproduce them here. They can see their yet-to-be-painted picture. A sculptor can look at his own future sculpture. An architect can wander around the building she's designing, and so on. This is something usually arrived at by musicians and poets. There's an explosion of creativity and ideas in and of itself. The practice is fruitful for creative people. Look, application is quite a wide-ranging topic. We will be speaking about only what's most important: obtaining information, travel, encounters, self-healing, entertainment, and creativity. Meanwhile, for many of you, it's self-development. For some, it's just entertainment. For others, it's a way to achieve a specific goal. But there is a group of people for whom the phase is the only opportunity to experience simple things we take for granted. In this case, I'm talking about people living with physical limitations, the disabled, and so on. We have an entire database of messages from paralyzed practitioners who are unable to walk or had gone blind. They describe what happens to them when they enter the phase. For people who cannot walk in real life, the phase is the only place that allows them to not only walk, but also fly and experience sensations they are completely deprived of in real life. Meanwhile, what has surprised me most over recent years was how we ourselves are unable to understand how important it is. I always thought that for them, what's most important is that they can experience capabilities that they are deprived of here. That turned out to be a mistake. That's not what's most important. You can find a recorded interview where we spoke with one lady who had gone blind. And when I asked her what most surprised and delighted her, and what shocked her the most, she didn't talk about how she could see again, but of how she had freedom. In real life, she lives in Moscow, where she can't go anywhere. She always needs someone to be there, just to go somewhere or do something. She's always dependent on someone. She's completely dependent. What the phase brings her is not so much sight as the feeling of freedom, that she can get up and go wherever she wants and do everything she wants. That feeling of freedom is much more important than lost sensation. A word regarding those who have gone blind and those who were born blind. 100% of those who have gone blind can see in the phase. As regards to those who were born blind, that's a separate discussion. There are theories, hypotheses, and even preliminary work that such people can see in the phase. However, I can't make a statement on the subject since it hasn't been proven. There's this issue here. Take the color red, for example. You will never explain to a person who has never been able to see what the color red is or what blue is. They don't even know the concept of color. From this list, now choose one task that's most important to you: obtaining information, visiting somewhere, seeing someone, having an effect on your body, or entertainment of some sort. Choose for yourself what you need most. Note it in your mind right now. Not just that you'll be traveling, but where exactly you'll be flying. Not just that you'll be obtaining information, but what exact info you'll get. Choose what's most interesting to you, and that personal goal will be your third task on the plan of action. Everyone has the same first and second one. Number 1, as soon as you've left your body or become conscious while dreaming, you should find a mirror, look into it, and then tell me what you saw there. That goal is the same for everyone. The second goal is also a shared one. As soon as you've looked in the mirror, try to eat something in the phase. Go in the kitchen and you can. Many are slick and put a banana next to their bed so as not to have to go far. Food. For example, you've been asleep, dreaming, and you suddenly realize you're sleeping. What should you do immediately? Let her speak for herself? What needs to be done? Well, say it. What? Look in the mirror. And what's after the mirror? Eat something. We have not been discussing becoming conscious while dreaming, but if you've suddenly realized that you're dreaming, that is the phase, and our plan of action in it is the same so far. 1. Look in a mirror, and then tell what you saw there. 2. Eat something, and only the third is your personal goal. That is what you need the most. Clearly, if you don't need any of this as a matter of principle, then you can immediately start from a personal goal. However, at least during our lessons, I would ask that you follow our common plan of action. And so, we've talked briefly about what this is, a mass phenomenon that has played an enormous role in our history and culture. So far, we've briefly spoken about what you can do with it. We will go into more depth tomorrow and the day after on obtaining information and affecting physiology. We can now move on to how to do it literally today or tomorrow, how to experience it. In my view, this is the most interesting thing that can be experienced. The one thing the phase can compare to in terms of sensation and vividness. Who knows what? What is most comparable to the phase? Perhaps out of the practices out there. Not even from practices, but our lives. Nothing, maybe? There is one. Skydiving, maybe? No, it's much simpler. Euphoria? Keep it simple. What compares to the phase? Even simpler. Reality. Reality. The one thing able to compete with and compare to the phase is reality. There's a reason I said the practice of the phase allows you to live in two worlds, to the utmost. The one thing the phase compares to is reality. That's the one thing it can be compared to reality. We'll now start discussing how to enter that reality, how to do that, and how to control it. Here we run into yet another preconception. Let's put it right here. The preconception is that it's very difficult and very long. Sometimes you open a book where it says 10 years of side practices, preparation, all kinds of energies, then maybe you may proceed into this practice. Quite often, when an author, some person or teacher does not know how to do it, they simply say it's dangerous, don't go there, and so on. They usually say that when a person does not know how to explain it, how to do it. And in order to brush aside any questions, they tell you, it's bad, it's dangerous, don't go there. I always raise the following argument. I've been doing this since the age of 16, and I'll be 32 next week. I've practiced it for half my life, and I've experienced it 1,000 times. I stand before you. I'm in one piece. I'm still alive. It's the same when you're asked, but is it possible not to return from there? I always ask, whoever told you that they never returned from there? Where is this man who's telling everyone that he never returned from there? It might seem that you can't return from there. When you encounter sleep paralysis on the way out, it feels like you're dying. But it all might just seem that way, and nothing more. That is, the practice is safe and it can be learned quickly, in fact. But there are a lot of stereotypes that it's dangerous, long, and so on. That's all total nonsense. By 1 o'clock tomorrow, I won't be making predictions, but many of you, by 1 o'clock tomorrow, even if you have never experienced this in your life, will come across it tomorrow after one night. The point is that if you do everything right, it's nothing hard. I'm often accused of having an inborn ability, a predisposition. That's total nonsense. Once I tried to control it, I was at first successful once a month, once every 2 months, and then more and more frequently. I didn't develop some skill, I gained knowledge. If you gave the 16-year-old me the same knowledge I have now, everything would have worked for me with the same success rate as now. That is, it's not a matter of whether or not it can be done, but how correctly it's done. You are absolutely correct to note that it works much better for some than others. But I'm one of those for whom it works worse. I sometimes see people at our lessons who come without knowledge of experience, and then in a few days or weeks, they achieve in an absolutely real way practically the maximum level that can be achieved. It took me many years. A word about the effectiveness of techniques and how often this can be done. Not only can this be achieved in a single night, even if you've never done it, it can be done several times in a single night, on the very first night. There are many such cases. There was a case when a man came who had never known anything or ever tried, and the first night, out of 8 of his attempts, 6 were successful. That's an example of how effective it can be. Everything depends on what you do, how you do it, and when you do it. The main preconception is that it's difficult or impossible and so on. That's total nonsense. In fact, it's all within reach, easy, and it all depends on the quality of your actions. Before we talk about the simplest method, I'll let you know what we will be talking about and what we won't. What won't we be talking about? Number 1. Perhaps I'll disappoint some of you, but mushrooms, cacti, pills, and whatever other substances will be left out as a matter of principle. I believe that achieving these states deliberately and without the help of any substance is a way to develop yourself and new skills. No matter what people say about substance use, I am categorically opposed to any external influences on the body. You should do it on your own. That's when there's development. Even if some substances help you achieve it, it's not actually a full-fledged phase experience. The fact is, various substances, even if they lead to the phase, affect the mind. Sure, a person might have turned up in the phase in terms of indications and sensations, but the controllability of the phase might differ. A full-fledged phase may be experienced only on one's own, so the mind works clearly, control is smooth, and all necessary sensations are there. What else are we leaving out? Various devices. You can read a lot online about special masks, special sound files, and they'll even sell you all kinds of amulets. Believe me, if there was a device that made this easy, I would have started the seminar from simply handing out that device, and then we would have discussed its use. So far, it's easiest to do it completely on your own. Not a single gadget or special mask allows you to achieve the success rate we will be discussing here. What else won't we be discussing? Despite the fact that becoming conscious while dreaming is a form of the phase, and one of the most common ones, how to become conscious while dreaming isn't something we'll be discussing directly in class. There are 2 main reasons for that. First, despite the fact that we will not be discussing it, up to 1/3 of all the results of our lessons will still come from becoming conscious while dreaming. So, it's like a bonus. Every technique we discuss will have becoming conscious while dreaming as a bonus, so no need to discuss it separately. Second, we are unable to focus on being conscious while dreaming. The techniques themselves and mastering them require much more time than 2 nights, much more time. So you have the textbook if you need it. It's on the website. There's an ebook version that describes in more detail how to become conscious while dreaming and how to realize you're sleeping. But we won't be discussing that in class. Meanwhile, do keep in mind that if you suddenly realize you're sleeping while in a dream, you've already entered the phase. That's considered the phase. There are two basic methods we'll be discussing. The direct method, when you lie down in bed and immediately try to exit the body, and the indirect method, when you wake up and regardless of how much you slept, you try to exit the body. Those are the two basic methods we'll discuss. The direct one, when you lie down in bed or on the couch and try to leave your body, and the indirect one, when you've woken up after sleeping and try to do something. Today we'll be discussing the easiest method, the indirect method, performed when? Let her speak for herself. After sleeping, upon awakening. I'd like to tell you a secret right away as to why the indirect method is the easiest. First, it needs to be said that it's the indirect method that allows for the successful existence of our website, school, and books, because it's mainly thanks to it that most experience is obtained. It was mainly disregard for the indirect method that made our subject out of reach for so many years. Many believe that leaving the body is when you lie down, do something, and leave your body. But in fact, those techniques are quite difficult. We will be speaking of them separately, and they have some finer points. But it's much easier to experience the phase using the indirect method, actions upon awakening. Here's the secret. When you lie down for the direct method and try to leave your body, what physiological state are you in? Wakefulness. In the waking state, you're awake, lie down, and try to leave your body, but that's only possible when there's REM sleep. But when you wake up, in most cases, natural awakening ends during REM sleep or in a state close to that of REM sleep. What's going on? When you lie down, you need to change your physiological state. This is not some guided visualization. This is something serious, achieving REM sleep. Moreover, REM sleep is preceded by non-REM sleep, and that's where tons of difficulty arise. But upon awakening, you've woken up, attention, and you're already in the phase. My task with the indirect method is not to teach you to enter the phase, but to teach you to realize it. Because when you wake up, you're already in the phase. When you lie down and try to enter the phase, the door's closed. Not only is the door closed, you're also going up to the wall and banging your head against it. With the indirect method, you wake up and the door is already open. My task is to show you where that door is and where to go. Upon awakening, it's not necessary to create the phase. All of you already have it. Everything we say now about the indirect method is not about creating the phase, but its realization. Once you realize that, your actions will be extremely effective. Believe me, entering the phase upon awakening. You know, I used to be able to do it once every few weeks or few months. Now, my success rate upon awakening is nearly 100%, and unsuccessful attempts are only occasional, very close to 100%, over 90%, over 95%. Unsuccessful attempts upon awakening now surprise me just as much as successful entries into the phase used to. Though 3 years ago, my success rate was 70 to 75%, and I thought that was as high as it could go. It turned out that wasn't true. So, the essence of the indirect method is not to enter the phase upon awakening, but to use the phase upon awakening. Where do we start? There are a few preliminary points. The first is when to make attempts, the time to practice. Raise your hand if you have to wake up early tomorrow. 1 person, 2, 3, 4. All of you who are waking up early tomorrow, go to bed this evening thinking, I'm going to wake up at night or my last awakening and do techniques, which I'll be speaking more about. You can try in the middle of the night, you can try during a daytime nap, but the most effective way is to employ the deferred method. How does that work? For example, you go to bed at midnight. You lie down and set your alarm for 6 a.m., for example. Just set your alarm. Until 6 a.m., we just sleep. and don't do anything. Ideally. In fact, attempts can be made before 6 a.m. too. You wake up to your alarm at 6 a.m., walk around for 5 minutes, get something done, read your notes, go over your plan of action, and go back to sleep. You might stay awake from 5 minutes to an hour with the desire to try each subsequent awakening. You might sleep until 8 or 10 a.m., or until noon. The idea is to sleep for a certain period of time, stay awake for a few minutes, and then go back to bed thinking, I'll wake up right away and try. You fall asleep thinking that, wake up, try, and whether it worked or not, you fall back asleep thinking, I'll wake up and try again. You wake up, try again, and whether it worked or not, you think, I'll fall asleep now, wake up, and try again. That way, you sleep all morning and make the max number of attempts. If you don't fall asleep, then don't stay awake as long. If you sleep too deep, then stay awake for up to an hour, not just 5 minutes. If you don't fall asleep, then wake up, say, at 5 a.m., not 6. You can still get something done. You can get something done or just work on something. Meanwhile, 6 hours is our interval, 5 to 6 hours. The idea is to set it up so you don't get enough sleep by 2 to 3 hours. For example, you sleep a maximum of 8 hours, lie down at midnight. What do you set your alarm for? 5, 6. 5 to 6 hours. That is, not get enough sleep by 2 to 3 hours. If you usually wake up at 10, if you sleep 10 hours, what do you set the alarm for? For 7 or 8, 7 or 8. Michael, a question. Between 6 and 8 or 10, do we set the alarm again? We wake up with our alarm once. We wake up, go over our notes, what we have to do, and go back to sleep thinking, I'll wake up right away and try. We fall asleep and wake up on our own, using willpower alone. Meanwhile, we also note that when we wake up, we must in fact get out of bed. We wake up to our alarm, get up, walk around, and lie down. That means one needs to wake up, get up, walk around, and lie down. Many think, I'll wake up, turn off the alarm. I've woken up after all. And fall back asleep to make attempts. The too short awakening will cause subsequent sleep to be very deep, and the intention will not stick. Why is this necessary? What is the deferred method used for, and why is it so effective? There might be different kinds of awakenings, in the middle of the night or after a nap, but this is the most effective one. Why? We said that there is non-REM sleep and REM sleep. When you've nearly gotten enough sleep, you've gotten the non-REM sleep your body needs. You can also enter the phase through it. But that's much harder. That's a topic for another day. Having gotten enough non-REM sleep, you fall back asleep. Having awoken, your brain wakes up. You recall your task, reaffirm your intention, and go back to sleep at that moment when we're still in the right physiological state, in REM sleep. The result is more awakenings, and the awakenings are practically all in the REM sleep phase, and that's all easy to make use of. That's why it's mandatory for you tomorrow. The deferred method is mandatory. We will be going over it many times. You will remember it well. It's what allows you to make several attempts in one morning, and will allow many of you to enter the phase several times. If you succeed at entering the phase, think, great, now I'll fall asleep, wake up, and try again. Question, can you eat or drink between 6 and 6:05? Or doesn't it matter? Yes, for example, if you sleep poorly, I'd recommend eating simple carbohydrates, something sweet, so you're pulled harder into sleep. You can walk around for up to an hour if you know you can fall asleep again in an hour. You can wake up and do something for a whole hour, do something, eat breakfast, whatever you want. But no eating meat. What? Why not eat meat? I never said anything about that. Eat whatever you want. I believe everything depends on awakening and what you do upon awakening. But all of these preconceptions as to what you can and can't eat, which direction the bed should point, and so on, they all come from the fact that people make mistakes, but think that they're doing everything correctly. Someone says it's not working out because they ate meat. Meanwhile, they make a ton of mistakes, and instead of fixing them, they start to look for some outside reason. I had a funny case once. I had arrived in Almaty 7 or 8 years ago. The lessons hadn't started yet, but I was approached before the lessons and asked, "Michael, why isn't eating meat allowed?" "You can eat it." They asked again, "Why isn't eating meat allowed?" "Yes, you can eat meat." The lesson begins, and there was a woman there, a huge, sturdy one, and she gets up and says, "Michael, why didn't you allow us to eat meat a whole month before the lessons?" And I say, "Beg your pardon?" It turned out that the organizers who signed people up told everyone who signed up a month before, "Right, that's it, we're not eating meat, otherwise nothing will work out." And people didn't eat meat for a whole month. Obviously, some will not eat it and think it's beneficial, but there are people who eat it every day, and they felt very bad. But the complaints were directed at me, naturally. All because the organizers had somehow concluded meat was forbidden. In fact, that's a misconception. Perhaps it has some effect, but your success rate is 90% determined by what you do and when you do it, and how you do it. And so, the time you practice is important. You can try before your alarm, but shouldn't have the set goal of doing it. For example, if you wake up before your alarm and think, "Well, I've already woken up, why not try?" Try. But the task remains to try after the alarm when you fall back asleep. You can also try before the alarm, but there shouldn't be the goal of, "I'll lie down and try all night." That goal shouldn't be there. Your goal, what's most important, is to sleep well until the alarm. The better you sleep here, the better it will work out after the alarm. Don't forget our interval is 6 hours. It should be 5 to 6 hours, 2 to 3 hours before awakening. That is, to not get enough sleep. We set our alarm to not get enough sleep by about 2 to 3 hours. Our next task is to wake up and do something. Admit it, when you wake up often you don't remember who you are, or where you're sleeping. You wake up, your mind hasn't turned on yet, but you should wake up and immediately do some specific actions. The problem of conscious awakening comes up. How to wake up and immediately realize what you need to do. Conscious awakening. Everything's simple here. You just need to fall asleep with intention. That is, fall asleep with thoughts about the practice and attempts. So we fall asleep with the thought, "I'm going to wake up right away and try." We wake up, try, and whether or not it works, we resolve to ourselves once again, "I'll fall asleep now, wake up, and try." That is, the intention to fall asleep. It should also include not only, "I'll wake up and try," but ideally to wake up without moving. That is, to wake up ideally without moving. What do we mean by ideally? Not to move at all? It's not mandatory. The fact is, many wake up, turn to the side, let's say, and that's it. I've already made a physical movement. No point in trying anymore, nothing will work. If you tell me that tomorrow, I'll cuss you out. Do it the day after, and you'll wish you were never born. I'm kidding, of course. But the point is, it's a huge mistake that I'm always fighting. I fall asleep here with the thought that I wake up, ideally without moving, and go right into action. But if you wake up and make a movement by accident, if you're lying uncomfortably and turned somehow, it's not the end of the world. Sure, your success rate will go down a bit, but it will still be high. Moreover, it's highly probable you didn't really move. That is, it only seemed you made a movement. So wake up, and even if you make a physical movement, try anyway. Don't tell me, "I woke up, made a movement, ruined the attempt, and did nothing." The textbook ebook on our site has only one paragraph in all caps, in bold font, that's read too. It's the only paragraph so clearly emphasized in the whole textbook. It says if you wake up and make a movement, you should still try because people stubbornly think it's just a psychological factor, that you wake up, make a movement, and it seems it's all over, you ruined everything. That's not true. We still up and try. Moving on. Attempt time. Awakening. We have here a couple of points seemingly not directly related to actions that are decisive. Your actions upon awakening must be confident. There must be confidence. That is, you don't wake up thinking, "It won't work for me, of course, but I'll try." When you do that, hardly anything will work for you. You should wake up thinking, I'm going to up and do it now. Just woke up, I'm going to up and do it right now. Why is that important? Confidence would seem to be of secondary importance. How can it affect success rates? As you wake up already in the phase, you remember those stories about alien abductions, some kinds of religious miracles, about demons, about paranormal phenomena upon awakening? You remember where they come from. From the fact that you enter the phase by accident, but to the extent you don't control it, it reproduces your expectations. Remember, I said I woke up and recalled that aliens abduct people, and aliens abducted me right then. If I had thought about an angel at that moment, one would have appeared in just the same way. That is, if you don't control the phase, it will reproduce your expectations. If you've awoken with the thought, of course it won't work for me, you won't get anything, even being in the phase. It will reproduce and simulate an unsuccessful phase. How does that happen? At seminars, we constantly run into it. Someone wakes up and starts to do something. For example, someone wakes up on their back, starts doing techniques, separation, and phase entry techniques. And nothing works. He thinks, nothing's working, I'll go back to sleep. And at that moment, he starts to feel that he's actually lying on his side. He's woke up to the sensation of lying on his back. That is, he was already separated and needed to get up and go because he was already in the phase. But nothing worked for him because he lacked certainty. Even if you're in the phase, you won't do anything with it. The phase also reproduced an alien abduction story my first time. In just the same way, it will reproduce an unsuccessful phase entry attempt. It reproduces it in a real way, absolutely authentically and realistically. We have people constantly wake up, try something, nothing works, and okay, fine, nothing worked, so I'll go drink something. He gets up, accidentally walks through a door, or his hand goes through his glass, or he notices something else. That is, he woke up, tried, and then got up to drink something. But he got up and easily separated in the phase. And then he said nothing worked for him. Well, yeah, sure thing. Right, or he got up, drank something, came here, said nothing worked for him, and only then began to realize that he had slept at night but gone for water in the afternoon. Only here was he able to realize what had in fact happened. That happens quite often, at least a few times each lesson. And only when coming here for the second or third lesson do you suddenly realize what exactly happened. The sensations are simply so realistic that you don't always realize it, so it's mandatory to have confidence that I'll wake up and do it now. I'm going to just up and do it. That's a crucial factor. What's next? There should be a certain intensity, even a kind of aggression. You must force your way in there no matter what and get your outcome. You wake up, and as if your life depended on it, it's phase or bust. You try, no matter what, to turn up in the phase right now. Attention, this is a very important factor. To wake up and enter the phase right now, no matter what, as if you'd die if you didn't enter the phase. Meanwhile, there's something interesting here. The thing is that many misunderstand confidence, intensity, aggression, and no matter what. Many of you understood it as follows. This liquid is you, your sensations, perception, and consciousness. It is now in a physical glass. Your end goal is to turn up in the phase, to pour yourself into the phase. Your task is to wake up and gradually pour your sensations, consciousness, and your perception into the other glass, into the phase reality. When I say it needs to be done intensely, aggressively, and no matter what, people think it means you wake up and seethe with anger. Leave the body right now, no matter what. You lie in bed all angry and try to leave your body. I must leave my body no matter what right now. That's misunderstanding it. The aggression and no matter what are aimed at the techniques, at your actions. We will now discuss those techniques. You do them and pour yourself into them. Put your all into them and try no matter what to feel the effect of the technique. You don't lie angrily and try to do something, but you put in your all, pour yourself into it no matter what to feel those sensations. You don't lie angrily, aggressively trying to do something physically, but you concentrate on techniques so hard that you try to pour yourself into them. So I'll write in one more concept here. Put in your all. Putting your all into techniques. Pouring yourself into techniques. Any activities must be accompanied by no matter what, aggression and confidence. And not simply a physical attempt to do whatever. We have another name for it: maximum concentration. That's what no matter what means. The techniques and methods we will now talk about will allow you to pour yourself into there. That is, you put your all into the techniques. Get lost in thought or sidetracked and you're back in your body. That is, your task is to pour yourself fully into the phase and turn up in it. If it's not a fully deepened phase, we carry over 100% of our sensations and carry out our plan of action. We've separated. Where do we go and what do we do? To the mirror. And after that, eat. And then our personal goal, right? Meanwhile, our personal goal shouldn't be like, and now some personal goal, but a specific task. Right now we'll be talking about a personal goal, but in a real attempt you should clearly determine for yourself what the personal goal is. For a start, I recommend using some emotionally charged goals. That is, not saving humanity, but something emotionally charged and simple that you find truly interesting. We will now move on to the procedure upon awakening. What exactly are we supposed to do upon awakening? Tell me, what is the probability of the phase? What will it look like? When I wake up, does it go up? How should I draw the graph of phase probability? All indicators are it goes down. That is, it goes down. Based on this graph, based on the fact that I'm waking up, my chances are at their highest because I've awoken in the phase. What do you think? What should our first step be? When we've woken up? Yes, I've woken up, and what should I do? Use techniques. Techniques. Great, that's one idea. What do you think? Ask yourself a question? No. What actions? I've woken up. Let everyone speak for themselves. What do you think? Me? Yes. Recall your goal? We've already recalled it. We've woken up. What action should we do? We don't move. What should we do? Appear at the mirror. Aha. Appear immediately at the mirror. That is, we immediately accomplish our goal. Absolutely right. Your first goal as soon as you wake up are not techniques, not even separation, like before, but your goal is to appear at the mirror. You wake up and you immediately try to appear at the mirror. Why? Because you wake up in the phase. Who needs separation techniques? Who needs phase creation techniques? You've woken up in the phase. And so first the mirror. How is that done? Focus your attention on the mirror. You might be at home, at a friend's house, or at a hotel, and there'll be a mirror in, say, the bathroom or the hallway or in your room. Imagine it. You wake up and try to feel yourself standing at the mirror. Meanwhile, not passively, but try to touch it. Try to touch yourself. Try to feel the mirror. Examine it. I've woken up. I'm trying. First, I imagine this glass is at the mirror. I try to feel myself in the glass. I try to scrutinize the mirror. I try to touch it. I try to move around it. I try to palpate it. I try to feel myself at the mirror. Suddenly, after a few seconds, you realize you're standing at the mirror. You don't even feel your body in your bed. One reason people are afraid of the phase and are afraid to appear in it is that you suddenly stop feeling the physical world, the physical body, and you get scared right then that somebody will occupy your body, kidnap you, or something will happen. We don't feel the real body in the phase. We only remember it's there. Once again, once you wake up, you don't need to roll out, immediately start the techniques. The techniques are later. Since you wake up in the phase, we immediately try to accomplish our goal. Our first goal here at the seminar is the mirror. Later in your practice, you'll have any other goal you want. Say your goal is to appear somewhere. You can immediately appear somewhere or find someone. In this case, to make it easier to discuss and try, we have the same goal, the mirror. We wake up and immediately try to feel and scrutinize the mirror. We try to feel it, and we try to appear at it no matter what. No matter what. That's concentration on actions and sensations in an attempt to imagine ourselves at the mirror. It lasts about 5 seconds, for 3 to 5 seconds. You try to appear at the mirror. If we've appeared at the mirror, what do we do next? Food. Yes, the next goal is to eat something, and then your personal goal. That is, we've already turned up in the phase and nothing else needs to be done. We've already realized the phase. Attention. But if it didn't work, You tried to appear at the mirror for 5 seconds, 7 to 10 max. You tried to appear at the mirror, but nothing works and you feel yourself lying in bed. What to do then? Use techniques. You need to fall asleep and try to wake up again. But we still have an entire minute. If you're lazy, you can do just that. But in principle, you still have an entire minute. Techniques. Any ideas, techniques, anything else? Separation? Yes, separation techniques. Then we'll move on to separation techniques. Please note, meanwhile, that we use several separation techniques at once. Levitation, rolling out, and standing up. And crawling out? Crawling out too, but there are 3 main ones. In fact, there are many more of them. If immediately appearing at my goal didn't work, if I wasn't able to see myself in the mirror immediately, after that, I try to levitate right there, as if physically levitating. No need to imagine that something levitates out of you. You literally try to levitate. Didn't work? Try to stand up without moving a muscle. Like normal, but without moving a muscle. Not working? Try to roll out to the side. From your bed as usual, but without moving a muscle. No need to dream up that some astral body is rolling out of you, or something is rolling out of you. Separation, in fact, is not a very accurate term. In most cases, you don't feel separation. You feel regular movement. There's no sensation that you are separating. It happens in 1 case out of 10, but in other cases, you just stand up, you just levitate. Meanwhile, please note we'll discuss separation techniques more separately. The main thing to understand is that it is carried out with an attempt to make a movement with your own body without moving a muscle. That is, not imagining something left or flew out of you. You try to make a movement yourself at the right time without moving a muscle. Meanwhile, tomorrow I'll ask how it's working for you all. You won't be able to tell me without using the words easily, simply, as usual, naturally, normally, and so on. You can think whatever you want now about how to do it and how to separate, but in practice you'll simply stand up, you'll simply levitate, but we'll talk about that later. Now tell me, I tried to appear at the mirror, didn't work. Now I try for 3 to 5 seconds to separate, also didn't work. What next? Fall asleep. But you still have an entire minute. Visualization. We move on to techniques. Only then do we move on to the techniques themselves. There are a lot of techniques. The textbook describes many. I'll explain several that are the easiest to explain and the most effective during the lesson. There will be 4 such techniques, starting from the basic ones. The rotation technique, for 3 to 5 seconds, you try to vestibularly sense rotation. Let's say you've woken up, going to the mirror didn't work, separating didn't work, we don't open our eyes. Meanwhile, I rotate left, I try to twist to the left or to the right. For 3 to 5 seconds, I try rotating left or right. The idea is to create the vestibular sensation of rotation. If rotation starts working, what does that mean? I feel I'm rotating. What does that mean as a matter of principle? That I'm already in the phase, yes. As soon as you start moving, you're already in the phase. What needs to be done next? Stand up. Yes, just stand up. Using the body that is rotating, we up and stand up. We don't rotate and physically try to stand up, but use the body that suddenly started to rotate to just up and stand up. No need to think about how or with what to stand up. Using that sensation that arose, just stand up, and then do our plan of action. Mirror, food, and personal goal. So no need to keep rotating? You can rotate if, say, standing up didn't work. Then rotate even more intensely. But if your leg had moved slightly and it doesn't work after that, you can rotate even harder and then try to stand up. What if it turns out you started doing it on a physical level and missed the phase? Sometimes slight physical twitches or movements are possible. Many resist this, but I have recently been inclined to believe that slight physical movements during attempts are permissible. They can happen and not always ruin everything. This is easy to notice if, can you move your eyes? Your eyes, you may. While the main thing is not to open them, moving them is even necessary, especially during rotation. So I noticed this one thing. People sometimes twitch when they dream. They have slight movements. Don't they sleep through it? Slight physical twitching in techniques may arise at first, but they won't necessarily ruin everything. Yes, ideally avoid it, but in principle it's not that big a problem. Now then, rotation. As soon as you feel movement, separate. The next technique is visualization of the hands, also for 3 to 5 seconds. What is the point of this technique? After everything else, if nothing worked, you start to imagine your hands are in front of you. You look at them, rub them, and even try to hear them. You're lying down with eyes closed. Doesn't matter what position you wake up in. Note that we fall asleep however we fall asleep. No need to lie down in a special position. However you wake up is how you wake up. We haven't spoken of body position since it doesn't matter. However we wake up is how we do it. So I've woken up on my side. I start to imagine my hands are in front of me. I try to scrutinize them, to feel them and hear them. That is, I focus all my attention on the fact that my hands are in front of me. I try to see them, feel them, and scrutinize them. If after a few seconds my hands appear, I see them or hear them, what does that mean? You're in the phase. You're in the phase, right? That's a sign that everything worked. If you're in the phase, what do you need to do? To go to the mirror. What? To the mirror. That is to stand up right with those hands. We saw them and we don't put them back. We don't try to stand up physically. Our hands have already separated. Use those same hands to stand up, go, start moving, so it's clear what to go by. We go to the mirror, eat something, or do our personal goal. The next technique is swimming. The swimming technique. In this case, you start imagining you're swimming. Imagine a tropical island. You're swimming around the island, or you're swimming in a pool, or in a lake, or in a river. Start imagining, no matter what, intensely and aggressively, that you're swimming in any style, somewhere. Do you need to imagine the place? Ideally, yes. In principle, you don't have to imagine it, but it will improve your success rate. You start imagining you're swimming somewhere, breaststroke, freestyle, it doesn't matter. Try to imagine the movement of your arms, body, legs, head, the water, and the sun. Try to feel everything around you. Swim for a few seconds in the place you want and try to feel the sensations that arise. If you suddenly realize you're swimming in a lake, might I suddenly turn up in the lake? Yes, you've turned up right in the lake. What do we do? Let's see how you all get out of this one. Some dive and look for a mirror at the bottom, some swim to the shore and look for a mirror there. Some look at their reflection in a pool, their mirror. In any case, one needs to look for a reflection. You see how our fundamental plan of action quite clearly shows how to get out of this one. Were you expecting a fixed template? No template here. Everyone thinks, I'll get up now and go to the mirror. But here, you've turned up in a lake. Though you do have a goal, the main thing is to achieve that goal. And we'll see what actions you do to reach it. Say you swam to the shore, found a mirror, and ate something. The point is, with the swimming technique, you can immediately turn up somewhere, or you can lie in bed but feel your hands are moving as if you were swimming. That means you simply need to get up and go using those hands. Either you in the lake or movements in bed. There is one more technique that has been pretty successful over the last several years. It appears in the textbook as sensory motor visualization. We'll call it something simpler, the technique of deepening. This can be longer, for 5 to 10 seconds. Whoever is familiar with the practice of the phase will remember that deepening is a stabilization of the state, and would be right. What's the line of reasoning here? If we wake up already in the phase, then basically at that moment, the phase is simply so weak that it's not obvious. Why not proceed immediately to deepening the phase? How are phase deepening techniques performed? Let's recall primitive techniques. I'm already walking around a room. What should I do? Peering and palpation. Palpation and peering. In this case, what do you do? Say nothing else worked, though you act as if you were in the phase, but the phase is so shallow that you don't feel anything. You start to touch, examine, and feel everything. That is purely in the imagination. You walk around the room in your imagination. You may even go to the mirror, go and touch and examine everything along the way. Try to touch everything around, every object, and try to scrutinize them in your imagination. You start to imagine you've actually already separated. You try to experience as many of those sensations as possible. After some time, you suddenly realize that you're not really lying and you're not really walking. Or it's like you're lying, but meanwhile you're not imagining you're walking, but you feel you are. What gradually happens? You're lying in bed, woke up, and begin to imagine you're walking around your room, touching everything. You scrutinize and palpate, and at some moment you realize you aren't just imagining it, but are actually touching it and actually scrutinizing it, like we palpate objects right now. In this case, deepening can also be seen as phase entry. You are in essence simulating deepening of the phase, which requires scrutinizing and palpating everything. We will be trying all this out, but to complete the procedure and theory behind it, I'd like to add the following. Say you've gone through an entire cycle and nothing worked. What to do next? Try again. Try once again. Meanwhile, out of these 4 techniques, you may choose all 4, but at least 2, 3, 4, at least 2 techniques. Let's say you've chosen rotation and deepening. The mirror didn't work, separation didn't work, I do rotation, it didn't work, deepening, didn't work, cycle 1. I do rotation again, I do deepening again, cycle 2. I do rotation again, I do deepening again, cycle 3. You must get to cycle 4. Meanwhile, the curve will stop dropping. Is separation a second time mandatory? As soon as the techniques start to work, you can try. In principle, you can try between techniques. There are many options here, but that's not what we're talking about. The point is that when you start doing something, the curve stops dropping. At some moment you do cycles, and on the 3rd cycle, for example, rotation starts working, and you turn up in the phase. That is, if the technique doesn't work right away, that doesn't mean it won't work a bit later. You have a minute. Now tell me, you tried for a minute, you did cycles for a minute, and nothing worked. What then? We fall asleep. How do we fall asleep? With intention. With the intention of waking up and doing what? And trying again, and trying again. At the very end, when nothing works, or even if it worked, we fall back asleep thinking, I'll wake up and try again. And so, your task is to crank out as many awakenings as possible with these actions. We've talked a lot, but in fact it can be said in a few seconds. Your task is to wake up and immediately appear at the mirror. If it doesn't work, try to levitate, stand up, or roll out. If it didn't work for a minute, cycle 2 or 3 techniques until one of them works. If a technique works, we separate again, and then the mirror, food, and personal goal again. Everything is quite simple. A few words on the preliminary points. One more time, when to do it. If you get up early, go to bed today thinking that you'll wake up at night. Your desire to wake up at night will be enough for you to wake up at night. The human brain does not sleep more than 90 to 92 minutes. You always wake up every hour and a half. You simply might not remember. But you always wake up. That's the physiology of the brain. When you have intention, you will catch awakenings. You can try it after a daytime nap. But what's most important for you is to create the intention to try after your alarm. At 6 a.m., you wake up, create your intention, and lie down with the thought of catching an awakening. If you wake up before the alarm, you can also make an attempt. What's most important is to fall asleep thinking, I'll wake up and try, without moving, ideally. Sometimes I wake up for real and have the feeling nothing will work. You get that feeling. I know it comes, but you still have to do it no matter what it seems. What do I do in such a situation? It happens to everyone, including me. You wake up, feel you've fully awoken, and that nothing will work. I think to myself, I will simply get some practice. I'll start to practice and everything will work out. It's a psychological factor that we'll speak about. Question: how do you tell it's the phase and make sure you're not playing make-believe with it all? Look, when we first start to enter the phase, it starts to border on imagination. Sometimes you might not understand at first whether you're imagining or touching an object, for instance. But in the end, the phase should be like reality. You aren't imagining me now, you see me? In the phase, you also see objects and don't imagine them. It's quite simple. As soon as you start to see what you shouldn't, but you see it for real, you're in the phase. That is, you realize you're not walking in the physical world or in the physical body, but see everything. That's the phase. We'll discuss these points in detail tomorrow, especially after your attempts. We lie down and close our eyes. We'll have a few practical lessons. We'll work separately on all parts of the procedure, all the techniques, and separation. Then we will simulate waking up so you understand what needs to be done. At the very end, in the form of a game, we'll practice and immediately see who understood and who didn't. Our aim now isn't to enter the phase. Our aim is to work on those elements that make up a phase entrance. The first task is to work on the techniques you'll be performing. We'll begin from the techniques themselves and preliminary actions, the very first ones. Our first one was the mirror. Now, on the count of 3, recall the mirror, nearest where you sleep, and immediately try to appear at it. Your task is to work on the skill of trying to appear at the mirror. 1, 2, 3. We try no matter what to feel ourselves at the mirror, standing in front of it, looking at it, touching it and its frame, if it has one, the wall nearby, the floor, and ourselves. We scrutinize from all sides and try no matter what to appear at that mirror. We relax and do nothing. 1, 2, 3, and again the mirror. We try no matter what to appear in front of it, as if you were actually standing in front of it, but did not feel your body for some reason. We try to touch and scrutinize it. Right now you are standing at that mirror and trying to appear at it. We touch and scrutinize. We relax and do nothing. 1, 2, 3, the mirror. We pour ourselves into ourself standing before the mirror. Concentrate on the sensation that you are standing at it. Try to feel yourself at the mirror. We try no matter what to feel ourselves in front of the mirror right now. Relax. Do nothing. Take your mind off it. 1, 2, 3, the mirror. Right now, no matter what, try to appear at the mirror and feel yourself in front of it. We relax and do nothing. The next elements are separation, standing up, levitating, and rolling out. Try to levitate in the most literal way possible. Levitate right now. Don't imagine that you've levitated, but try to levitate. Don't imagine that you've levitated, but try to physically levitate. Pull up to the ceiling right now. Try to levitate. Try to stand up without moving a muscle. Try to get up. Pull forward and try to stand up without moving a muscle. Don't picture you're standing up. Don't imagine you're standing up, but try to stand up without moving a muscle. Try to roll out to the left without moving a muscle. Try to roll out to the left physically. Pull physically to the left. Turn your eyes and try to roll out to the left. To the right. Literally without moving a muscle, with your physical body, try to roll to the right. Levitation once again. Literally try to levitate. To the ceiling with your physical body. Pull, pull. Try to levitate. Rise. Try to stand up. Without moving a muscle, try to literally stand up as usual. Pull forward and try to get up. Try to roll out to the left. Roll. Try to roll. Physically to the left, but without moving a muscle. Don't imagine you're rolling. Don't picture it, but try to roll to the left, to the right. Try to turn to the right, to roll. We relax and do nothing. Separation techniques are done in the first person. No need to imagine or picture it. Regular actions without moving a muscle. Levitation. We try to levitate no matter what. Standing up. Rolling out. We try to roll no matter what, to the left, to the right, without moving a muscle. Levitation once again. Standing up. Rolling out. We relax and do nothing. Special emphasis is on trying several separation techniques. When levitation doesn't work, standing up often does. And during the next attempt, if standing up doesn't work, levitation does. That's the main reason we cycle not only separation techniques, but also phase entry techniques. At least 2 techniques are cycled because one works today and tomorrow, another. You should always remember that. Levitation. We try to levitate no matter what, to levitate right now. We try to roll out to the left. We try to roll out to the right, without moving a muscle. We try to stand up to get up right now. To levitate. To stand up again. To roll out. Try again to fall out downwards. As if you were falling, try to fall out through the floor. Don't imagine it, don't picture it, but try to fall out through the floor downwards. You may also try to do a backward somersault, or a forwards one. You can also try to imagine yourself standing at your body or right at the mirror. Relax. Do nothing. So, we've separately gone over an attempt to appear at the mirror and train separation separately. With separation, it's important to just try. Many who approach separation during an attempt fear making a physical movement and do nothing at all. If you accidentally make a physical movement, the sky won't fall, it won't be the end of anything. You have to keep trying. If you make a physical movement, lie down and try again. Now we're going to train the techniques individually. The first technique is rotation. Turn your eyes to the left. Turn them without opening them. You can move your eyes, but not open them. The eyes are not affected by sleep paralysis. Your body can be paralyzed, but eye movement never is. That's why when a person dreams and they look to the left, for example, the body lying in bed will also turn its eyes to the left. Turn your eyes to the left and try to rotate after your eyes to the left. Pull right after your eyes. Try to turn. Pull, pull. Try to turn to the left. Turn your eyes to the right, all the way to the right, and try to turn to the right after your eyes. Pull, pull. Try to turn to the right, no matter what, after your eyes. We turn our eyes to the left side and pull after our eyes to the left. Harder, harder, harder. We pull our eyes, we pull, we turn, we try no matter what to turn to do a complete rotation. If turning vestibularly is successful, accelerate it. If it does not work, try to do a full rotation. To the right, we turn our eyes to the right and pull after our eyes. We pull and try to turn around. Try to vestibularly turn around your head-to-toe axis. The rotation technique emphasizes the vestibular system. You need to provoke your vestibular system and create rotation in your body. To the left, we pull our eyes to the left and try to rotate. We try to do a complete rotation to the left. We turn our eyes to the right and try to rotate around our head-to-toe axis. Try to rotate on your own for a minute at the level of the vestibular system. If that doesn't work, then try to feel halfway or quarter of the way vestibular rotation. If it works, speed it up. Okay, minute starts. We turn our eyes to the left, and we try to turn after our eyes to the left. We pull to the right, and we try to turn all the way to the right. Try to do a vestibular turn. So, relax, do nothing. The next technique is hand visualization. On the count of 3, we start imagining that our hands are before our eyes, literally 4 inches from our eyes. We try to scrutinize them, to feel and hear the sound of our rubbing hands. 1, 2, 3, we rub our hands. We try to see them no matter what, as if our hands were really before our eyes, but you do not see them for some reason. We rub our hands even harder, even faster. We try to hear them. We try to see them no matter what. My hands are in front of me. Where are they? Why don't I see them? Even more intensely, even faster. We relax and do nothing. One, 2, we rub our hands. Act as if your hands were right in front of you, but you do not see them for some reason. They're physical ones after all. Where did they go? Where did my hands go? But they were right in front of me. Where are they? We try to see them no matter what, to feel them, and to hear the sound of rubbing. We rub them even harder and more intensely. No matter what, we try to feel our hands before our eyes. We rub them faster and harder. We scrutinize and peer into them. We relax and do nothing. 1, 2, we rub our hands. We put our all and pour ourselves into those actions. We concentrate to the max. We try no matter what to feel our hands which are rubbing in front of our eyes. We rub them and try to feel them, to see them, to hear them. We relax and do nothing. For a minute now, on your own, experiment with the technique. Rub your hands, try to scrutinize them, to see and hear them. The minute has begun. Rub your hands in front of yourself. Try to see them, to feel them, and hear them, as if your hands were really in front of you. Where are they? Why don't I feel them? We're done. In a real attempt, as soon as your hands have appeared, there's no need to lie and continue to rub and scrutinize them. You're already in the phase. Get up and go. It's the same with rotation. As soon as you feel that you're rotating, there's no need to lie, rotate, or spin endlessly. As soon as you're rotating, that's it. Stand up with the body that's rotating and go. After all, you're already in the phase. The next technique is swimming. On the count of 3, we imagine we're swimming somewhere in the water. It might be a lake, river, sea, or around an island. It doesn't matter, wherever you want. 1, 2, 3, start swimming. Move your hands, body, legs, and head. Try to feel the water, the splash of water. We move even faster. We focus our attention on movement. We try to feel we're swimming. Right now, as if you were swimming, but don't feel your body for some reason, but you're really swimming. Where is my body? Let's try to feel it, to return to it. We swim even faster, even more intensely, quickly, and attentively. We relax and do nothing. That is, act as if you were really swimming, and you try to return to yourself, swimming somewhere. You don't feel your body for some reason, and you try to feel yourself swimming. That is, you're not here right now, but swimming somewhere. 1, 2, 3, we try to return to the self that is swimming somewhere in the ocean, in the sea, in a pool. We swim even faster. We attentively try to feel ourselves swimming. Even more movement, more attentiveness. Move your hands, legs, and body. We try to spill over into the body that is swimming. And we accelerate. We swim even faster. We relax and do nothing. It's important to put your all into everything. Indeed, that is the key factor. If you do it just to tell people, look, I did this or that technique, it will rarely work for you. You need to put in your all into the actions being performed. Then, any technique will start working. 1, 2, 3, start swimming. We try no matter what to feel ourselves swimming. We swim even faster, even more intensely. You are now swimming for real, but where is your body? Why don't you feel it? We try to appear in it no matter what. We focus. All thoughts go away and you focus on those sensations. You try to feel yourself swimming. You're all in. You aren't thinking of anything. You're completely submerged in those sensations. You try to pour yourself into them, to put your all into them. You are now swimming. You should be there. We relax and do nothing. For a minute now on your own, experiment with the swimming technique. The key factors are dynamic movement and putting in your all. 1, 2, 3 minute starts. We relax, stop, and do nothing else. We have one last technique, deepening. Simulating deepening as if you've separated. What it boils down to is you have to imagine that it's as if you're walking around your room touching everything and scrutinizing. Recall where you'll be sleeping today. At home, at a hotel, at relatives, or at friends. Your task is to perform everything in that room at my command. Imagine you're lying in that room where you'll be sleeping today. Get up from bed, turn around, touch your pillow, and scrutinize it. We touch the blanket, bed, and wall nearby. We touch it, palpate it, and try to scrutinize the design of any wallpaper. A nightstand or table is nearby. We try to touch and scrutinize from a close distance. The floor. We kneel down and touch the floor with our hands. We peer into it. We try perhaps to scrutinize trash bins and the small details of the space. We go up to the window. We touch the windowsill, the glass. We scrutinize everything close up and peer into the fine details of the space. We try to scrutinize it all and feel it. We rotate around, walk up to the door, touch the door handle, and peer at and scrutinize all the small details. We go up to the closet, scrutinize the closet, and try to touch it, to palpate it. We go towards the mirror. We touch the walls, rub our hands, scrutinize our hands, and blow on them. We go up to the mirror, scrutinize the mirror, peer into it, and try to scrutinize objects around it. That's it. We don't do any more. It should be performed more or less in that way, just even more intensely and even faster. The more movements you include, the bigger the effect. That is, try to include as many sensations as possible. When you start to perform this technique, at some moment your imagination will be replaced with real sensation. That is, you imagine you're walking, and at some moment you realize you're not imagining, but really walking around your room already. And at that moment, there's no need to separate. You need to carry out your plan of action. In the swimming technique, you can turn up swimming somewhere, but you might just feel the movement of your hands lying in bed, and then you'll need to stand up. Now, it's the same, only on your own now, in the room where you sleep. 1, 2, 3. You've woken up and started touching everything around you, scrutinizing and palpating all the objects, all the details, everything around. As if you're really walking around but don't feel your body for some reason. Your task is, as it were, to return to that body that's walking around the room. As if paralyzed, you suddenly don't feel anything. Where are my sensations? You try to get them back. You hysterically feel around in your room. You try to scrutinize everything, to return your senses, to put your all into those actions. The key factor is intensity and putting your all into techniques. Once you get that, any technique works. Even more intensely, even faster. We relax and do nothing. Now, once again independently, 1, 2, 3, we walk around the room, touch everything, and scrutinize. Begin. Dynamically, intensely. Attention to details is important, to small details. Activate all your sensations. Turn periodically. Turn, touch yourself. Scrutinize your hands. Touch everything even more intensely and quickly. Scrutinize. Try to put your all into those sensations. We try to turn up in that freaking room right now, no matter what. Try to feel every sensation as if you were really walking around that room. We relax and do nothing. Please note, during a real attempt at night or in the morning, as soon as you suddenly feel you're walking, that's it, you're already in the phase. You just need to carry out your plan of action. You can now change your body position if lying down is uncomfortable. Now we'll put everything together. Our goal now is to fully master the action procedure at the right moment. So it's as if you've come home today and now you go to bed at midnight, for example. You go to bed now. You think to yourself, yes, the alarm is set for 5 or 6 hours, whatever you need to not get enough sleep. And you think to yourself, until the alarm, I'll sleep well. But if I wake up before the alarm, I'll make an attempt. You fall asleep with that thought. You sleep, sleep, sleep. Meanwhile, keep in mind that if you suddenly realize during a dream that you're asleep, that's also the phase. Let's say you've fallen asleep. Sleep, sleep, sleep. You suddenly wake up in the middle of the night and think, why not try? The mirror. We try to appear at the mirror right now. We try to feel it, scrutinize it. We touch it and ourselves at the mirror. We try no matter what to feel ourselves standing at the mirror. It doesn't seem to work. We try to levitate. We try to levitate right now using our physical body. We try to stand up without moving a muscle. We try to get up. We try to roll out to the left, to the right. It didn't work. Now the rotation technique, let's say. We start rotating. We try to turn after our eyes to the left, to the right. It didn't work. Hand visualization. We rub our hands. We try to feel them, see them, and hear them. We rub our hands even faster. It doesn't work. Again, rotation. We try to spin to the left. We turn our eyes to the right, and we try to spin. We turn our eyes to the left, and we try to spin. It doesn't work. Hand visualization again. We rub our hands, try to see them, to feel them. as though you've seen your hands and felt them, standing up again. We stand up without moving a muscle. Levitation. As if it had worked for you. You go to the mirror. Just imagine in your head where you will go, to the mirror, where you will try to eat something. Just imagine. Immediately imagine how you will then carry out your plan of action. Just play it out in your head. Meanwhile, if you separate and walk around and sensations are vague, remember about the deepening technique. Using it stabilizes sensations. Say foggy vision. We start scrutinizing small objects, the small details of objects, and vision becomes clear. Not enough tactile kinesthetic sensation. We start to touch everything and then it comes. And so it's as if it worked for you. You've woken up and you've been returned back. You think, great, now I'll fall asleep until the alarm goes off. But if I wake up, I'll try again. You fall asleep with that thought. Sleep, sleep, sleep. Meanwhile, we keep in mind that becoming conscious while dreaming is also the phase. You've suddenly woken up. Why not try now, the mirror? We try now to appear at the mirror. We touch it, we peer into it. Right now, at the freaking mirror, we try to appear as if we were standing at it. It's as if it didn't work. Separation. Standing up. We try to stand up without moving a muscle. We try to stand up right now without moving a muscle. We try to levitate. We try to roll out to the left, to the right. It doesn't seem to work. The swimming technique. We imagine we're swimming. We swim, we try to feel the movement of our hands, body, and legs. It doesn't work. The rotation technique. We turn our eyes to the left. We turn our eyes to the right. We try to rotate our bodies. It doesn't work. Again, the swimming technique. We imagine we're swimming. We swim even faster. It doesn't work. Again, the rotation technique. We turn our eyes to the left and pull after our eyes. We pull to the left. And it's as if you felt movement. Again, standing up, we try to stand up right now without moving a muscle. To levitate. To roll out. As if it had worked for you, we picture our plan of action. The mirror, what you will be eating, and what your personal goal is. In your mind's eye, picture what you'll do and where you'll go. As if it had worked for you, you think, great, now I'll fall asleep. And after the alarm, I'll try again. You fall asleep again with that thought. You sleep, you sleep. Suddenly the alarm clock goes off. You stand up, read your notes, drink something, and perhaps use the bathroom. You may stay awake up to an hour if you'll fall asleep afterwards. We go back to bed. If you sleep poorly, do it just 1 or 2 minutes, then go right back to bed. The sun rises early now, so make good use of sleep masks if you have thin blinds at home. If it's noisy, you can wear earplugs. Sleeping masks really help prolong sleep. Basically, you've gone back to bed thinking, right now I'm going to make some intense attempts. I'll sleep 2 or 3 hours. Each time I wake up, I'll try to enter the phase. You fall asleep with that thought. And so, we're sleeping as it were. We sleep, sleep, sleep. We dream. Suddenly, something odd happens in the dream and you think, I'm dreaming, it's a dream, it's the phase. We picture our plan of action. Let's say you've appeared outside and we carry out our plan of action there, the mirror and the food. You are returned back and you think, great, I've entered the phase by becoming conscious while dreaming. I'll wake up now and enter the phase again. You fall asleep again with that thought. Now pay attention. I will give 2 signals, wake up and it worked. When I say wake up, do everything on your own, the mirror, separation, and cycle your techniques. As soon as I say it worked, what you did right then worked, as it were. That means it's necessary to separate and carry out your plan of action. If separation is permitted in the technique, naturally. For example, in the swimming technique, you can do without separation. And so we're asleep. Wake up. It worked. That is, you've appeared right at your mirror. We run through our subsequent plan of action in our head. You've been in the phase for some time, as it were. You return back and you think how easy it was. Super, I'll do it again now. You fall asleep with that thought. We've fallen asleep, we're sleeping. It's been 8 or 9 hours. Sleep isn't something we feel like anymore, but you still fall asleep. We sleep, sleep, sleep. Wake up. Do everything on your own. It worked. We do separation if need be, and our plan of action. There should always be a clear plan of action. You've completed the plan of action and you've been returned back. It's already late, you don't really feel like sleeping, but you think, now I'm going to fall asleep again and try again. You don't want to sleep anymore, but you still lie down and try to fall asleep, so as to make your last attempt and be here by 1 o'clock for the seminar. You fall asleep with that thought. You don't feel like sleeping, but you fall asleep. You fall asleep without noticing. Wake up. It worked. We go over our plan of action, where you'll go, what you'll do. You are returned from the phase. You recall all your experiences that happened to you at night, all your attempts. You analyze them and are coming here for the lesson by 1 o'clock. We have one more short activity. Until you perfectly carry out your next assignment, I won't let you go home. It will now become clear who has mastered the material and who has not. I won't explain the rules of the game because you should already know them. We come home at night and go to bed. What do? We fall asleep. We fall asleep. And what's before that? The alarm clock. We set the alarm. Until the alarm goes off, we just sleep. We sleep, we sleep. May we wake up at night and make attempts? Yes, you may. Just don't put too much emphasis on it. Okay, we're sleeping. We wake up to the alarm clock. We immediately do our technique. And what do you think? Get up and walk around for 5 minutes. Right, get up and walk around. We get up to the alarm clock, remember what to do, and in 5 minutes or half an hour, Damir? We lie down. Yes, we lie down. And what do we think of? About the attempts that I will wake up and do again. Now is what's most important. Now the game begins. So I've fallen asleep with the desire to wake up and make attempts. I sleep, sleep, sleep. I wake up. I go right to the mirror. To the mirror. I immediately try to appear at the mirror no matter what. It didn't work. It didn't work. Standing up. Stand up. Try somehow to separate immediately, no matter what. It didn't work. A technique. Which one? Any. Swimming. Swimming, but more quickly. If you answer slowly, I won't count that. I try to picture I'm swimming. I try the breaststroke, freestyle, whatever works. I try to feel the sensation of swimming somewhere in a lake, in the sea. It doesn't work. I rub my hands. I try to feel my hands. I scrutinize them, try to see them, to feel them. It doesn't work. Go back to the first technique. We swim. We swim, right. We try to feel we're swimming. We try no matter what to feel we're swimming somewhere. It doesn't work. We roll out. Rotation is what we have in mind. We try to turn to the left, to the right. We try to turn after our eyes. I suddenly feel I'm rotating. At the mirror, what do? I feel I'm rotating. I get up and go to the mirror. I get up and go right to the mirror. Just get up. No need to think about how or with what to separate. If you feel you're rotating, you've already separated. Can you go right to the mirror? You can. You can separate right at the mirror and roll out at it. I've appeared at the mirror. What's next? Eat something. We've eaten something. Next, the goal. Our personal goal. For now, we say personal goal so as not to expose any, private goals. But in reality, it should be a specific goal. Great. You've carried out your plan, have been returned back. You're lying down, and what are you thinking about? That I'll fall asleep now, wake up, and try again. I'll wake up and do it again. And so the name of the game is to do the whole procedure perfectly without hints. Right, I'm sleeping. I wake up. The mirror. We try to appear at the mirror. We try to feel it, to scrutinize it. It doesn't work. We try to levitate. To levitate. Anything else? It doesn't work. Fall out, get up, separate somehow. Almost immediately, it didn't work. Go ahead, levitate. Done. What else? We roll out. What techniques have we discussed? Deepening. Let's imagine we're walking around the room, touching everything, scrutinizing, palpating. Be quite attentive to details. What's important is putting in your all. Not just to say you did it, but to literally feel it. Then it will work. Otherwise, it won't. Deepening didn't work. We rub our hands. We try to feel our hands, to see them, to scrutinize and feel them. I suddenly realize I'm not imagining it, but they're here. I already see them. What do we do next? You can get some sleep. We've seen our hands, so we just get up and go to the mirror. It's clear. Indeed, lots can be done, but if you saw your hands when you tried to visualize them, you're already in the phase. You've already separated. You need to carry out your plan of action. So we go to the mirror and perform the following items. After the mirror, what do we have? To eat something. And after that, picture our goal. Not picture our personal goal, but carry it out. Can I ask a question? When I go up to the mirror, do I see my reflection? Tomorrow, you tell me what you saw there. We don't have the specific goal of seeing something there. You will have to come and tell me about what you saw. So, some mistakes were made. Let's start over. It had worked for me. I'm now lying down and thinking, I'll wake up right away and try again. I fall asleep with that thought. So I sleep. I wake up. The mirror. I immediately try to appear at the mirror no matter what. It doesn't work. Perform techniques. What else can be done? In fact, if you wake up and don't clearly remember the procedure, do whatever works what you remember. You have 1 minute which needs to be used. Actually, I have a little advice. Many are perhaps irritated by the need for cycling and too lazy to do techniques. How do some solve the problem? They wake up and don't want to cycle through techniques so much that they perform such high-quality attempts to appear at the mirror or separate no matter what, that they don't have to do techniques to get results immediately. That is, you wake up and think, I have to enter right now so as not to torment myself with techniques. And they'll make high-quality attempts to appear at the mirror. That is, you wake up and think, drat, these techniques. What do I need them for? It's better if I appear at the mirror right away, and it works immediately. Indeed, it will work right away. Tomorrow you'll see how it will all work for you. And so, let's start from the beginning. You've woken up. Try to appear at the mirror. We immediately try to appear at the mirror. It didn't work. Levitate, roll out, and stand up. You wanted to roll out, stand up, and levitate. It didn't work. We do all the techniques or swim. Okay, we're swimming. We swim, we try to feel we're swimming. It doesn't work. We rub our hands. We rub our hands. I've noted that if you don't remember techniques, always rub your hands. We rub our hands, we try to feel them. Well, that's okay, it's at least something. No hands, nothing happens. Rotation, we try to spin to the left or to the right after our eyes. Help intensely with your eyes, turn them. It doesn't work. Deepening, we try to feel we're walking around the room, we touch everything, we scrutinize. At some moment I suddenly realize that I'm not picturing everything, but starting to see it. To the mirror. Yes, no need to separate. We go right to the mirror. What's after the mirror? The fridge. Food. Food and fridge. After that, what do we have? The personal goal. Some personal goal. You have to agree. There's nothing supernatural, no fantastic technologies in our possession. Everything is simple. Wake up in a few seconds, appear at the mirror. If that doesn't work, try to separate. If that doesn't work, cycle techniques until one of them works. If it works, separation, mirror, and all the other goals. Everything is quite primitive. Now, I would like to add several things to improve your success rate and results. 1. Realize that everything I told you now is not some fantasy of mine, like I had thought it up in some office and now run out and say that it will probably work. Our school has been a research project from the very beginning. I started holding seminars in 2007 in order to study the technology, but the results that are now achieved in literally 2 nights used to take 2 months. Just so it's clear, I simply watched what works. I left that in and perfected it while I took out what didn't work. Gradually, year by year, the techniques were perfected. Now when I tell you, do it like this, I'm not just saying it. It's not some idea of mine that that's how it should be done. If I say something here, that's the fruit of many years of studying the phenomenon. Not so much independently as, that's another story, as independent practice might not be able to be conveyed to others. Namely, work with other people, with thousands. If I say do it like this, that's not some idea or fantasy of mine. That means that I've seen it work like that thousands of times. You're simply repeating what I'm talking about. My words in this case are not the words of some guy. They're my experience teaching thousands of people. If I tell you something, just listen to it and carry it out literally. Try to understand it as well as you can, and then everything will work. That's a really important point because many think that I'm speaking in parables. Maybe it's like this, maybe like that. The details of the procedure, they may change, but the general principles should be the same. You must follow them. Now, a few points about possible psychological factors. You might wake up, let's say, and make a movement, or simply wake up, and have the feeling you've fully woken up. You're lying down and think, why try now if nothing will work for me? I'm already fully awake, I'm lying down, nothing will work for me. Tell me something like that tomorrow and I'll chew you out. Wake up and do it. The procedure doesn't include waking up and evaluating whether you're in the phase or not. Your task is to wake up and do it whether or not it seems to you that you're in the right state or not. You've been told, wake up and do it. Wake up and you do it. Even if you're woken up and made a movement, or even already stood up, you need to do it. Lie down and do it. That is, use each attempt to the fullest. In fact, about 1 attempt in 3 will be one where you wake up and it seems like, I've already woken up. I'm lying down in the real world. Nothing will work for me. Don't pay attention to that. Continue on. Next thing. Very often, people are unable to figure out if it worked or not. Let's say you have your expectations. I've already said that I'll have to constantly fight against your expectations. Well then, it very often seems to a person that it didn't work for them because there's no hyperrealism in the phase. Tomorrow we'll be speaking about how to achieve hyperrealism, but sensations cannot always be immediately intense. So, If you suddenly feel that you're somewhere, go, and if sensations are not 100% realistic, but they're there, that's already the phase. That is, so there isn't something like you've separated and think, everything is fuzzy and vague as if it were a dream, probably nothing will work, and return to the body. Then you come and say, nothing worked for me. If the sensations were not realistic, you simply didn't make them realistic. They might be instantly realistic, or they might not. We'll be talking about that tomorrow. Don't let your attempts be ruined by insufficient realism. Don't turn down such an experience. Continue on in such cases. Tomorrow we'll discuss how to create maximum realism. Another problem is that you might stand up and expect the closet to be in a certain place, along with the bed and the window. You get up and the closet isn't there. You think, it was probably some dream, some nonsense. Nothing worked. You lie back down, then come and say that nothing worked. You have an expectation that the room should be exactly the same. It won't necessarily. Then again, you might stand up, turn around, and there's no body on the bed. You lie back down, then come and say nothing worked because there was no body on the bed. That means I either physically stood up or it was another state, clearly not the phase. That's all your expectations. But then there's the real practice. Objects in the room might not coincide. Realism might not be complete at first. Don't turn down such experiences. Go with them. That's what I'm saying. If during an attempt an experience begins but somewhat lacks realistic sensations, we'll speak about how to achieve stabilization. As we've already said, we start to scrutinize small details, touch everything, and sensations multiply. But most importantly, you'll come tomorrow and we'll start from an analysis of your attempts, what you did right or wrong, and it will become clear that very few did it like we are discussing now. The problem is that even if you do what we talked about today halfway, your success rate will already be high. Try to follow my every word as much as you can. All that's required of you is to go home and simply repeat the actions we talked about. We've practiced, and now your task is to go home and simply crank out attempts and tell us what came of it tomorrow. Go home, crank out awakenings, as many actions upon awakening as possible, and come tomorrow by 1 o'clock. The first session tomorrow will be about what you attempted that night. You need to simply talk about it, even if it didn't work out. When analyzed, unsuccessful attempts are good because we can trace back to where the mistake was. That's why you need to make as many attempts as possible to come and speak about them. That is, discard what you think you know and start from a clean slate. Yes, that's also an important point. At least for these 2 days, forget all your preconceptions, all your expectations and assumptions. Get all that out of your head. You just have to go home, crank out attempts, and nothing more is required of you. Then come here and talk about what you tried. I'm asked, Michael, why do you do what you do? The answer is very simple. I'm doing the most interesting thing I've ever seen or encountered. The instructions we just discussed will allow you to have the most amazing and incredible experience. It's most enigmatic and remains the least studied. In my opinion, sooner or later the phase will completely change humanity and our view of our own selves, of our capabilities. These simple instructions will allow you to experience that tonight. You simply need to go and crank out attempts. Thank you for coming, traveling here, and flying in. That's it, let's go. During the lessons yesterday, when we were practicing, did anyone have anything like the phase? Let's start off with your questions. What leaves the body anyways? Or is it a dream after all? What leaves the body after all? I would say this. I'd like for something to be leaving the body. Or is it consciousness of some kind? Look, that's the one question that it's completely pointless to talk about. I gave you an example yesterday of how even when you're in the physical world, in objective reality, each one of us is in our own world. And everyone explains everything they see around them differently. From that point of view, it's useless to discuss what the phase is. but we can control it, we can use it. What leaves and where it goes, in my view, that's not important, because what's important are the tasks that you can accomplish there. In the end, that's what we should strive for. That's why you have a mandatory plan of action. That is, I'm trying to train you from the beginning not to just go there for some odd reason, but to accomplish tasks of some sort. At first they're primitive and simple, then they get more difficult. And the end goal of an experience is a completed plan of action, a completed task. Maybe the phase is some parallel world. Maybe it's somewhere inside the brain. Maybe it's something else entirely. Nobody knows for sure. And I can't say what it is for sure either. You know, nobody even knows for sure what the physical world is. Even scientifically speaking, you can't say what physical reality itself is. To talk about the phase and discuss what it is also very difficult, so don't get lost in thought over it. That's not important. What is important is carrying out your tasks. Everyone can figure out the rest for themselves, to each their own. What's most important is to do something the first minute upon awakening. Even if you don't act according to plan, like we discussed yesterday, but you still do something, that might get you results. Clearly, if you follow what we talked about yesterday, your results will be much better. But what also happens, I'll focus on it again right now, is you wake up, haven't regained consciousness yet, and you don't immediately realize what you need to do. Do at least something. That's better than nothing. For dream consciousness techniques, I can give you an example of what recall is and how it works. There's dream recall, where you practice remembering your dreams. When you re-enter your dreams? No, when you remember more of them. Because we usually remember about 5 to 10% of our dreams. Training that recall ability is very easy. There are many techniques. To make a long story short, the simplest and most basic one is when you wake up in the morning and recall everything you dreamed that night. Even if it seems at first that you don't have dreams, you'll still recall 1 or 2 dreams. Then, in the evening before going to bed, you recall them. The next day, you'll remember even more of them. By reinforcing the skill like that, within a week or 2, you'll remember dozens of dreams in the morning, and that recall ability of yours will develop. You'll remember what you normally didn't. As a result, it will lead to having more dreams, which will be more vivid. And then consciousness will activate. That is, one of the main techniques for learning dream consciousness is to simply just recall your dreams. It's probably better to write them down. Well, yeah, because otherwise you'll forget them soon. Right. There's another one where you wake up in the middle of the night or after a dream and write down key words right away in order to recall everything later. That way your memory develops more. I just told you the most primitive method first, but if somebody doesn't get enough sleep, that is, sleeps little, I haven't been getting enough sleep the past year, and that's made it hard for me to enter the phase. Yes, that problem does exist. It's probably one of the main ones. There's a reason I always advise one thing. Say you approach the practice of the phase, lucid dreaming, out-of-body travel, call it what you will, and if your routine is messed up, if you sleep poorly or little, then I highly advise you to sleep in, not to sleep in. To fix your routine and sleep schedule. That applies not only to the practice of the phase. In my view, it applies to everything in life. Somebody comes and says, I sleep 10 to 12 hours. I know there won't be any problems with that person. They'll enter the phase easily. If someone comes and says that they sleep 5 to 6 hours max on some weird schedule at who knows what time intervals, then I'm practically sure they'll run into difficulties. Our first and most important task is to discuss what you attempted today. Whether it was successful or not doesn't matter. We need your attempts. Afterwards, we'll take a break. After the break, we'll go right to discussing deepening, maintaining, and obtaining information. Then, we'll have another break. After the break comes the practical part. We'll finish indirect techniques, add the most important element, and your procedure will be a bit different by tomorrow. And that's why we'll start now by discussing your attempts. How will we proceed? Yesterday, I told you I made a very serious mistake for years. I myself gave people knowledge and helped them find their mistakes. As a result, I remember when we held a practitioner convention in Crimea in Balaclava, about 5 years ago. I suddenly got the idea to ask people to find their mistakes on their own. Nobody could give an answer. There were teachers, about 6 of them. I asked them too. It turned out even the teachers were unable to answer. As it turned out, the whole time I was helping people find their mistakes, I was making them dependent on me and wasn't teaching them to think at all. From then on, I've radically changed my approach. In recent years, the main emphasis during the second and third lessons is to teach you to think. Raise your hand if you made attempts. It doesn't matter if it worked or didn't work, but you tried today. You honestly tried. Okay, good. Now raise your hand if you want to discuss those attempts. It doesn't matter if it worked out or not. You want to discuss it. Aha. Yulia and who else? Andre. Andre, you're the teacher. And Yulia, you're the student. Andre, ask Yulia questions and help her sort through her actions. If it doesn't work out, we'll join in. I dreamed that we were in this classroom and all doing all the techniques that we practiced yesterday. We made attempts. That's when I realized the room wasn't exactly the same as the one we had been in. And so I thought, that means I'm sleeping. Andre, when somebody realizes they're sleeping, what's that called? Well, they're already lucid. Is that the phase or not? Yes, it is. So as soon as you've realized you're dreaming, that's no longer a dream, it's the phase. Please continue. I started looking for a mirror, but there wasn't one in the room. So I immediately had this plan in my head, find a mirror. But the table was still there. The top of the table was glass, and I took a look. I saw my reflection and figured everything was fine. Then I thought, right, I have to eat something. And I found a bowl of cherries and ate them. But where did you find it? It was nearby on the table. That is, while I looked in the mirror, I already had in mind my next goal, that I needed to eat something right then. And accordingly, I already imagined that when I raised my head, the bowl of cherries would be nearby on the table. And it was. And I ate a cherry. I tasted it. Well, the taste wasn't really like it is in real life. That is, it was really quite bland. This was all like a dream, or was it really vivid, lucid? Did you chew it right in your dream? Yes, I chewed it right there. There was even a pit inside. Then, what you saw on the table and your reflection, what exactly did you see there? Did you see your own reflection, or something else? What was on the glass table? I saw my own reflection. Was it the usual one, like now, that is, a real reflection? More or less, yes. Maybe my hairstyle was a bit different, my clothes were different somehow. But I didn't notice anything strange, as it were. That is, you completed the task. What was next? Next, I went to eat cherries. There was also my personal plan, item 3. But I didn't get there, unfortunately. My dream started coming to an end, and I decided to run faster. There was a door nearby, and I pictured opening it and carrying out my goal. I wanted to look at the Milky Way, at our galaxy from the outside. I was already running to the door when I realized the dream was ending, and I ran out to the door. But what happened? Did you wake up? I didn't wake up. It was more as if the picture faded. Then another dream started, but I wasn't conscious for it. That is, you fell asleep. Yes. Okay. Andre, do you have any comments or questions? I can't say right now. Okay? Before we ask Andre a question, Yulia, what about the degree of realism of all those sensations? If we have 100% vividness of perception right now, what was it at that moment? I think it was about 60% that of real life. Okay, Andre, what is to be done in such a situation? We're talking about the phase when ideally there's 90 to 100% the realism we have right now. But what did Yulia need to do? It seems to me it was necessary to try to touch and feel everything, and then maybe the effect would have intensified. Yulia, did you try something like that? Well, honestly speaking, no. I simply had such limited time and tried to pull as much intensity as possible. That is, for me, my plan lagged behind the dream. That is, emphasis on your plan was greater? Okay, today we'll be discussing how to deepen and stabilize the state. Andre, was it the phase or a dream? What main signs should there be? Seems to me Yulia said she realized it was a dream and that she started to control it herself. Or maybe it just seemed to her she had become conscious. That is, Andre is right to say there should be awareness in the phase. First of all, there should be awareness. If there's not awareness and self-awareness, it's anything but the phase. So what indication from Yulia's story shows that she really had awareness? It seems to me that she had goal-oriented actions. She got a reflection in the mirror. That is, a plan of action. She recalled her plan of action and started to carry it out. Indeed, that is one of the main indications of awareness being there. A person realizes they had a goal and starts to do it. Because if it were a dream, you would be doing everything but what you really want right now. Overall, correct. Okay. Here we've found a difference from dreaming. Awareness was definitely there. Next, say I'm sitting, listening, and suddenly it seems to me that Yulia had imagined it all. That may very well be. She imagined it, made it up now, or maybe read too much into it. What else should be in the phase? Seems to me she should feel everything. It's one thing to imagine something, and another to feel with your body that something is happening. Okay, let me rephrase that. What shouldn't be in the phase? When you're in the phase, what shouldn't be there? Perhaps Yulia will take a guess herself. Using these questions, you can figure out whether it's the phase or not. What shouldn't be in the phase? The sensation of lying in bed. Yes, absolutely correct. Igor noted that in order to realize whether or not you're imagining, you need to take that primary indication into account. For example, I have a very powerful imagination. I can imagine or picture anything. Say I'm flying somewhere or walking somewhere. But that's in the imagination, because I still feel I'm sitting on my chair. Why does the phase scare people? One reason is that a person is walking somewhere and realizes they don't control their real body. They remember their body is lying somewhere, but can't feel it in any way. They get scared. What if something suddenly happens? That is, they don't have to have that fear, but the point is they don't feel their body. That is, what question should we ask Yulia? Didn't she feel her body? Right, that is, was Yulia walking around in terms of sensation when she looked at that table, or was she lying down and imagining that table? Where was Yulia in terms of sensation? In terms of sensation, in the same place where I saw it all. So, you were there in terms of sensation. That is, you didn't feel yourself sleeping in your bed. Right. Okay, that's one of the main signs that you're in the phase. Having awareness, we checked it off with the plan of action. The next question is whether or not she felt her body. Yulia says she didn't. In terms of sensation, she was there. And there's also a third hint. You can imagine whatever you want, but it's impossible to imagine the phase. That is, say I have a very active imagination. I can imagine I'm walking, flying, and so on. It would be quite vivid and realistic, but it's not the phase. It's impossible to imagine the phase. That is, the experiences are too realistic and too engrossing. You can't imagine them. That's my personal advice to you from the start. I also made some other attempts in the morning. With the indirect method, it didn't really work for me. That is, towards the end, I managed to achieve some changed sensations in my body. That is, I stopped feeling the body lying in bed. It was as if it rose a bit. But no matter how hard I tried to stand up there, sit down, and... Okay, Andre, what's to be done in that situation? Say Yulia did some technique and suddenly felt that she was levitating just a bit, as it were. But flying anywhere further doesn't work. What is it worth doing in such a situation? I'd try changing direction. That is, you can spin or twist. That is, try to spin or levitate. Why not? But it's better to levitate? Well, yes, that is, once you've already moved, you've levitated to the max, and you turn somehow in that position. As a rule, the tie will immediately be cut. Okay, now Yulia, interview him. So tell me about it. I set the alarm for 7. I woke up and stood up. I deliberately went to eat a bit, drank, and went back to sleep. I had the feeling that I nevertheless wasn't sleeping. Though I would periodically fall asleep, as it were. Do I have it right that there were no attempts? Not really, though the desire to do them was there. Yulia, any advice for Andre for tomorrow? The first piece of advice I'd give is, maybe it's worth shortening how long you're awake after the alarm. If you've set it for 7 a.m., maybe it's worth shortening how long you walk around, so it's still possible to fall asleep. Aha! Your first piece of advice is absolutely right. If you don't fall asleep after the alarm, then shorten how long you're awake for. That is, make it shorter. If it was about 10 minutes, then make it 5. I was awake for about 4 minutes, actually. But I woke myself up to the point I couldn't fall asleep. What other advice do we have, Yulia? We need to achieve full-fledged falling asleep and awakening. If they're full-fledged, then so are the results. Perhaps we have some more advice? I'd propose setting the alarm for earlier. Since it was 7 a.m., maybe you had gotten enough sleep and didn't want to sleep more. That's one of the tips for when you don't fall asleep. To continue Yulia's piece of advice, shorten how long you're awake for. You can also shorten your initial sleep a bit. What else? Relax a bit and reduce the importance of your goal. That seems right to me. There was also a lot of motivation, and he couldn't sleep because of that. Andre, tomorrow there might be problems with falling back asleep. Because of that, so we can do the maximum number of attempts during the seminar, it makes sense to focus on nighttime attempts. That is, before the alarm, think, if I wake up before the alarm, I need to try. Try anyways too, right? Generally, it's best to simply get enough sleep, but if we see a situation like that, we need to make an exception. In principle, we could have tried, but without focusing attention on it. Next question then. If I wake up before 6 a.m., say at 3 a.m., do I need to get up or simply start techniques right away? No, go right into action. That is, an alarm is necessary in case we want to use the deferred method. If you wake up and open your eyes, does it make sense to try or is it better to fall asleep? Of course, close them and try right then. It's the same if you wake up and make a movement by accident. No big deal, not the end of the world. Stop and make attempts. Next we have Ravilia and Andre. Andre will be the teacher first and help Ravilia. I walked around about 5 minutes. I took a look at my work inbox. That is, I completely stopped sleeping. I was up, as it were. That is, I didn't want to sleep at all. Then I lay down, and at that moment I started doing techniques. Without falling asleep? Yes, without falling asleep. And I immediately felt I was going to the mirror. And what did you do? What did you start to do? I left. You started imagining you were going to the mirror? Yes, I was walking. I left right away, as it were. Were you imagining it right then or moving? No, I can't say, I don't know. There was this gluiness in my body. That is, you felt your body. I felt my body. But it wasn't the body that was lying down that was gluey, but the one at the mirror. Why don't I see it? That is, I see it, but not that solidly. But I felt this strong gluiness. I don't know what to call it. That is, something powerful happened to my body. But what did you do in the meantime? I then touched the mirror and looked in it. But I still couldn't figure out what it was. It wasn't my imagination because it wasn't airy. It wasn't just an image that I simply watched. I felt it with all my body, but I couldn't see my body. That was the main issue for me. Why don't I see my body, but feel everything with the body that's already there? And how did it end? Apparently I fell asleep. I fell asleep where I went back to doing the next technique again. Because I wanted to feel my body the whole time. It was quite a strong sensation. I was under the ceiling, but couldn't see my body again. That is, I looked for my body the whole time. You fell asleep afterwards and then tried again? Yes, I woke up, and then apparently I fell back asleep. I woke back up, and I realized I had woken up. I started techniques again. But for some reason, I was able to immediately leave the whole time. I just got up. It wasn't so much the techniques as me immediately feeling I needed to go to the mirror. I didn't even make it to the food because I didn't see my body the whole time. Andre, naturally that brings up a question for us. Let's go through whether this falls under the phase or not. It seems to me it doesn't because the body was felt, that is, you hadn't fully separated. But Ravilia says she didn't feel the body in her bed. I didn't feel the body in my bed, right, she didn't feel her body. I didn't feel the body at the mirror. That is, I felt it, but I didn't see it. That's what it was. She simply didn't see it. She felt it, but didn't see it. I felt it was gluey. The body could touch everything, but meanwhile there was some gluiness to it. It was like sticky chewing gum. Was there gluiness every time? It was like that every time. There was no time without gluiness. What did you touch with your hands? Did you scrutinize your hands? I swam so hard that the water was gluey too, and all of me turned up there. But I wanted to see my body the whole time. Good, but did you leave the water? No, I looked for my body in the water. So in that case, I understand it was the phase. But there were no deepening techniques for you to feel. But what question should be asked regarding realism? What was the degree of realism? Very high. Right now, we have 100% vividness. What was it like there? How much? It was probably 60% there, or about that. But you said it was very vivid. As it turns out, it wasn't very vivid. But it was enough for me for my first time. I clearly saw the metal. I touched the mirror. It was all there. But you said you couldn't see yourself. Well, I couldn't see my body. Did you recall your plan of action? Yes, I kept it in mind the whole time. But since I didn't see my body that was supposed to go, I couldn't go further. We'll go over that in a bit. Okay, a question for Andre. Ravelia keeps talking about the issue of gluiness in the body. First, let's do a small survey. Raise your hand if today or any time before you ever experienced that gluiness or heaviness in your body. Did it ever happen to you? Okay, thanks. It's a pretty normal phenomenon. Andre, what is that usually a sign of? That you're in the phase? Yes, it's the phase. But what happened? Why was there gluiness? Why is there that gluiness? Maybe you didn't separate completely, or maybe you needed some deepening techniques. Damir, why does gluiness happen? It's not a fully realistic phase. Right, a non-deepened phase. As a rule, it's simply a sign of an unstable phase. The feeling something is not right. It's simply not carried through to the end. And there's no deepening, which we'll talk about today. That happens quite often on separation. Today, we've already spoken about that heaviness, that gluiness. You start to separate and you're pulled back. It's all along the same lines. That is, in this case, you were able to go, but movements weren't unrestricted. That is, there's the sensation your body weighs a ton. You get the sensation of being pulled back by rubber bands. That all means you're in the phase, but it's not deepened. You didn't switch over completely and your body is dragged back. That is, all things considered, it's the phase. Look, if there was consciousness and you didn't feel your body in the bed, it was the phase, but in this case was not completely deepened. Now here's the main question for Andre. What was the main issue? I think you simply need to imagine your body or forget about it and simply carry on, and it will appear. Yes, look, it turns out Ravelia was hung up on the fact that she should see her body. She decided she should see it and feel it no matter what. With complete deepening, what do you think would the presence or absence of the body be an issue? Would there be such a problem? If there were 100% realism, would there be a problem with the body? I think there wouldn't be a problem with the body. It would appear on its own. Now I remember I walked around the room, touched it, and then I didn't have that gluey body. So apparently there were periods without gluiness. Realize entering the phase is not like going out a door and closing it behind you. It's this free-floating state of mind, and a free-floating state of sensations too. Now there are vivid sensations, now there aren't. It's the same with consciousness. Now you're fully aware, now you're half awake. We'll be discussing that later. As regards the very first case that Ravelia described for us, you didn't notice anything? Was there a departure from the procedure? She didn't fall asleep, she immediately took action. But everything still worked out. In fact, that's the direct method. Right, we'll be talking about it tomorrow. There are several ways to approach the direct method. In fact, you inadvertently used one of them. That is, wake up, but instead of falling asleep in order to wake up again, go and lie down to start doing techniques. And you inadvertently did that. It worked. Well, we'll talk about that tomorrow. In fact, Andre was right to say, you just need to get up, walk around, and fall asleep so you can wake up and try techniques. In fact, when I watched your video lessons, I did exactly the same thing. That is, I woke up, did some activity, then I lay down and immediately went into action. And after a few days, everything worked for me, namely with the direct method. On the third lesson after the second night, people sometimes tell interesting stories about how it worked for them. Until then, a person has heard how it's working for others, but nothing has been working for him the whole time. And now he wakes up for his last attempt. He already knows it's time for lunch, that he won't fall asleep anymore, and that he's woken up for good. It doesn't work for him again, and he thinks, what's going on? Everyone can do it, but I can't? I'm going to up and do it for real now. I'm going to just up and do it right now. And he up and does it. And as a rule, he separates immediately without any techniques. So that desire to up and do it now, I also spoke about it yesterday, it's indeed decisive. What's needed is confidence that I'm going to up and do it right now. Not, I'll try, or I should up and do it now. When you wake up in the phase, and you practically always wake up in it, your emotional state is the decisive factor. Andre, tell us how it started for you. I went to sleep around 1:30 a.m. with the intention of waking up. Meanwhile, I set my alarm for 6 a.m. I fell asleep and slept well, but woke up at 5 a.m. And I immediately thought, okay, I woke up before the alarm, I need to try. I start to try. I imagine myself at the mirror. I start to look in the mirror, I try to feel the mirror, and I see some skeleton in the reflection of the mirror. and some mummified hands. I got scared and woke up. I thought, okay, that was interesting, but something wasn't right. Were you aware that you were asleep, that you were looking in the mirror? I was fully aware that I should have a plan of action, and didn't feel my body, and then I simply got scared. But did you know you were dreaming? Yes. You knew it was you and saw that in the mirror. No, I didn't know. That is, I got scared that maybe that was me in the mirror. I woke up, I looked at the clock, it was 5 a.m. I turned off the alarm for 6. I drank water, I walked around for literally 5 minutes, and I lay back down with the intention of waking up again and entering the phase. In all, I did about 6 or 7 more attempts. Of them, 2 or 3 were attempts that started right, but ended suddenly. And one attempt was completely successful. I went up to the mirror, started to palpate it, I tried to see myself in the reflection. This was the very beginning of the attempt? Yes, and I'm already standing at the mirror right then. But the image in the mirror is blurry. It looked like me, but it wasn't clear exactly who it was. And that's when my girlfriend appears and starts talking to me. And I say, listen, dear, you know what? I've just entered the phase. I need to go eat. Listen, we'll talk later. I go to the kitchen and make myself a protein shake. I usually drink a protein shake in the morning. And I start to drink it. All the while, I walk around the kitchen and scrutinize everything. Right then, as I was drinking the shake, everything around quietly started getting more and more realistic. That is, I got to the level of hyper-realism, when I already felt everything absolutely realistically. Even the protein shake tasted much better than usual. Then I drank it down and thought, I need to carry on. On to the next item in the plan. I wanted to influence my physiology, but I got lost on exactly what I should do. And while I was thinking and deciding on what exactly I should do, I woke up. Afterwards, there were another few attempts that were not so successful. But I noticed this time I tried regardless of whether I had woken up with closed eyes or open eyes, or whether or not I had moved. The rain was also bothering me, and it was thundering. And I didn't have earplugs. In the end, I got under my pillow to hear less sound, and everything worked out more or less. Andre, at what moment did the mirror appear? How much time had gone by? Was it a long time or not? Well, I started to imagine the mirror itself. At first I was simply imagining it, and then it started to materialize just when I started palpating it. And that's when the image started to appear. The body in my bed disappeared almost immediately. That is, when I started to imagine the mirror, I still felt I was lying down. And then I zoned out. That is, I switched completely over to the mirror to the sensations that were at it. After the experience, did you get a feeling of satiation from drinking? Satiation? The feeling of your stomach being full. I enjoyed the taste, it was rich and interesting. But no, there was no feeling of being full. Look, we'll be discussing that tomorrow. Unlike real life, where having food, the taste of food, and the effect of food are all tied together, in the phase it's all separate. You may have a feeling of fullness without eating anything. You might enjoy a taste without food. You might not taste anything as you eat, and so on. And you might have them all at once. We'll be talking about that tomorrow. It's all separate there, and only might be tied together. But it also might not be tied together. That is, you might get a feeling of being full without having eaten anything. But that's another topic for another day. Igor and Irina. Igor will be the teacher first and help Irina go through her attempts. Irina, tell us how you did it, according to the procedure. From the very beginning, from the moment you set your alarm and woke up, what did you do? I lay down and set the alarm for 6, with the intention that if I woke up earlier, I would go into action right away. And that's exactly what happened. Meanwhile, I woke up wide awake. I looked at my watch, it was 4:30 a.m. I immediately closed my eyes and went into action. Well, I went to look for the mirror. And what exactly did you start to do? How did you go look for the mirror? Well, I didn't even imagine where it was. I don't even know how to say it. Somehow it all just worked out for me on its own. That is, you imagined yourself at the mirror, or you imagined where the mirror was and imagined how you walked there? Yes, that is, I walked there. You started imagining you were going to the mirror. Yes, I'm walking. And I just start to palpate it there. But for some reason, I didn't see myself there. That is, I'm just standing and feel that I'm standing at the mirror. That is, you felt you were standing at the mirror, but I had thoughts at some point, the feeling that I had done something wrong somehow. Maybe because I didn't see myself there. You didn't see yourself in the reflection. Right, I didn't see myself in the mirror, but you did see something. Did you see the mirror? I saw the mirror, but I didn't see myself in the mirror. Okay, and in terms of sensation, were you in the bed or were you completely in front of the mirror? Did you feel your body lying in bed? Yes. Did you feel your body in bed? It did bother me that I felt myself in bed, but you also partially felt yourself standing at the mirror. Yes. But at the same time, it seemed to me that I had thought it all up. Now Igor will tell us all about it. Please continue. Next, I thought it wasn't working, and I started separating. And how did you start separating? What do you mean? I tried to levitate. That is, you felt you were fully in your body again, lost the sensation of yourself at the mirror, and started levitating? Yes, I started levitating. It seems levitating worked out for me, because it was easy. Then, I went back to the mirror. But again, I didn't see myself there, and at some point, apparently, I fell asleep. Because then I woke up and tried to do it again. For some reason, I'd always fall asleep. I didn't make it to eating, let's say. But it seemed to me I walked around and tried something there. That is, it seemed to you, or were you really walking around? Did you feel the body on your bed? Half and half, I think. What do you think? Why did I bring a glass of water right now? Could you explain to Irina what happened to her? So, I wouldn't say that what happened to Irina was incomplete separation. However, you didn't put your all into the technique you were doing. Like Michael said yesterday, using water as an example. You should put your all into the technique so your sensations pour over. What you were able to do was pour yourself 50% into it. That is, it's as if you're both standing, feeling something, and lying down. What Igor said was absolutely right. What needed to have been done, Igor? It was necessary to stop the excessive analysis of the situation, continue to palpate the mirror more intensely, and put your all into the techniques with the goal, I'll do it right now. That is, carry on with your actions. Yes, carry on with your actions no matter what and pour yourself over. That is, you're standing at the mirror and continue to touch it even more intensely. And the fact that you don't see yourself doesn't matter. After all, I didn't say you should see yourself. I said, come and tell me what you saw there. You didn't have the task of seeing yourself. That is, that's one of the problems. That is, there was an expectation, and you thought, why aren't I here? That means something's not right. And now, Igor, show us what Irina did using the glass as an example. That is, at the beginning, she did pour herself over. That is, she poured herself in halfway and then went back. That was due to too much analysis of the situation. Irina said to herself, something's not right. She returned back and started all over again. She started all over. And so Irina poured herself over the whole time without fully pouring herself all the way. How long did you walk around after the alarm? 10 to 15 minutes. Okay, then you lay down. Did you try to fall asleep or start doing it right away? Yes, I tried to fall asleep and relax. And you weren't able to. I wasn't able to, but I decided to do something anyway. That is, I went up to the mirror, but in the bathroom and not the hallway. Please explain to us how you went. How? That is, did you stand up and go? First, I wiggled my body in order to just get out of it. That is, you started doing rotations, turning around your head-to-toe axis? Yes. And at some point you rolled out. And what happened? And it seemed to me that I had stood up somehow. Yes, you stood up. And when you stood up, how was it in terms of sensation? Were you in bed or fully on your feet? Or were your sensations that of standing up? I saw that I had stood up. You saw from the outside that you had stood up. I don't remember whether I felt myself in my body. Look, when I stand, now I've stood up and am standing. My sensations are that of standing. Did you have the same sensations that you were indeed standing? No, I had something else. I simply saw myself from the outside. That is, you saw yourself from the outside? Yes. It seemed to me that I had thought it all up again. That was every time. And your body? Meanwhile, did you feel your body in bed? The body in the bed, did you feel it? You're lying in bed and see that you've also gotten up? Well, yes, but afterwards it seemed to me that I had eaten something after all. But how did it seem to you? You went to the kitchen, or was there something nearby? I then felt myself in the kitchen. I was sleeping there, actually. Okay. Excuse me, I have this recurring question. Irina, why do you keep saying seemed? What makes you use that word? That is, what's the catch? What's missing? Yes, I simply don't know what it is anyway. For me, this is some mysterious stuff, as it were. That is, you can't sort through it, and so you're experiencing doubt. Now Igor should tell us what it was. Seems to me it was not a completely realized phase. During the first attempt, first of all, then there was a visualization, during which there again occurred a not completely realized phase. Okay, Igor, in the situation when Irina saw herself from the outside and stood up, as it were, what was that? That was visualization. But what does that mean? It appears to me that Irina saw herself and didn't imagine it. Yes, this feeling I was standing nearby, that is, what does that mean? It's clear she did not stand up herself, but what does that indicate? It indicates she was in the phase. Yes, she was already in the phase, and that's why her actions afterwards worked. Yes, you need to put your all into the technique more. No need to concentrate on what it seemed. Rather, you need to concentrate on your plan of action. Pour yourself into it. Yes, pour yourself into those sensations. That is, concentrate on those sensations that you have in the body standing at the mirror, the one that feels and touches. Now, Irina, help Igor sort through things. So I went to bed at 2 a.m., but woke up at 7:45 a.m. with my alarm clock. I stayed awake until 8:10, then went to sleep. I wasn't preoccupied with whether or not it would work. I fell asleep, I slept until 10:30. I woke up 3 times in the meantime. Each time I woke up, I immediately tried to imagine myself at the mirror. I imagined myself at the mirror. Afterwards, I was able to fall safely back asleep. That's all your attempts? All my attempts. Irina, what do you think that might be due to? He didn't get enough sleep? Feeling sleepy, not getting enough sleep, happens, right? Of course. If you hadn't gotten enough sleep, it'll be really hard for you. Naturally, you can enter the phase without having gotten enough sleep, but that's much harder. Here's a question. Maybe there simply wasn't that aggression we talked about here. Well, it's hard for it to appear when you want to sleep, but you're right. Let's look at it another way. Say Igor has gotten enough sleep but still falls asleep during attempts. In that case, the main factor would be a lack of aggression. That is, it should have been done intensely, and there's another reason why falling asleep might happen. Imagine not even Igor's situation if he had gotten enough sleep, but some person who is woken up and is starting to try to appear at the mirror. He tries, and falls asleep. Why might something like that still happen? One reason why you might fall asleep is if you drag out one of the steps of the actions. Say you try to appear at the mirror for 15 to 20 seconds instead of 3 to 5. Of course you'll fall asleep doing it, all the more so if you haven't slept enough, because you want to sleep. That is, dragging out techniques is a factor in falling asleep. And so, Irina, what should we advise Igor to do tomorrow, taking today's situation into account, for him not to drag out the mirror technique? And what else? To get enough sleep. You know, like on a day off, when you don't have to get up for anything, you sleep, wake up, and fall back asleep until it's almost lunchtime. At those moments, you're waking up in the phase the whole time. At any moment upon awakening, you can simply get up and go. It's the phase the whole time. You don't even need to think about it. The more you sleep, the more you get enough sleep, the more it works. Now raise your hands if today, or last night after the lesson, you slept, had some dream, and suddenly during the dream you realized it was a dream. Raise your hand if that happened to you today. Raise them and keep them up. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. This is outside the program, and I've given you a heads up about it. It might happen on its own, but it's also considered the phase, and we should carry out the same plan of action if we've become conscious while dreaming. What should be our first action upon awakening? The mirror. Our first task was to wake up and immediately appear at the mirror. Again, you don't need to immediately appear at the mirror your whole life during your practice of the phase. That's just our plan. Later, you'll change it, and will have any personal goal you want instead of the mirror. Raise your hand if you've woken up and immediately been able to appear at the mirror. Raise your hand if you've been able to. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Raise your hand if you've been able to immediately separate. That is, immediately stand up, immediately levitate, and so on. During a secondary exit doesn't count, we don't count it. What's to be done if you've turned up in paralysis? That's the phase 2. And how to separate in that situation? Well, if you're not scared, of course, because many are scared by paralysis, and there won't be any phase at that point. In fact, one may separate. Either gradually start moving or imagine yourself already standing somewhere, say next to your bed or at that goal of yours. That is, you avoid that movement and you're immediately standing somewhere. Or try to fly, for example. There are many options like that. This won't be in the statistics either, I'm counting just for me. Raise your hand if, in one situation or another during attempts, after techniques, you tried to separate, but it didn't completely work out as it were. Who had halfway separations today? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. This won't be in the statistics, it's just for me. For the teachers, I would like to say that halfway separations, when you ask how many there were, are usually an extremely good indicator of the lesson's effectiveness. That is, the more halfway separations, the better the results in other areas, as a rule. If you had halfway separations, that is, you started movements and it didn't completely work out, you were already in the phase. The problem is that you were unable to separate in the phase for one reason or another. Stick to it, change the direction you're moving in or return to a technique that was working, and then try to separate again. Raise your hand if you tried rotation, the rotation technique. It doesn't matter whether or not it worked, but that you tried to spin. If you tried, that's one of the basic techniques. Try it. Raise your hand if you've been able to twist, that is, rotation started. Despite the fact that it's the phase, we won't be counting it. That is, we'll only be counting those cases where you at least stood up. It really improves your success rate if, before waking up, before trying anything at all, you imagine you've turned over 180 degrees. Say you've woken up on your back. Imagine you're lying on your stomach and start doing techniques in that position. Your success rate will immediately go up. Raise your hand if you tried the swimming technique. Who suddenly swam somewhere? Visualization of the hands. Who tried to see their hands? Who had their hands appear or felt them? Now I'm imagining that I'm rubbing my hands. I imagine it quite vividly and even see them and so on, but now I'm rubbing them. And that's the difference in any case, no matter how vivid your imagination. And when I say that you should have felt them and seen them, you should have done just that. Did you feel them for real? That's what I'm asking about. But I didn't see those movements. You may or may not see them. You might just feel them. You might even hear them but not see or feel them. Doesn't matter. Any of those manifestations speak to the fact that you're in the phase. And the next time you simply get up, no need to do techniques. If your hands are there, get up and go. That's it. You're already in the phase. You can only make the whole process harder, and that's just what all of you are doing. Do I have to constantly explain to you all that you yourselves make everything harder? Why? Remember, I told you yesterday from the beginning that you have this stereotype that the phase is difficult, and you often simply aren't ready for it being so easy to do. It's working for you on its own, and you tell yourself, no, something isn't right, this can't be, it should be another way, it should be more difficult, and so on. And you yourself ruin everything. I'm often accused of exaggerating the easiness of the phenomenon, but it actually is easy. It's only difficult because you make a ton of mistakes. People often simply don't pay any attention to that. A few months ago, I went on the forum, and there's a thread where people describe their first experiences. I read one interesting post by a person. He wrote, "I tried too, but nothing was working for me, and then I found the best way to do it." That is, do everything like I did, and it will work for you too. I simply opened the textbook and found the place where all the mistakes are listed. I looked, and out of 16 mistakes, I made 10. I just fixed them, and everything worked for me right away. That is, people often say, I tried everything, it's not working for me. As a rule, they're making the full range of possible mistakes. You just need to fix them, and everything will become really easy. Deepening. Raise your hand if you've tried to imagine yourself walking around the room, touching everything, and so on. Raise your hand. Who was able to feel themselves walking around the room? Who did it work out for? Look, if you had slept before the phase and fell asleep after the phase, you might forget that experience. The phase has nothing to do with it. It has to do with human memory. You might wake up and do something, but it might disappear from your memory if you fall asleep right away. It's the same with the phase. If you fall asleep after it, your memories may disappear. Very often, people say, I remember that I was in the phase and it was realistic. And they come here and say, was I really in the phase after all? What actually went on with me? Because you fell asleep afterwards. Why are experiences during a daytime nap often the most vivid? Because the nap is short, and after the phase you usually don't sleep and remain conscious. And now, the key question for me, before the break, according to which I personally rate the effectiveness of the lessons. Raise your hand if one way or another, at least one task was completed, seeing the mirror or eating. So, for the lesson on theory, we have three main topics. First, a discussion of deepening. Deepening as stabilization of the state. Then comes maintaining. Then, we'll spend the most time on obtaining information: how, why, from where, what it is, and so on. Then we'll have a break. After the break, we'll reinforce another very important part of the indirect method, which will increase your future success rate many times. And so, our first task is deepening the phase. In this case, it's not about entering the phase, but stabilizing. Meanwhile, while we discuss deepening as a technique for stabilizing the state, you will better appreciate deepening as a technique for entering the phase. In fact, they're one and the same. Now I'll explain where the difference lies. Many misunderstand everything at first. Many think there's wakefulness. There's the phase, and what else? Sleep. Yes, sleep. And many take the view that there are three different states you can enter. Either you're awake, or you're in the phase, or you're asleep. That's quite a wrong view that makes it difficult to approach the phenomenon and what is actually happening to you. In fact, there's a spectrum of states, and it's a single one. These are all the various states of our consciousness, of our physiology, and not fixed states of some kind. For example, wakefulness is the entire spectrum of states that we call wakefulness. Say you've woken up and are lying down. You've awoken, as it were. You're lying half asleep. That's also considered wakefulness. You're at a training session somewhere, at some lessons. You're also in wakefulness, and in a very active state. When you're sleepy and tired, that's also wakefulness. If you're relaxing somewhere, drinking champagne with friends, that's also wakefulness. Though your brain is working differently there. That is, this is the spectrum of states that we call wakefulness. Sleep is the same. In non-REM sleep, either nothing occurs or there's some pointless monologue with oneself. Or some images and pictures appear. In REM sleep, entire episodes take place, including very realistic and nearly lucid ones, and we call it all sleep. That is, there's no fixed state of sleep, that's all untrue. And the point is that the phase also fits right in this picture. It's not just one state that you either are in or not in. It's an entire spectrum of states. Say you've woken up and it seems to you you've woken up and there's no phase at all. But in fact, you're lying in the phase. Or you've deliberately left a dream. Or you've separated, but your sensations are so vague that you can't even figure out if you're imagining them or they're real. That is, it's a very weak phase. Experiences can be realistic, 80 to 90% realism. The phase can be hyper-realistic, fully lucid and realistic. Sometimes you return back and you realize that some of your actions were the wrong ones. That is, there was something with your consciousness and you didn't fully wake up. Sometimes you have difficulty distinguishing where there was consciousness and where there wasn't, and you can't figure out what happened to you. What am I saying that for? We are striving for an ideal phase experience, one that's fully aware and realistic. But initially, it might start from wherever. And we've already encountered this many times today. People encounter a non-deepened phase, and it seems to them that nothing will work for them because of a lack of realism, of certain sensations. But in fact, you simply need deepening techniques. Look, there are an enormous number of techniques. You can read about them on our website, on the forum, and in our textbook. There's no point in listing them all. We'll talk about several mandatory ones tomorrow. That is, tomorrow you should come and tell me how you tried to deepen, and I'll give you some general information. All the rest is on the site, in the textbook, and so on. Kinds of techniques under sensory amplification. I've already told you that for us, sensations in the phase are like air here in reality. That is, you should feel sensations the whole time. You should feed on them. Why? Because first of all, if we speak of who I am now, you can say a lot about consciousness and where I came from, about destiny. But above all, I am my sensations, and I now feel that I'm standing here and I see you. Analysis of what is actually going on here occurs only against that backdrop, but above all, I am my sensations. If I want to appear in another place, so my own self appears there, I should move my sensations there. Before we talk about that, I would like to ask you all a question. Please tell me, what kind of freak we have here in the book? He's Penfield's homunculus. This freak here. You can pass it down your rows. If you're interested, have a look. It's this freak with enormous hands and a tiny little body. Who knows what this freak is? What is it? In fact, this freak is us. It's us from the point of view of our movements and sensations. They're both sensory and motor homunculi. That is, this freak with enormous hands is us from the point of view of our sensations. We see one another in the same proportions we do now, but from the point of view of our sensations, we have much greater perception in the hands. That's why the first thing we'll be talking about in sensory amplification is what? Yes, the hands. But why? Vision is even more important to us, so why aren't we discussing it right away? Because sometimes vision isn't there. Yes, because vision might not immediately be there. That's why palpation comes first, or recently I've been using the term feeling in to make it more distinctive. The main thing is not to make the typical mistake of thinking it's all done just for appearances, to wake up and just touch. You need to attentively, literally feel in all nearby objects, trying to palpate their texture and fine details. That is, you can touch your hands, you can touch your legs, and touch fine details. Meanwhile, deepening is carried out alongside the plan of action. Say I'm going to the mirror, and while I'm going to the mirror, I touch the walls, I rub my hands, grab some objects, scrutinize them, and at the mirror itself, I scrutinize the frame and its fine details. Then, if realism is still weak, while I'm going to the kitchen to eat something, I also scrutinize the wallpaper and small objects. You feel in everything nearby. You try to feel everything around. You feed on those feelings. You charge yourself with them. You pour yourself from one cup to another with that very feeling in. As a rule, several seconds are enough for vision to appear if it wasn't there initially. If vision is there, then we move on at once. But how to create vision if it isn't there? Who knows? Say I'm in the phase and I feel I'm standing and can palpate all nearby objects. We raise our hands or any other object to our eyes and then try to scrutinize them without opening our eyes. As a rule, your hands start to appear after several seconds and you see everything around you. The main thing is not to open your eyes because in a shallow phase, opening your eyes leads to the possibility of you opening them in real life. So be careful with opening your eyes. That's why you can close them 100 times without having opened them a single time. Peering and peering in. Looking at your hand is like this. That's not deepening. Most likely if you look at it like this, in just a few seconds you'll be lying in bed. And if we scrutinize the fine details of the palm from a close distance by focusing our eyes, even if it had all been dim, it will become more realistic right then as soon as you start to scrutinize. As a rule, several seconds are enough to scrutinize everything around. Again, while carrying out the plan of action, we touch and scrutinize everything, and realism increases. The main thing is the fine details of objects and to never ever stay too long. Palpation is the same. If you've gotten up and stood still, touching one place for a long time, that's the same as relaxation and you'll be thrown out. You constantly change it up. That is, you touch one thing, a second, and a third. It's the same with peering. Saw one object clearly? See the next object clearly. No need to look at one place for a long time. Look, so as not to be returned during deepening, do it only while carrying out your plan of action. Earlier I made a mistake. I wrote in the textbook and said at seminars, separate, deepen, and only then do your plan of action. That was a mistake. You need to deepen during the plan of action because people often have their phase end while they're deepening. That is, tomorrow, I won't be satisfied with stories about whether you were able to enter the phase. If it works for you, I'll need to hear how you were able to achieve a high level of realism. You enter the phase, but some sensations are lacking. Say vision is dim. What needs to be done in that case? Yes, focus your eyes, start scrutinizing. If bodily sensations are lacking, start to touch everything with your hands and it will come. Everything is quite simple. Are some sensations lacking? Sharpen them. Focus your attention on them, and they will start to improve right then. That is, it's all very simple. Now for general information, I'll list some other techniques for you. But this is mandatory on tomorrow's plan of action. Everyone should not only enter the phase, but also deepen it and tell how you did it. For general information, I'll list other techniques for you that can also be used. Remember how we said the phase may simulate expectations if control is not there? In deepening, this can be used without a hitch. After separating, focus your attention on being not somewhere out in the phase, but in being your physical body in physical reality. Well, of course, don't just stand there. You should go somewhere right then. Focus your attention on you walking in the physical world, in your physical body. That is, this self-deception occurs. You focus your attention on your being in reality with your real physical body. The phase becomes realistic right then. It plays along. That is, so we're in reality, okay, and you get reality. I found yet another technique on the forum. I simply went on the forum and deepening was being described in some thread. Say you enter the phase, you find a deepener device, and you press a button on it. I think some hold it in their hands, some like this, and the phase deepens. Did you test it on yourself? That's a separate issue, but naturally it might work. That is, you find a deepener that you press a button on and it works. There's the deepening technique of Stephen LaBerge, who popularized lucid dreaming. He simply used rotation when you start turning in place. Intensification of vibrations in the phase also leads to its deepening. In fact, there are an enormous number of techniques, but as a matter of principle, the most important one is your sensations. If your sensations are lacking, intensify them. That is, make them realistic. Try for the phase to always be as deep as possible. The point is that the deeper it is, the longer it will last. Does straining the brain also belong here? Straining the brain too. In the phase, it's creating vibrations. When I said intensifying and maintaining vibrations, straining the brain is a technique for their creation and intensification. Or straining the body without using muscles and chewing gum? Yes, but that's already maintaining. That's maintaining? Well, it can be deepening too, maintaining the phase. Prolonging the phase, you might call it. First, let's talk about how long you can be in the phase. That's a wider topic than deepening, and it's quite difficult to approach. I'd like to tell you right away that evaluating the duration of a phase, in time that is, in minutes and seconds, is one of the biggest mistakes you can make in your practice. Don't focus on how long you're in the phase in terms of minutes, seconds, and so on. That's a pointless, meaningless goal. Success at being in the phase should be evaluated only by completion of the plan of action and how many necessary, predetermined tasks you did. How much time it takes doesn't matter. What's important is that you have goals and accomplish them. A pointless, abstract goal like how many seconds or minutes you're there has no real justification. A goal in maintaining is necessary so that you can carry out your predetermined tasks. As regards how long you're in the phase, it's very individual. There are people who struggle with maintaining and are always quickly returned from the phase. We had a case at a seminar when one lady, her story was interesting. She had thought everyone who did the phase was crazy, or some kind of psycho. She had friends who did it, and her friends somehow persuaded her to try. She tried, and it turned out that she had a predisposition for it, and it worked for her quite easily. And they were at the seminar as a group. And once I talked about maintaining at the second lesson, she discussed at the third lesson how that really got to her because she didn't realize what it was about or what it was for. And out of spite, after entering the phase the first time, she simply started counting seconds. She counted to 300 the first time, and then to 600. The third time, she counted to 1,000. That's 15 minutes at least. Then she stopped counting and did something else there. Of course, while counting itself serves as a technique for maintaining, that's still quite a long time. So she came and said, I was there for 15 minutes. In fact, that's quite a lot. That's a clear predisposition in a person. It's pretty normal to be in the phase starting from 1 minute. A minute in the phase. That's already good. Now you're thinking, 1 minute, but that's so little. What to do with it? And indeed it is. What's a minute in physical reality? In 1 minute, I'm hardly able to go through the hallway and down the steps to get outside. That takes about a minute. I just went outside and that's it. I didn't manage to do anything else. In the phase, space is completely different. Fast translocation, fast finding of objects. And what happens to our psychology, to our consciousness? Remember, our consciousness, doesn't work with time, but with events. That's why when you don't do anything, time drags on slowly because the mind is not focusing on events. And vice versa. When there are lots of events, time flies, as they say. In the phase, you can quickly translocate. You appear somewhere quickly and you carry out goal number 1, 2, 3, and 4. And as a rule, somebody comes and says he wrote half a notebook about one experience. His hands shake as he talks about what happened to him there. Everything was so bright. Everything was so clear. At first he says, "Look, I was there half an hour." And then he goes into great detail about what happened to him and where he was. You listen, but based on experience, you realize that if it was a minute there, or possibly just half a minute, that's still something. That is, because of the many events, subjectively, it seems to you that you were there for much longer. So, when I speak of 1 minute, I'm speaking of 1 minute in the phase, which in effect is perceived by you as perhaps 5 or 10 minutes. If you would be in the phase for 10 real-life minutes, believe me, after a minute or two, you wouldn't know what to do next. It will seem to you like a whole day spent in the phase, or an entire eternity. It'll seem to you that you won't return to reality anymore because you've already been there too long, and so on. It's really like that. Several minutes in the phase are perceived as an entire day, an hour, and so on. So when I say 1 minute, don't get upset that that's really short. Believe me, in 1 minute you can repeatedly complete a several-item plan of action. And that's why I'm telling you not to get obsessed over time. You should obsess over performing tasks. That's why what's most important to me is a completed plan of action. That's what I'm emphasizing. How long you stay in the phase is of purely secondary importance. But regardless of your predisposition for how long you can naturally stay in the phase, the techniques we will now be discussing will multiply that length of time. That is, if you naturally can stay there for 5 minutes, you'll be able to for 10 to 15 minutes using these techniques. If you can naturally be there for 10 seconds, then we can simply extend the time you're in the phase for up to a minute. And so, there will be several things here. It's all much more difficult than deepening. First, we'll discuss the following. Raise your hand if today you had been in the phase, been returned to your body, and woke up afterwards. Raise your hand if that happened to you today. Thank you. Those are Group A techniques, that is, resisting ejection to wakefulness. Raise your hand if you fell asleep in the phase today in the middle of the process. Thank you. These are Group B techniques, resisting falling asleep. And there will also be Group C techniques. We'll speak about them separately. And so, our first task will be to go through all of the ways to resist being ejected to reality. First, I'll just say, but not write, that the deeper you're in the phase, the longer you'll be in it. So try for max deepening each time. That is, to get at least 80%, 90%, 100%. That is, the deeper the phase, the more stable it will be and the longer it will last. Is it possible for deepening not to work, despite all of the techniques you've done? There are cases where people are unable to deepen. For some people, there's a chronic problem with deepening. There are such cases, and unfortunately, I can't say whether or not the problem even has a solution, because I don't know whether mistakes are being made. Well, I've encountered practitioners who say they are unable to completely deepen. They're either making mistakes or they're naturally like that. It has something to do with psychology, right? It might simply have something to do with psychology. In fact, everything we're discussing yesterday, today, and tomorrow is 90% pure psychology. And so how to resist an ejection into reality? The same sensory amplification, but as needed or constant. What is constant sensory amplification? When you're in the phase, no matter where you go, no matter what you do, you feed on sensations the whole time, even in a deep phase. That is a deep, realistic phase, but you still constantly try to touch and scrutinize everything. That is, the whole time you feed on those sensations, you feel them the whole time. It's like air in real life. Or, the second option, do it as needed. Say you're in a realistic phase, you feel that it will suddenly start to fade away and distort as if everything would end right now. And at that moment, you start to touch and scrutinize everything again. That is, you essentially employ deepening and return to the phase. It's constant or as-needed sensory amplification. That is, as soon as the need arises, you start to replenish the lost sensations right away. From the same place we got the deepener, we also have the maintainer device. You walk in the phase, and as soon as you're losing it, you press this button, and it deepens you. Hooking on to the phase. Say you're in the phase, and you abruptly start losing it. You don't manage to do anything in time, including scrutinizing and palpation. You can always press your hands together. That is, you always have your hands on hand. And you suddenly feel that everything is fading away, distorting. All is lost, and you'll turn up in your body. And that's when you press your hands together. The idea, the point, is that you suddenly get sensations. You're lying in bed, you feel your body, you feel your room and your bed. But inasmuch as you've pressed your hands together there, you won't feel your physical hands. You feel only the hands that are pressed together. And starting from them, you can wiggle again and enter the phase, that is, hooking onto the sensations. Not necessarily the hands, you can grab onto some object. And your tongue, bite your lip, that is, hook onto something with your sensations. One guy told us one of the funniest things I've heard at a seminar. He walked through the street in the phase, having felt it was all ending. He remembered that technique, but what to grab? He grabs a lamppost, and he said he was already lying at home, still holding the lamppost, embracing it. And starting from that lamppost, he resumed the phase again. That is, hook onto sensations. Forced falling asleep. What is it? Walking in the phase, you feel it's starting to end. Actually, it also works for deepening. You feel the phase is ending, that it will end now. You already start to feel it. You simply lie down directly in the phase as if you wanted to sleep for several seconds. Just lie down anywhere, on the floor, on the ground, and for several seconds, as if you were falling asleep for real. But don't fall asleep, just act like you're falling asleep. In literally 2 to 3 seconds, get up, and the space will be stabilized and clear. Might you fall asleep like that? Of course. That's why I said 2 to 3 seconds, otherwise you'll fall asleep. Be very careful with this. That is, imagine falling asleep. In fact, with training and practice, you won't even have to lie down. False awakening can be reproduced along the way. And indeed, that will immediately return you back to the phase. Again, there are an enormous number of techniques. It's pointless to list them all now here. Now, the next topic is resisting falling asleep. How for us to not fall asleep in the phase? There are a couple of key points here. 1. Constantly realize falling asleep is a possibility. That is, you should constantly realize that you might zone out and fall asleep. It might seem trivial, but constant awareness of the fact that you might zone out really focuses your attention and consciousness. That is, knowing that you might zone out, you proceed much more attentively during certain events, not getting sidetracked. And that maintains your awareness. Meanwhile, the most important factor is probably remain an observer. I'll explain now what remain an observer means. Of course, it's not an exact term, but what's the idea? People make me do something there. That's just what I was getting to. Say you're walking along the street in the phase, and you see how a bunch of people are discussing something there. You become interested in what they're discussing there. You go up, and there's something interesting there. You realize you're in the phase, but you're interested in commenting or saying something. And you join in a side event that was happening on its own, without you initiating it. If you intervene in those events, the probability of you falling asleep while communicating with that group of people is very high. That's why you should try to follow only your predetermined goals. I'm going there, I'm doing this, I'm not getting sidetracked by some small stuff. Since it was stated correctly that if you get sucked into something, you'll probably fall asleep, and the experience will turn into a regular dream. Back when I still lived in Moscow, there was an interesting case I wanted to tell you about. It often happens that you tell people things that you yourself forget about. I talked about food at the seminar then, too, and here I've entered the phase, and I think about how I haven't eaten anything in the phase in a while. I go up to the refrigerator, open it, and it's full of processed cheese. It's overflowing. In real life, I love processed cheese. I really do love it. But in the phase, I thought, there might be something tastier than processed cheese. I think, okay, I'll go carry out my plan of action. I try to close the refrigerator door, but the cheeses fall out. I start to put them back and try to close the door again, but they fall out again. That's when I fell asleep and the phase ended. That is, being in the habit of always having to close the refrigerator door ejected me. I was unable to close the door as the cheeses fell out. I picked them up and tried to close the door again, but they fell out again. We have to beat it into us from childhood to close the refrigerator door. We have that habit all the time. Even in the phase, it knocked me out of the experience immediately in that case. This brings us to some interesting points. Look, We can wake up from the phase and enter wakefulness. We can fall asleep. Tell me, please, what else can happen to us? Here's a shocking fact. In the absolute majority of cases, when it seems to you that it's all over and you've returned to reality, you're still in the phase. Those are so-called false awakenings. I'm emphasizing it again that this is especially true for experienced practitioners. The more experience you have, the more often it happens. And that brings us to our next point. How to figure out whether you've returned from the phase or are still in it. That is, we're now approaching a fundamental key point. What's the difference between worlds? What's the difference between when I'm in reality and in the phase? For example, if I was in the phase and was turned back, how to figure out if that was indeed what happened? Test the laws of physics. We'll talk about that right now. A challenge for you. Prove to me now that I'm in reality. Your nose, if you pinch it, if you can breathe, then you're in the phase. Pinch your nose. A well-known technique, especially in the West, is to try to breathe through a pinched nose. We conducted an experiment at our research center with a group of volunteers. We sent them tasks. We asked them to deliberately, they knew they were in the phase, breathe through a pinched nose. It turned out that even if someone knew they were in the phase, their first attempt to breathe through their pinched nose was successful in only 1 person in 3. Half of the rest think, okay, since I'm in the phase, I should breathe. And then they breathe. A third still can't. It turns out that technique can be used for verification, but that the technique might not work anyway. You can also try to do something impossible. Raise your hand if you've had a phase experience where you couldn't fly while knowing you were in the phase. Can you describe it? Yes, I was in the phase. I really wanted to both create fire and levitate, and nothing at all was successful. At first, it might seem that the phase is this world where everything is possible, where you go 1, 2, 3, and everything happens on its own, like magic. The deeper the phase, the more it becomes similar to what? To reality. And our abilities become the same way, practically. That's why levitating in the phase turns out not to be so easy. Sometimes you even need to train for it, too. That is, we can't verify in that way. Sure, it might work, but might not. What other ideas do you have? Try to morph into someone. To morph into someone. Well, if levitating doesn't work, then morphing is also going to be difficult. In the movie Inception, there's this totem. How did the main character check where he was? He had a spinning top and would spin it. How did he figure out whether or not he was in the phase? If it falls, it's real life. Right, if the spinning top fell, it meant the main character was in real life. And now tell me, can you test whether you're in the phase that way? No. Why not? Because it may or may not fall. Yes, the top might fall in the phase. It looks cool in the movies. Practically everything in that movie clearly isn't true. But the fact that there is such a movie about our topic, that's really great. Reading text? Yes, text can often fade away, but then again, not always. But it may change. But if you're reading text and it's normal at first, if you look away for a little while, it will change. Yes, it might change, but then again, the key word is might. And what if you put your hand in fire? Hand in fire. And if you're in real life? In real life, you're burn your fingers. So you're ready to get burned to find out where you are? We had a case where a lady also proposed cutting off her arm. She goes, "Whoa, I cut my arm off. Aha, I'm in reality." Look in the mirror? But what do you see in the mirror? Why do we need to look in the mirror to check where we are? Because in real life, there will always be a reflection, but not in the phase. But in the phase, it's conceivable that there will be a real reflection there too. It's possible, but it's more likely that it won't be quite realistic. One of the best methods, I'd like to emphasize this is not absolute, is hyperconcentration. Peer into the fine details of objects from a close distance. At first, when you look, it will come into sharp focus, but when you continue to focus your attention for a long time on some small object, the space will not hold up against excessive concentration, and it begins to distort, get smoky, dissolve, change color, and so on. But even that method is not absolute. There is no 100% way to determine whether or not you're in the phase. But having conducted several tests, say with a pinched nose and hyperconcentration, the first test tells you you're in reality, while the second test indicates that you're in the phase. There's a psychological aspect. The very fact that you've returned from the phase and have doubts as to where you are means there's a 90% chance that you're still in the phase. The question was, but you need to check? If you don't check, what will happen? You've been returned to the body, let's say, and weren't able to enter the phase again. You've gotten up, walked around, and fallen asleep because you woke up in the phase, or you don't realize that you're still in the phase until something unusual happens. Now, a few rules for maintaining. Some of them will each help to enormously prolong being in the phase. The same goes for maintaining. Number 1, you need intensity the whole time. The whole time you should be doing something, striving for something, carrying something out. From stories of experiences as a rule, I foresee what will happen ahead of time. Say somebody comes and says he separates from his body, goes to the window, and starts scrutinizing. I already know he'll say next that the phase ended. Why? Because he lost his focus. Right, he went up, relaxed, and starts scrutinizing the space from far away. In order to have intensity, what do we need? There should be a plan of action with 2 to 3 items. Moreover, they should be predetermined. I always have a plan of action at every moment. Even right now, I'm recalling my plan of action while I'm talking about it. Because what if I'm in the phase now? That is, I always know my plan of action. I always know what I'll be doing in the phase. You can always tell apart an experienced and advanced practitioner by his or her having a plan of action, and for each phase at that. Clearly, if you have 10 phases a night, maybe you don't always get to your plan, but that's your choice. But a plan should always be there. For that very reason, a plan of action was mandatory for you. Before, when I didn't give a specific plan of action, I told people, you can do this, you can do that, you can do X, you can do Y, the choice is up to you. Everyone would say, yeah, we're making our choice. And as a result, people would enter the phase and stand around, oops, what's next? There are billions of possibilities, which of them to choose? As a result, I got sick of watching that and I started giving everybody a mandatory plan. Earlier, people would stand up, separate, and say, what's next? They'd putz around, think about something, and the phase is up. Now you have the mirror, food, and your personal goal. You stand up and go carry it out on autopilot. And the fact that you're striving to carry out the first task, then the second, and then the third, that maintains it for you. And the quality of phases during seminars increased substantially, as did their duration, because people began striving to carry out tasks. Meanwhile, here's advice for how to use the plan of action. Say your first task is to go to the mirror. While you're going to the mirror, you're already thinking of your next task. You go up to the mirror, task 1 complete. That's it, you go right for the food. While you're going for the food, you're already thinking of what comes next in your mind. And what you get is this kind of rope. You simply pull yourself along it and you intuitively perform all the necessary actions to keep yourself in the phase. That is, a plan of action is highly necessary for having a high-quality experience. Now look, trying sensory amplification and deepening was mandatory for you all. And now there's one more mandatory thing for tomorrow that I'll require from everybody who enters the phase. That's secondary exit. What does it look like? You come tomorrow and say, I entered the phase, went right for the mirror, and carried out the task. Right then, I was returned back, and we all ask together, and? And you say, I tried to separate again right then to make it to the mirror and so on. Remember, a typical phase is not where you enter it once and are turned back. As a rule, you enter the phase 3 to 4 times in a row. That counts as a single phase. That is, you returned from it and you up and go into action right away as if you had just woken up. Should there be 5 plans? What? Should there be 5 plans or one for all? Actually, it's enough to carry it out once. But at our seminars, so as not to get mixed up, we keep doing the same thing for now. Later, naturally, the task will change, as long as it's not a difficult task. I have experiments that are sometimes exactly the same for months at a time in order to obtain specific data. But why does secondary exit work so often? Because the absolute majority of returns to the body are false ones. The absolute majority. That's what we take advantage of with secondary exit. I can't translocate anywhere. I'm typically returned to my body during translocation. In order to not be returned when translocating with closed eyes, you need to focus your attention on already walking somewhere, for example, around Paris. That is, do it dynamically, not statically. But I try to think I'm being transported right now. Those are different techniques. There's a technique where you close your eyes, focus your attention, and fly. Yes, but I'm often thrown back out instead of flying. But there's a technique where you focus your attention on your sensations. You walk and simply close your eyes, focusing your attention on your being in Paris, for example, or on the moon, and so on. You open your eyes and you're there. Or I'm flying and I fly back to my body. That's a sign of insufficient focus on your destination. It's easier to open a door. The simplest translocation technique is translocation while separating. When you start rolling out, focus your attention on your already being in the place you need. You'll roll out immediately there. Now we have a broad and interesting topic. Which one? Information. Yes, obtaining information in the phase. Tell me, please. What's behind our ability to obtain information from the phase? Tell me all the possibilities and I'll simply list them. The subconscious, say, a field of information. What else? The Akashic records. I don't know what those are, but I'll still put them here. The hologram principle, maybe? Because everything in the universe is also in people. Fine, I don't know what the hologram principle is, but I'll write it down. Now you'll understand why. Why did I write out everything here? In doing so, I wanted to show that regardless of your views of the nature of the phenomenon, if you assume something esoteric and mystical is at the root of this phenomenon, then what is the source of knowledge for you? Fields of information, the Akashic records, and holograms. From your point of view, that's the explanation for the opportunities of the phase. If you're a pragmatist, you think it's the subconscious, the power of the mind, and so on. That is, something very interesting and unique arises. Regardless of how you explain the nature of the given phenomenon, there's an explanation for where information might come from there. That's why we will never be discussing theories. They aren't important. What's important is that it exists, and no matter from which side you approach it, information can be obtained from there. Let's discuss things that are more concrete. Exactly what kind of information there might be. Here's what's most interesting. I'm jumping ahead. How to get it? In fact, that's not so hard a question. And how to verify it? That's also not so hard, provided you have the right approach to the issue of what information might be available there. But before talking about the information itself, I would like to ask you all a question. We'll carry out an experiment. Raise your hand if you think you can find out everything in the phase, that is, there are no limitations. Don't be shy, raise your hands. Okay, thanks. Raise your hand if you think there's some limitation in the phase. 50-50. And now, another question as a follow-up. Say your baseline knowledge is 1. That's all the knowledge and know-how of your brain, your mind, everything you know and know how to do. Your baseline intellect is 1. Tell me, would you refuse a chance to get 2? Not even 2. Would you refuse an offer for a 25% increase in your brain power? A quarter more? Nobody would refuse? That is, that's not so bad to know at least a quarter more. At least by 25%, nobody would refuse. But if, I don't know, you could know 3 times as much, could you imagine knowing twice as much? You can't even imagine it, because you're at the limit of your own knowledge. A small increase, in fact, offers an insane amount of opportunity. Many of you dream of knowing everything. Perhaps everything is possible, but admit it, even if you could double your knowledge in real life, that's not bad, to put it lightly. That's genius level. And now for the most interesting part. I'm quite a pragmatist and a materialist. I try to approach this phenomenon in as down-to-earth a way as possible. Even from my pragmatic viewpoint, our baseline brain power can be increased by at least 1,000 times. And that's the power of the phase. Meanwhile, knowing 25% or 3 times more is not that bad from the most down-to-earth point of view. Your minimum brain power there is about 1,000 times greater than what you know and know how to do now. That resource is so enormous that the main problem using it is not knowing how to use it. It's so enormous, but you approach this issue so primitively that nothing can work out for you because you aren't aware of the sheer magnitude of what you've encountered. That's why difficulties arise, as a rule. Can you explain it using a specific example? Say I know 30 words in Chinese. Using them, will I then be able to know 3,000 words? No, we'll talk about that in just a moment, and you'll clearly realize which direction you went off in. What's most important right now is to understand what exactly this 1,000 includes, what is included in these numbers. I'll give you a few examples, and you yourselves will explain it to me. Say we have a group. Over here we have practitioners who always go off in the wrong direction. As soon as somebody takes up the phase, and I've gone through this, everyone does, they suddenly realize that you can obtain information from the phase or suspect that it's there. And that's where they get the idea of carrying out an experiment. They want to prove to everyone that you can obtain information from the phase. What's the experiment to conduct? Suggest something. Find out the future. Some simple experiment would prove I can find out something there that I don't know in real life. How about finding out what tomorrow's weather will be? Some historical fact, appear in some place. The simplest is to find something at home and then check whether it's there. That is, put some unknown playing card on the dresser, for example, and in the phase you fly there, take a look, and then tell people. So in fact, the experiments that you proposed are of the same type. You'll see in a second. Say a person had a phase encounter and inadvertently obtained information. It worked. He thinks, okay, now I need to prove it in an experiment, and he sets up an experiment with a deck of cards, for example. Until then, it had worked inadvertently, but in completely different circumstances. And he sets up the experiment with playing cards and nothing works. Cards in the phase coincide with real-life ones as chance would predict. They come up with the same probability as if you were to pull them out and read them at random. Sure, many people may tell you they can do it. For some, it supposedly has worked. Believe me, as soon as it comes to real experiments so somebody can prove something, all those people disappear somewhere. And now another group of people, a specific case from a seminar. Somehow, I don't remember how many years ago, at least 2 or 3 years ago, a young man, an engineer, had taken it up. And he talked about this specific situation in his life. He had worked, perhaps still does, at a company that makes robotic artificial limbs. They had a task. They needed to make their own version of a foreign-made artificial limb, but at a fraction of the cost. They had a hand and needed to insert all the parts into it. The main task was for each phalange of the robotic hand to be controlled separately. Even our own fingers are controlled from here by the tendons. That's why we can't bend our phalanges separately as a rule. Their task was for each phalange to be controlled separately. They had small motors, special joints that needed to be inserted into those fingers. The problem was that all of the mechanisms that they used apparently didn't fit together, which was clear even from a passing glance. I think he said there were about 5 people, and they couldn't do it because the parts didn't fit. That is, they couldn't put in those joints however they tried. Their inputs didn't allow them to insert those joints and those little motors into each phalange separately. And he told us how he entered the phase, and I don't remember exactly, but I think he opened some cabinet there and found the prototype hand that he had been looking for. He looked at how everything had been done on it, and he brought in a prototype hand with working fingers to show the class. And he says, us engineers, we tried to make this but couldn't. I looked in the phase and found a prototype hand and recreated it. Here it is. In real life, we had been unable to do it. Now tell me, where's the difference? Moreover, I can give you a ton of such cases and tell you about these people over here and those people over there. Goal setting. What? Goal setting. And what's the difference between those goals? In that one, he imagined it and it was already there. He worked backwards, as it were. Belief. No, that could have been in real life too. Those people believed too. The same could have been done in real life too. They simply hadn't gotten there yet. He used the power of his own mind, actually, based on all his accumulated experience, and that's how he created a prototype. But how to determine whether the information he obtained had already been in his brain? Therein lies the key, in fact. There was already some prototype there, and you think it over both in real life and outside real life, in the phase, that is. And you hit upon the idea in the phase naturally. In fact, that's not exactly right. You'll see why in a second. What's the difference between this approach and that one? Some people do something to achieve something, or to find out how to achieve it themselves. Meanwhile, others want everything at once, for the phase to tell them some combination to a safe. Another difference is that there's a test there. Closer, closer. That is, what did they do? They're just testing. They tried to test whether it's possible. And what are these people doing? These people are striving right for an outcome. Look, it's all quite simple. The problem is with abstract tasks. What makes the situation so comical? You set yourself the task of carrying out some experiment to prove it's all possible, and you set some abstract and unnecessary goals that don't pan out. People have been carrying out such experiments for years. Moreover, they'll always be carried out from generation to generation. But over here, a person sets himself the specific, essential task of obtaining information immediately. And it starts to work. And the paradox lies in the fact that everything included in that 1,000 is all you really need. What do you really need? What information? What should it be about? What do you need in life? Health. What else? Knowledge. Well, what knowledge? What should it be about? Personal life. What else? Work, study, creativity. Where to find lots of clients. That's also work. We'll put that under work. Look, everything you really need, real-life goals that are really necessary in everyday life, not invented, abstract ones where it's not clear who needs them or for what, but what you really need, that's all included in that 1,000. That's all really within reach. It all really works. And that's an amazing paradox. When you set some abstract goals, nothing works. If you go right for your necessary goal, for one that's really necessary, then everything works. Example number 2. People often say, that means I won't find out the last name of some guy named Julio who lives in Honduras on street XYZ, like a TV psychic. That means I won't be able to find that out in the phase. I won't be able to obtain this or that information. That's when I ask, but in real life, why do you need to know the last name of Julio who lives on street XYZ in Honduras? After all, that's not what you need in your life. What you need in your life are work, study, creativity, personal relationships, and so on. Health. And that's what you'll really use. And the paradox is that that's all included in the information available in the phase. Everything we really need is there. If you wisely choose the information to be obtained from the very beginning, far fewer difficulties will arise. If you choose some abstract goals for yourself, you'll encounter enormous problems or might become totally disappointed. And now, let's talk about how exactly you can obtain information in the phase. Ask for it. Yes, yesterday we discussed the easiest method, an animate object. You simply enter the phase and ask somebody. Ideally, the object has some tie to the information being obtained. What else? I had a case where I entered the phase for the first time. I wanted to get in touch with somebody, but I still didn't know how. I saw a landline. I picked up the phone and called. Yes, that works. Inanimate objects, that is, phase objects, using something. Right, something. That's books, notes, and the internet, for example. My girlfriend told me she turned on the television and watched it on TV. Yes, you change channels until you find the one you need. There's good reason I talked about the internet. When I first took up the phase, I didn't even have a computer. One didn't materialize until I was writing my first book. Of course, there was no internet access. I didn't even really understand what the internet was. And naturally, I used the computer in the phase. I went through folders, found the files I needed, and so on. Let's put it another way. The phase is promoted as an alternative to the virtual world, among other things. What do people do here? They sit from morning to evening at their keyboard on the internet. They say, that's it, time for bed, time to enter the phase. They lie down, leave their body, and again it's back to the keyboard, Google, and they ask for the answers they need. And it really works. Even at seminars, that's been talked about several times. Inanimate objects. What else? How else may information be obtained in the phase? You may, instead of talking to somebody or reading about something, enter a situation you want to find out about. That is, the episode technique. For example, you've lost something, and focus your attention on that object. You're brought to it, and you see where you could have lost it. Or some situation happened with somebody, and you want to know exactly what happened. And you enter that very situation and see what might have happened there. There's something I underappreciated for a long time, and in doing so probably made another mistake. Literally a few years ago, I realized that one of the most interesting ideas escaped me for a long time. I had always considered the presence of some object necessary for obtaining information in the phase, because a stable object is more manageable, as it were. And obtaining information from it is seemingly easier. And other methods in which I don't come into direct contact with the phase space seemed inferior to me, because I didn't see or touch anything. It seemed to me it was all wrong, that it was all hard to control. But in fact, there's another way to obtain information. Consider all the previous techniques to be go-betweens. Look, we've listed what the source of information might be, right? And it turns out that the techniques are interpreters of sorts that translate into a language that we understand. You're talking with a person, and he's been created by some unknown source, or he's some entity, but he's speaking in a language we understand about things we understand. It's the same if it's written in a book. Somebody wrote that book. How else did the text get there? That is, what am I getting at? You can find out directly. Directly, that is, obtaining information right from the source. Any ideas as to how to do that? That's how it always goes for me anyway. How exactly? I set myself the challenge of finding my teacher. While I didn't find him, his voice was there. I would have a question, and a voice would respond to me, provide an answer, and show video clips. Okay, regarding the voice, that's also an interesting thing. Overall, it's hard to describe it. Why? You ask yourself a question regarding yourself, as it were. At that moment, you either hear an answer or you get the feeling you were told it, but realize you didn't hear anything. Right, and I often get the feeling of telepathic communication because there are no words and the information is felt non-verbally. Yes, meanwhile, you might get the feeling that somebody told you. That is, you understand nobody told you, but the feeling somebody told you is real. Or recall what you ate for dinner yesterday. You can recall any information you need in the phase in just the same way. That is, you try to recall something that you don't in fact know, but you try to recall it and you recall it as if you actually knew it. And so, directly obtaining information is unique in that you can get it straight from the source. Moreover, it's much faster, naturally. And most importantly, and Yaroslav talked about this, and what amazed me almost the most is that the direct information channel is much wider. In order to use an animate object, you need to be in the phase space with the created objects. But remember, we said that if you've just woken up, you're already in the phase. Yes, the phase is not well formed, the space is not there, but you're in the phase. That is, it turns out that the channel is open, and what amazed me the most was that obtaining information directly works not only in the phase itself, but both before and after the phase. That is, you're returned back, you lie in this transitional state, and you can easily continue obtaining information. That is, the space is not well formed. Perhaps because it's not well formed, it might work even better. That is, in that situation, you continue to use the phase even when you're returned from it. That is, in a transitional state. Here we recall all kinds of various stories of breakthroughs when in sub-waking states, while falling asleep, awakening, napping, and relaxing. That's precisely when ideas often come. And here, we see that the phase is much broader and can definitely tie in to all this. That is, directly obtaining information is unique in that it works even when you haven't separated, but you're lying in your body, as it were, but are at the same time nonetheless in the phase. And now, what is it mandatory for us to discuss in the context of obtaining information? How to verify it, of course. Excuse me, does anybody have bottled water? I won't drink it, I just need a bottle with water in it. There you are, thanks. What's your name? Anatella. Tell me, what does Anatella have in her bottle? Water. Why, have you tried it? Vodka. Yaroslav thinks it's vodka, but we don't know. We're assuming. We're assuming, of course, but there might even be vodka in here. We're in Russia, after all. Moreover, I said I won't be trying it. Anatella immediately brightened up after finding out nobody would try it, and then handed over her bottle. In the phase, for example, I found a bottle with liquid. I tried it. Water. I put it out to the side and thought, but maybe it's vodka. I bring it up and smell it immediately. I tasted it and tried the effect, which can continue into real life. We'll talk about that more tomorrow in the context of self-healing. But what's the point here? Look, we talked about how in a deep phase, levitating might not work. You might not walk through the wall there. It's just as hard as in real life. But water easily turns into vodka. Tell me, why? Because you yourself are having an influence. But why can't I influence the wall? Information transmits better through a liquid. Look, we're not coming into contact with differences in properties right now. And that's why the wall's outwardly stable, like all the space around. However, we aren't interacting with the differences between water and vodka, the smell, the taste, and so on. That's actually one of the fundamental properties of the phase, why we can easily translocate through a door when it's closed. We go to the door and the space behind it is unstable. We aren't interacting with it, and that's why we can translocate whenever we want using the door technique. It's the same with the water in the given case. Inasmuch as we don't come into contact with a difference, we're not hooked onto the differences with our sensations. And that's why we can relatively easily change water into vodka and so on. What does that have to do with obtaining information? You've found some object and are communicating with it. The object itself is outwardly stable, like this liquid. It's stable, you can see it, you can feel it and scrutinize it. It's absolutely authentic, an absolutely ideally created object. No computer program can render such a detailed person. After all, he has his own behavior, that is, the complexity of the object is thousands and even millions of times that of any computer program. In an instant, your internal brain power creates a super space that has its own behavior that fully complies with the laws of physics and so on. Now then, the object looks real and you start to talk to it, and you have doubts. There's something you're afraid to find out. Or you want something to be a certain way, the way you want. And these doubts arise that turn water into vodka. That is, you can influence an object. It might say what you want or what you don't want, what you're afraid of. As a result, the object's fully formed, but due to your mistakes, your inadvertent influence on it, the information starts distorting. As a result, when talking to an object, there's no guarantee that you'll get reliable information. You'll have to know some ways to ensure you get the information you need and ensure its truthfulness. Tell me, how do we figure out whether or not information is true? Ask again? We'll put it all in one group, linguistic tricks. Ask the question again, rephrase the question. That is, if you are told something, take exactly the same question and ask it again. To your surprise, with a straight face, the object might give the exact opposite answer in just a few seconds. What's that a sign of? Not completely true information. Right, you did something wrong. And you need to be careful with trusting such information. It might be false. What else can be done? Use an alternative method for obtaining the same information. An alternative method of obtaining information. That is, you tried one method for obtaining information, and then you tried another to get the same answer. What else? Try to ask a test question, that is, some basic question. For example, what's my name, or how old am I? Watch how an object reacts to basic questions. There might also be follow-up questions. After all, you're not at a fortune teller's. You can ask, but why? That is, ask for evidence that everything is really so, right when obtaining information. Or ask a follow-up question. And one more thing, the most important one. Regardless of what your tests indicate, before using information in real life, especially if it means doing something serious, try in real life to verify the information you obtained. So you don't find yourself in some stupid situation. I've seen many such examples. Real-life verification. What's the probability of answers being true? You know, results can vary a lot. If you go the wrong route, they'll all be wrong. Absolutely all of them, no matter what you do. For example, you have a serious question and you go and grab an object saying, "You better start talking, it'll probably go silent." And even if it does say something, then you're pressuring it, and excessive desire will force it to remain silent or say something untrue. So do everything as if it didn't matter to you, as if in passing. I can't give you even a general accuracy percentage because that's impossible. It depends on what information it is and how you do it. However, if you try to obtain specific and needed information, there's a very high level of probability that you'll be able to do it immediately. Please note, specific and necessary information. The more abstract your question, the more abstract the answer you'll get. I can even give you some examples. For example, what's an abstract question? What's the meaning of my life? That's an abstract question. That is, I know of many stories where people are looking for answers to some abstract and made-up question. That kind of question has no relevance to real life, practical matters, and so on. Here's another example. There's a masculine and feminine approach to obtaining information. The feminine approach is, what's waiting for me in the future? What's in my future? The masculine approach is, how do I obtain a specific goal? How do I do that in the future? Obviously, I'm on the masculine side, and so I advise you to pursue goals. Maybe I'm just throwing around labels when it comes to the masculine and feminine approach, but still, pursuing a goal is the better path. That is, it's better to strive to accomplish some task than try to learn some abstract answer from your future. Look, the topic is very interesting. In fact, we've only touched the tip of the iceberg here. If you're interested, there's a new version of the textbook. It goes into a little more detail on the topic and some new developments. It's one of the most fascinating topics, and it may well motivate you. That is, as soon as tomorrow, you can try out something from this field, and that will be additional motivation to enter the phase tomorrow. What's our main task? We're now going to practice awakening, simulating it. There's this one secret here. Look, yesterday we discussed aggressively entering the phase no matter what, intensely. That is, we literally broke into it and did all the techniques, literally, no matter what, by concentrating on our actions. In fact, there's another alternative. If you're unable to enter the phase at full speed, intensely and aggressively, then you may enter using the quite interesting technique of forced falling asleep. It's simulating falling asleep or forcing yourself to fall asleep. Abrupt relaxation is also similar. The idea is that instead of a standalone technique or together with techniques, you act as if you wanted to fall asleep. If an aggressive approach doesn't get results, then performing actions as if one wanted to fall asleep will substantially improve your success rate. First, let's practice forced falling asleep, and then we'll include it in our procedure, and then we'll practice everything together. So close your eyes. On the count of 3, in the most literal way possible, try to abruptly fall asleep. 1, 2, 3, fall asleep. Fall asleep, fall asleep. Right now you want to abruptly fall asleep, to sink into sleep. Fall asleep, fall asleep, fall asleep, fall asleep. Done. Do nothing. Please note there's no need to get lost in thought, no need to analyze. In the most literal sense, try to abruptly fall asleep or abruptly relax. It's similar to abrupt relaxation. 1, 2, 3, fall asleep. Sink into sleep right now. Fall asleep, fall asleep, fall asleep. Done. Do nothing. As a standalone technique, it is performed for literally a few seconds. 1, 2, 3, fall asleep. Fall asleep, fall asleep, sink. Try to abruptly fall asleep right now. Done. During a real attempt at using forced falling asleep upon awakening, it's important not to fall asleep, as it's very easy to fall asleep for real. So you catch that last just a bit more and I'll fall asleep moment. At that moment you can either separate or the technique will start to work. That is, try not to miss it, because you can fall asleep in a moment. 1, 2, 3, fall asleep. Done. Do nothing. This technique's unique. The point is that as soon as you run into problems, say techniques don't work, or you aren't able to separate, or you're unable to separate completely at any difficult moment, add forced falling asleep in parallel to your actions, or as a standalone technique, and the problem will be solved right there. Mainly thanks to forced falling asleep a few years ago, I was able to improve the success rate upon awakening from 70% to nearly 100%. That is, in those cases when aggression and intensity don't help, I begin to do all the actions as if falling asleep right then. Then everything starts working after doing it intensely didn't work. 1, 2, 3, fall asleep. Literally try to fall asleep now. Done. Do nothing. Recall a situation when you needed to get some sleep, but time was short, but you definitely had to get some sleep. And you lie down for that half an hour or 20 minutes and try to fall asleep abruptly. 1, 2, 3, fall asleep. Done. Do nothing. The main thing is not to fall asleep. This is a simulation of falling asleep, the first step of falling asleep. You shouldn't fall asleep for real. It's as if you trick your brain. It thinks, we're sleeping. Well, all right, and kicks back into the right state. 1, 2, 3, fall asleep. Done. Relax. In class, I discovered the effectiveness of this method in these symptomatic situations that constantly happen. A person comes in and talks about how he or she tried to do something, cycled techniques, and nothing worked. Then, he or she usually says, I decided to simply fall asleep in order to try again the next time. And then once he or she decided to fall asleep, everything starts to happen. Once on the forum, I read a post by a guy about how he understood forced falling asleep. He read about it in a textbook, watched the video seminar, and tried, but nothing worked. Here he describes the situation when he tried forced falling asleep again, but nothing worked. That's when, he says, I decided to just fall asleep seeing as nothing was working, and right then it worked, and right then I realized that it was simply necessary to try to fall asleep without falling asleep. That is, no need to go off the beaten path. We just practiced standalone use of forced falling asleep as a technique. You can do it that way too. For example, instead of rotation, instead of hand visualization, you can simulate falling asleep for a few seconds. But you will have a somewhat different task. Last night, we did everything intensely. Tonight, you will continue intensely and aggressively no matter what, but only if you fall asleep all the time, because you need intensity. In all other cases, you'll do it the exact opposite way. All attempts should be carried out while performing forced falling asleep in parallel. Now imagine you've come home at midnight. Set your alarm for 6 a.m. and you go to bed thinking, I'll fall asleep now, and simply try to have a good night's sleep until the alarm. But if I do wake up, I can try to enter the phase. Meanwhile, keep your plan of action in mind. Deepening is mandatory, secondary exit is mandatory. Gradually fall asleep with that thought. You've woken up. The mirror, and as if falling asleep, try to appear at the mirror. That is, try to touch and scrutinize it, and it's as if you're falling asleep to that. It didn't work. Now try to levitate and fall asleep at the same time. That is, try to levitate passively as if abruptly relaxing and levitating. Try to get up. Try to get up, and it's as if you try to fall asleep at the same time. Try to roll out to the left and to the right, falling asleep. Pull to the left and try to fall asleep at the same time. Pull to the right after your eyes and try to fall asleep at the same time. It didn't work. Rotation. Try to spin to the left. Meanwhile, fall asleep and try to rotate. Sink into sleep. Sink. It's like abrupt relaxation. Abruptly relax and try to fall asleep. It doesn't work. Swimming technique. Imagine you're swimming out in the sea and try to fall asleep at the same time. Swim, swim, and fall asleep as if the swimming technique were a falling asleep technique. Move your arms. Try to go to sleep, to swim to sleep. It doesn't work. Rotation. Try again to rotate to the left. Pull to the left after your eyes and try to fall asleep at the same time. Pull, pull, fall asleep, fall asleep, fall asleep, sink, fall asleep, deeper, deeper, deeper. It doesn't work. The swimming technique again. Swim to sleep. Swim and try to fall asleep. It's as if it worked. You're swimming somewhere. Now imagine where you'll go for the mirror. Now there's intensity, no passivity or falling asleep. As soon as something works, activate your intensity and plan of action. Where you'll go, what you'll do. Imagine how you'll try deepening. Imagine you've appeared somewhere on an island. How to carry out your plan, how to deepen. Say you've been returned back, and another secondary exit works immediately. Then you're returned back again and secondary exit doesn't work anymore. You're lying down and think, great, now I'll fall asleep. I'll wake up and try again. And you fall asleep again with that thought. Sleep, sleep, sleep. Meanwhile, don't forget that if you suddenly realize you're asleep in a dream, that's already the phase. The plan of action is the same. Wake up, the mirror, and try to fall asleep at the same time. Try to appear at the mirror, touch it, scrutinize it, and touch it, and try to fall asleep at the same time. That is, it's as if you try to fall asleep at the mirror. Levitation, try to levitate and fall asleep. Meanwhile, pull up, and it's as if you're trying to fall asleep. Try to stand up. To fall asleep and stand up at the same time. Roll out to the right. Try to roll to the right and fall asleep. Try to fall asleep and at the same time pull to the right and to the left. Try to roll out to the side. It doesn't seem to work. Hand visualization. Rub your hands. Try to see them and fall asleep at the same time. It's as if you abruptly relax and try to feel and see your hands at the same time. It doesn't work. The deepening technique. Walk around the room, touch everything, scrutinize, and it's as if you're falling asleep at the same time. It doesn't work. Hand visualization again. Rub your hands and try to fall asleep to it. Fall asleep and rub your hands at the same time. It doesn't work. Deepening. Imagine you're walking around the room, touch and scrutinize everything, and at the same time try to fall asleep to it. Touch, scrutinize, fall asleep, and fall asleep at the same time, as if going to sleep. It doesn't work. Hand visualization again. Rub your hands and fall asleep at the same time. It's as if your hands have appeared. Separation again, intensely now. The technique worked. No more passivity or falling asleep. Do everything aggressively. Try to stand up. Picture your plan of action in your mind, where you'll go, what you'll do, and how you'll deepen. And don't forget about secondary exit. As soon as you've returned to the body, try to leave it again. Carry out deepening in parallel to your plan of action. In your mind's eye, picture where you'll go and what you'll do. The alarm had suddenly gone off, and you've woken up. You've walked around for several minutes and read your notes. You've recalled your plan of action. Perhaps you've even eaten something. You've gone back to sleep with the intention of waking up and entering the phase upon awakening. You fall asleep with that thought. I will now be giving just 2 cues. The cue, you've awoken, and the cue, it worked. You cycle through your own techniques on your own and do everything while trying to fall asleep. What's most important is to do it on your own using forced falling asleep the whole time. Sleep, sleep, sleep. You've awoken. Do techniques and try to fall asleep at the same time. It worked. Intensely now, separation. Picture your plan of action in your mind's eye. You've tried deepening and secondary exit. You've been returned back to reality and you can't do anything anymore. You think, excellent, now I'll fall asleep, wake up, and try again. You fall asleep again with that thought. One more piece of advice. Forced falling asleep is applied in any situation when something doesn't work. If techniques don't work, force falling asleep. If separation doesn't work, force falling asleep. Indeed, the interplay of intensity and passivity, that is, either aggressively no matter what or falling asleep, can bring a near 100% success rate upon awakening. But today, we'll do everything together with forced falling asleep, in order to understand what it is. Those who always fall asleep during the attempts are the exception. If you fall asleep during attempts the whole time, then of course you need to do them intensely. Sleep, sleep, sleep. You've awoken. Do everything on your own and together with forced falling asleep. It worked. Separation, your plan of action in your head. Deepening, how you'll do a secondary exit. It's as if everything worked for you. You're returned back. You're lying down, you think, excellent, now I'll fall asleep and try again. You fall asleep with that thought. Sleep, sleep. It's very important not to fall asleep when using forced falling asleep. You need to simulate the initial stage of falling asleep, and then interrupt it and do intense actions until a technique works. Remember the chart on phase entry probability? Using forced falling asleep, you kick back to maximum probability. That's why, as soon as something works, subsequent actions are intense. Sleep, sleep, sleep. You've awoken. It worked. Separation techniques, plan of action, deepening in parallel. A secondary exit when you're returned back. It's as if everything worked for you. You're returned back, and you think, excellent, I'll fall asleep again, and try again. You fall asleep with that thought. You gradually start to fall asleep. You've awoken. Try to fall asleep at that goddamn mirror. Try to separate and fall asleep at the same time. Technique 1, and fall asleep at the same time. Technique 2, and fall asleep at the same time. It's as if Technique 2 worked. Run through separation and subsequent actions in your mind. And now you've been returned back to your body. You don't want to sleep anymore, so it's as if you've gotten up and walked around. The time is 9 a.m., for example. Somewhere around 11, you've decided to take a nap. After all, class is at 1, you still have half an hour to nap. So at 11, you go back to bed. It's a daytime nap in order to try to wake up and try again. The very last time before going to the seminar. At 11, you go back to sleep. You've awoken. It's as if you try to sink there, alongside the techniques, alongside your actions. It's as if you try to abruptly relax alongside the techniques and your actions. It worked. Run through your plan of action in your head, where you'll go, what you'll do, deepening. That is, everything's the same except you try to fall asleep to the techniques. And now for contrast, we'll do techniques so you understand what intensely and falling asleep mean. Say the rotation technique. To the left, intensely, aggressively, and no matter what, try to rotate. Turn your eyes to the left. Try to spin to the left. Pull, pull, pull to the left. Try to spin no matter what. Now to the right side, but falling asleep. Fall right asleep, as if also pulling to the right. You want to fall asleep to it. To the left, intensely, aggressively, and no matter what, try to spin. To the right, falling asleep. Try no matter what to fall asleep and spin to the right. Visualization of the hands. Rub your hands and try no matter what to see, hear, and feel them. Rub your hands right before your eyes, about 4 inches or even a little more above eye level. Rub your hands faster, intensively, and try to scrutinize them. Now the same thing, but fall asleep. Try to see your hands and fall asleep to them. Rub your hands intensely. Try no matter what to see, scrutinize, and feel them. Where are my hands? They're in front of me after all. Why can't I see them or hear them? Rub your hands even faster. Now, rubbing your hands while falling asleep, it's as if you try to fall asleep at the same time. Rub your hands. Try to fall asleep to it. So, fall asleep, sink, sink. Try to feel your hands at the same time. The swimming technique. Swim intensely, quickly. Try to feel the movement of your hands, body, and head. Swim faster. As if you're really swimming but don't feel your body for some reason. Swim even faster. Now the same thing, but falling asleep, as if you're swimming to sleep. Now swim fast, intensely, aggressively, and no matter what. Try Try to feel yourself swimming even faster, even more intensely. Now the same thing, falling asleep. Swim and try to fall asleep at the same time. Deepening. Walk around the room intensely, touch everything, scrutinize, and try to pour yourself into the room. This is one of the best techniques, but it only worked once today. Try to feel everything intensely and aggressively. Scrutinize, peer in. Try to pour yourself into the room. Now the same thing, but falling asleep. Try to relax and fall asleep at the same time. As if falling into the dream world, scrutinize everything there and try to zone out at the same time. Walk intensely, aggressively, touch everything, scrutinize. Try to touch everything and scrutinize everything, especially the small details of objects from a close distance. Try to feel yourself in the room. Activate as many sensations as possible, vestibular, tactile, and visual sensations. Movement to the max. Now the same thing, but falling asleep. Relax, do nothing. By the way, indirect techniques are performed when the body is in any position. It's not mandatory to fall asleep on your back, for example. Look, this forced falling asleep maneuver, it's key for getting the highest possible success rate upon awakening. In any situation where something isn't working, separation isn't working, techniques or whatever else aren't working, as a rule, if you add forced falling asleep, everything will start to work. You fall down on this chart, but when you do forced falling asleep, you're returned back here. This is well illustrated by the technique of phantom wiggling. It's this technique where you try to move your real arm without tensing a muscle. Not an imagined arm, but the one lying at your side. Without tensing a muscle, you try to move it. Initially, let's say you try to move it with force and aggression, but it lies there and doesn't move. Then, as if you're falling asleep, you up and press down on that arm at the same time. It starts to move right there, and you're in the phase. That's upon awakening naturally. If you do it like that right now, the technique won't work. Although even with the direct method, adding forced falling asleep will substantially improve your success rate. That is, as soon as something doesn't work, you start to do it not intensely or aggressively, but as if you were falling asleep, and it will start working right then. That is, depending on the situation, your task is always to change it up. Add intensity here and do it as if you're falling asleep there. But tomorrow it's to be done intensely only by those who always fall asleep on their side. Everybody else, do the techniques with forced falling asleep. Thanks for coming. We're meeting tomorrow at 1. Make a lot of attempts for me. When we're in wakefulness, in the physical world right now, everything is more or less stable. We have stable space, no external changes occur around us. It seems to us that we're located at a single, stable point. At the same time, that's all a delusion. For example, our state of consciousness in the phase is also fluid, and full awareness is sometimes lost. Sometimes you can't even figure out whether there's consciousness, whether you're truly self-aware. In real life, there's the same problem. It's imperceptible. The fact is that if you lose a little awareness and controllability in the phase, that will be immediately reflected in the space. Absurd things and changes to the space start to arise, and it's perceptible. In fact, our consciousness fully controls only a small percentage of each day. Most of the time, I even hold seminars 90% on autopilot, halfway in trance. That is, full human awareness is an illusion. Sometimes it turns on you. You're sitting down, realize what's going on, and then it's as if you fall into a half trance. But since space is stable in reality, there is no effect at all on it. and it seems to us we're conscious and awake the whole time. But in fact, that's an illusion. For that very reason, it's no surprise that consciousness in the phase is periodically fluid. That is, now it's on, now it's off. And it's not that it's like that in the phase, it's that our consciousness is like that in principle. In reality, it's also constantly fluid, so it's very difficult to be conscious all the time, and there's no need to be anyway. Stopping the internal dialogue is one of the most beneficial phase-related practices. It allows you to enter the phase better and stay in it longer. If during an attempt you're analyzing what you do and how you do it, that means you're doing techniques wrong and not pouring yourself into them. If you start analyzing during an attempt, thinking about what you're doing and how you're doing it, you're simply not making an attempt right. Because when you're all in an action and pour all of yourself into it, you won't have any room left for analysis. Sure, somewhere in the background you understand what you're doing, but when you dive right into an action, there's no analysis evident yet, and everything starts working. If anyone's at all interested in somnology, there was a famous somnologist, Alexander Van. He considered REM sleep to not only be the most mysterious of states, but also called it wakefulness directed within. He even called it an autonomic storm. Normally, when you experience this phase of sleep, you're asleep and don't know about these spikes in blood pressure, heartbeat, and so on. But those things are always there in the practice of the phase. And when you return from a phase in which you experience something vividly, naturally you'll get those ups and downs, but they're nothing dangerous. What slows down improvement in your body exit success rate? The main thing that determines 90% of your success is sound sleep. And the second is just paying attention when performing techniques. That's it. There's a list here of the 15 main reasons why it might not have worked. I can just read them out for you. Lack of an attempt to separate. In this case, that means that somebody either makes no attempt to separate, or some of the right sensations came, but they still don't try to separate. Lack of aggression. Fewer than 4 cycles. I don't even want to ask who of you did 4 cycles during unsuccessful attempts. Most of you did 1, 2, or max 3 cycles. It didn't work after that, and you probably fell asleep. Unjustified change of technique. Yesterday we also had it. A technique is working and we change it. Somebody sat here and told us about it. Unjustified continuation of a technique. A technique isn't working, but a person continues doing it. Forgetting to separate. We also talked about that. A technique worked and it's time to separate, but a person continues doing the technique. Excessive analysis. We also spoke about that today. If you don't concentrate on your actions, your energy will go to analysis as a result. If you have excessive analysis during an attempt, that means you aren't doing the attempt itself right. Alert false awakening. You've awoken and it seems that nothing is going to work. The result is either a lame attempt or none at all. However, an alert awakening might be a false one. Attempting for over a minute. If you've awoken, there's no point in doing an attempt for more than a minute. Several of you probably lied down and did it for a few minutes non-stop. Incomplete separation. We also talked about that yesterday. If separation has begun, many will give up where they simply need to carry on. Dig in their heels, change the direction of their efforts, and separation will always continue. Not recognizing the phase. We also discussed this a lot during the first lesson. Somebody gets up but has vague sensations and thinks that it didn't work. However, it had only been necessary to deepen. The space does not coincide and he thinks he's not in the phase, although the phase it is. Or he gets up but his body's not on the bed. Again, it seems that it's not the phase, although it's only your expectation that the body should be on the bed. Awakening to movements. Someone wakes up upon moving, or didn't try anything at all afterwards, or tries, but very unconfidently. What a lack of confidence brings is something we already discussed at the first lesson. Wasting the first moments. Someone wakes up and instead of immediately jumping into action, they lie for a few minutes, reflect, and get ready to go into action. Using one technique is also a mistake. Instead of alternating and cycling techniques, since different ones might work on different days, somebody might pick one technique since it seems to him it's the best one. As a rule, during our attempts, one or several of the mistakes on the list were there. As soon as you fix them, your success rate will be high, even if you poorly understand all the rest. When a person doesn't realize they're making mistakes, even though they're fudging everything and making a ton of mistakes, it often seems to them they're doing everything right. They naturally start to look for external factors. For example, it turns out that some astral beings won't let them out. The bed is facing the wrong way. They eat lots of meat, or it's not the right phase of the moon. I've also heard, you need to take off all your gold. Good thing I didn't hear that yesterday. Some wise guy on Channel 1 once said to never, ever enter the astral plane in windy weather or from an airplane. You'll be gone with the wind, he said. I've been on a lot of Channel 1 shows. I can tell you that you can't take Channel 1 or 2 seriously when the show's about this topic. There were cases when shows on national networks ended with the presenters shouting, "Hooray, we've just fooled millions again." I won't be naming names so as not to disillusion you. I'll tell you my funniest story when it comes to do's and don'ts. I'm a super patient guy. It's practically impossible to get me to lose my cool. But once, there was this case when I lost my patience right at the seminar. We had 2 groups of 40 people. Earlier I had spoken with everybody one-on-one, and so I was really tired. I'm talking with an elderly gentleman. And when it was his turn, I asked him, "What did you do?" He started telling me what he did. You know the instructions. But for some reason, he lay down during the day and started doing something, so he just lay down during the day and his actions had nothing to do with what I had assigned. He simply laid down and did his own thing, and he talks about how nothing worked for him. Right then, I started shaking. Why did this guy even come here, and what did he do all that for? He says, "It didn't work for me, but I figured out why that happened." I rejoiced and thought he would say I should have done what everybody else did. After all, everything worked okay for others, but no. You know what he said? After the attempt, he found an amulet under the bed that he had de-energized, and that's why nothing worked for him. That was the only time since 2007 that I lost my temper at a seminar and started yelling. For example, you enter the phase 5 times one night. 1 or 2 of them will be wishy-washy, brief, and not deepened. That's absolutely normal. I squeeze the phase out of every awakening. Sometimes, naturally, I'm not fully ready physiologically, and I still squeeze out a phase. And that's why, when I squeeze the phase out of nothing, it might be brief and not fully deepened. Although I would get a phase experience, inasmuch as my body was not totally ready, it would be brief, not deepened, and so on. But in most cases, naturally, the phases are normal ones. However, you should be ready for not all phases being deep and long, which is normal too. You gain experience by having more experiences. It also happens to me that I wake up and it seems to me that I'm lying in bed, that I'm already in reality, that I've already awoken, and that I'm simply lying down. At such moments, you don't even feel like trying, because it's as if you've woken up completely. Yesterday, I talked about what I do in that situation. I start practicing. I think, okay, I'll simply practice a bit as if I had a normal awakening. You start to practice, and it starts to work. So, you made attempts, and whether or not it worked, you want to discuss those attempts. Igor's helping Augusta. I'll now show you the procedure you can use to find what got in the way, where you tripped up. The procedure. What's the first thing to do? What might the first task be? Just make an attempt. It might seem obvious, but as we talked about yesterday, not everyone is able to get around to an attempt. Did we get around to an attempt? Yes. Objective 1 complete. Got around to an attempt. During an attempt, we have the objective, say, when cycling techniques, of achieving what? Augusta cycled techniques. What was her main goal? In cycling techniques, to find a technique that works. Find a technique that works. A technique starting to work. By starting to work, I mean both separation and the mirror and the techniques themselves all together. That's all a technique beginning to work. You need to get a technique to start to work. Igor, tell me, A technique starting to work. What is that already? A technique starting to work. That's the phase. That's already the phase. That is, if you've reached step 2, you're already in the phase. After that, what do we have? Separation. Yes, there's separation. After separation, what do we have? Maintaining. Deepening. Deepening together with what? With maintaining. And with what else? Deepening together with the plan of action. That is, items 4 and 5 are at the same time. Deepening. And the plan of action after deepening goes with what else? With maintaining. With maintaining. What's the most important part of maintaining we're singling out? Secondary exit. So, Augusta does have an attempt. Next, she starts cycling techniques. And now when analyzing, it's very important to find out whether it came to any techniques starting to work. There's another interesting thing that you should simply beat into your head. Igor, say I lie down now and we'll be doing techniques. If I suddenly get the sensation that I don't feel my body, does that indicate anything? It indicates you're in the phase state. If I lie down right now, yes, I lie down and in literally a few minutes, I get the sensation that I don't feel my body. Does that indicate anything? No. Most likely it doesn't mean anything. Today we'll be going through the direct techniques, and you'll see why it doesn't mean anything. But if I woke up and got the sensation at some point that my body wasn't there, then it's the phase. If I lie down now, or am even sitting in a chair, and images appear before my eyes, does that mean anything? No. Right, that doesn't mean anything either. But if I wake up and see an image, yes, I'm in the phase. It's the same with noises, vibrations, or any sensations. What's the point? If you wake up and get any unusual sensation, that always clearly indicates that you're in the phase. And so Augusta simply felt that she didn't feel her body. Look, what's at the heart of this procedure? The light bulb goes off for us at point 2. A technique starts working. Not feeling the body. That's the phase 2. It's better to put any sensations here, and the light bulb goes off for us. It's a sign that we've crossed the threshold. At this point, we're already in the phase. And what issue arises for us here? Separation, right. And now we need to figure out where Augusta's problem is. I've realized my problems. All right, tell us about them in more detail. I turned on my analytical mind. What's the simplest question to ask Augusta in this case? Did you even try to separate right then? Yes, that is, you nevertheless tried to separate. Yes, I was in bed, turned around, and tried to push off the couch. Do I understand correctly that you started to rotate and some sensations arose? Yes. And when you started pushing off with your hands, you were turned back? Yeah. It's as if the glass started to pour over, but you poured yourself back. What we've just discussed is a key point for your future self-analysis. For example, Augusta comes and says, nothing worked for me. First of all, this isn't going into the statistics, obviously. And so Augusta says, nothing worked. We're starting to go through what happened to her step by step. At some point, we suddenly see the start of sensations, and upon awakening, that's already the phase. That is, as soon as a technique started to work, some sensations arose. That's it, case closed. Here's our next issue. Separation. And so where did it turn out Augusta ran into a problem? During separation? During separation. What exactly wasn't done right? Too much analysis, which returned her sensations to the bed. Yes, okay, even Augusta admitted she didn't have paralysis. She thinks, how can you enter the phase without paralysis? Something's not right. That item was even on the list of typical mistakes, not recognizing the phase intellectually. This is just such a case. Our theoretical knowledge does not allow us to understand what's happening to us. Good, besides the analysis. Augusta, you tried to turn, but you weren't quite able to. That's why you tried to engage your hands and feel your body. At that moment, what needed to be done next? At that moment, it was necessary to proceed to carrying out the plan of action to separate all the way. And how else was it also possible to try to separate? To change the direction of the movement. And what else did you try? Did you try to separate again? No, I decided to go to bed. Don't make that mistake again in the future. You had just had a sign of the phase. Separation even worked halfway for you. You even turned. And meanwhile, you think, ah, well, okay. Next time, I'll ruin Michael's statistics. Let him suffer. Of course, I'm joking, but the point is that you up and gave up. There was no aggression. Not even aggression, but perseverance. I think that in life, the most important factor for success in any matter is to have perseverance. To never give up. Not when it comes to trifles, but the most important things. You're practicing the phase, and the phase did come to you. And separation even started. But there was a small misfire somewhere, and you up and gave up. Instead of continuing techniques, or simply trying to rotate again, or trying another technique. That is, the biggest mistake here, in this specific case, was when Augusta did what? She simply gave up. What's the point of deepening we talked about yesterday? The fact is you wake up somewhere here. But in terms of sensations, it seems to you that you're lying here. It turns out you're already in the phase, but the phase is so weak that you don't even feel it. But if we're in the phase, let's do deepening right away. You start to imagine you're deepening, you touch everything, and the result is you enter the phase. Separation can also be used. By the way, they wrote on your Facebook group that you shouldn't have sex. We've been infiltrated. Is that also related to energy, or is that all not true? It seems to me that food and sex are just small stuff. Well, they're clearly not just small stuff. Who needs the phase when you have that? No, it doesn't get in the way that much. For some, maybe it gets in the way. But why deprive life of its richness? Everything should be harmonious and natural. That's the main rule in life. Everything in life should be harmonious. You shouldn't be hard on yourself. I woke up at 6:45 a.m. to my alarm clock, went to eat, brushed my teeth, went to the bathroom, and then sat down and went through what we did at the lesson. That is, I ran through successful and unsuccessful attempts, the whole procedure. Then I lay down and fell asleep. For some time I was unable to fall asleep. Then I fell into a half-awake state, and then fell asleep. As soon as I woke up, I tried to imagine myself at the mirror, but nothing worked out for me. I tried to continue on with the attempts. I made an attempt to separate and fell asleep immediately. I woke up in approximately a few seconds, remembered about the technique, and immediately felt the hands that were folded before my eyes. I knew for a fact that those hands weren't my physical ones. I knew for a fact it was tactile sensations that belonged to the phase. I simply started standing up after my hands and reached out after that sensation. I then got the impression that they were nevertheless my physical hands. There was no analysis, but the sensations were so real that, as a matter of fact, they tricked me. I lay back down. Afterwards, I automatically made an attempt to separate using deepening. That is, I imagined myself at the door, palpating it. My sensations immediately switched over to me feeling the door. The sensations were very realistic, but sight was lacking. The sensations were so real that I simply doubted that I hadn't gotten up. But I remembered in time that I hadn't gotten up. I follow the rule that if it seems to me that it's real, then I still continue to act as if I were in the phase. On the assumption that even if it were real, the worst that could happen is that I open my eyes and I'm in the hallway. The main thing is not to jump out the window yelling, "Yay, I'm on the astral plane." I continued on. I was returned back to my body, and I felt my body again. I felt my hands. I again pictured myself right before the mirror, and saw myself standing before the mirror. That is, I saw the mirror, and saw my reflection in it. I started palpating the mirror, and sight came almost instantly. I continued to palpate the surface of the mirror, continued to feel about the corners, and began to see my own reflection, which was completely the same as in real life. I figured the first plan of action was completed. Then I remembered that I wanted to experiment, to see how much the mirror reflected reality. I was practically the same, but my facial features were more chiseled. I figured I looked like a vampire somehow, and so I decided to change my eye color. As soon as I thought it, my eyes became black, and then red. That made me happy, and I thought, great simulation. And I thought, that's it. Time to go on to the next action item. I went to the kitchen. Who's in the kitchen? My grandma, who's dead. Was she supposed to have been there? No. Dead or deceased? My late grandma. Sorry. No big deal. In that apartment, I'm used to my grandma usually being in the kitchen. She died a few years ago and I saw her. I perceived that as one of the manifestations of the phase and thought, well, grandma is grandma. I told her hello and went on. I went out the front door and then went down. And that's when I realized I had reached the main entrance. The lock on the door got in my way and I figured I wouldn't open it. I simply pulled it off and continued down the stairs. I went outside. I noticed it was a sunny day. But the landscape was a bit different. It didn't correspond to reality. That didn't bother me at all. Then I saw a group of people standing around and I realized that I shouldn't have left the kitchen because the next item on the plan of action was to eat something. I figured I needed to handle the situation and began looking for what could have been done in the street. And that's when I saw a young lady with a friend who was drinking mineral water. I went up and said, "Give me your bottle." She gave me her bottle and I tried it. And while my sense of taste had been a bit dull in my previous attempt, or everything even tasted bitter, now my sense of taste was very distinct. Meanwhile, I didn't have a subsequent plan of action, none at all. I had 2 items. I wasn't sure about the third, personal plan, and so I just continued on. And since I didn't have a third item on my plan, I immediately returned to my body. That is, I returned and felt myself lying in my body. Afterwards, I made a second attempt to separate, and it didn't work for me. I simply continued sleeping. Then, I woke back up. I tried for about a minute, but then I realized that nothing at all would work that day, since I was already really tired. I nevertheless was still really sleep deprived, and I just decided to stop since it was 10:30. I had to get up in order to get ready to come here. I'd like to bring your attention to the following. Say Augusta had an experience yesterday, but didn't today. And Igor didn't have an experience yesterday, but did today. That goes to show that not all days are alike. Different techniques might work for you. It might happen in all kinds of ways. Raise your hand if your attempts yesterday and today were different. In terms of quality, in terms of results, in terms of everything. You see, it's normal. So on these 2 days, never draw conclusions. I felt my hands and started analyzing whether those hands were real. Actually, that's a very frequent problem. In fact, it's not a problem, but it happens that you try to see your hands. They appear, you see them, look at them, and think, gosh, what did I put my hands up for? Again, that's being unprepared for the sensations being real. As a matter of fact, you're exactly the same in the phase as you are here and now. That's why there's no need to wait for some unusual astral body with wings or whatever else. I knew this one guy. Actually, I knew him many years. We would always talk in groups and discuss things. Once the topic came up of how to figure out if you're in the phase or not. He says, it's easy. In the phase, you always have 6 fingers on each hand. Everybody looks at him. How's that? He indeed always had 6 fingers there. Actually, it's an interesting experiment with changed anatomy. You feel all those fingers and control them all. There might even be 6 or 7 of them. Every time you're returned from the phase, treat it as a new awakening. Think about it from a purely logical point of view. Even if the phase really had ended, it was just there. That's why you need to try again either way. In most cases, it just seemed to you that the phase had finished. This one lady once worked with us. At the seminar, she talked about how she entered the kitchen and searched around it. But there was nothing there. All the shelves were empty. And she opens a drawer, and there are 2 rotten tomatoes inside. She sees they're spoiled, moldy, and smell bad. But the plan must be carried out. Have to eat. And that's the only case I've heard of when someone tried to have a bite to eat, but vomited in the phase. Another case, a lady told me she was walking in the forest. The plan was to eat something and look in the mirror. Suddenly, she saw a mirrored flower. That is, a flower made of mirrored glass. First, she goes up and sees her reflection, and then starts to eat the glass. Most interestingly, she said she really felt how the glass crunched in her mouth. But meanwhile, she found it pleasant. That is, she eats the glass, chews it, swallows, and feels it all, but found it pleasant. Let's return to how taste, food, satiation, and so on are all related in reality, relatively speaking. In the phase, it can all happen in different ways. First, Andre will help Tatiana. I came home in the evening, went through my entire plan in my head, set my alarm for 5:55, and went to sleep with a clear mind. That is, I made no attempts before the alarm clock. The alarm went off, and I went to the bathroom, came back, lay down, and began trying to fall asleep. That is, I began to do forced falling asleep. Overall, I have problems with that. If I wake up, I can't fall back asleep. That's why I stopped walking, eating, and so on at night. And here I had to try. I'm falling asleep, but it doesn't work, and a struggle started to happen while I'm trying to fall asleep. At some point, it apparently happened. I feel I've begun wiggling, and I say, there it is. And with that going on, I was ejected. I was ejected and I flew. I flew and understood I needed to go to the mirror. I fly up to the mirror and realize I need to eat. I realize I don't have any time and fly on. Then I realize I need to deepen. But to deepen while in flight, I began picking up sticks. I don't know if I picked them up from the ground or somewhere else. That is, I picked up an armful of them. I had a feeling of satisfaction that it worked, that I had deepened. With that armful, I landed back in my body. That was my first experience, and so I was happy. But the plan, of course, had not been carried out. I deliberately flew through the mirror, but didn't manage to eat. Although that was in the plan. But why didn't you manage to do it? I was flying. I was going really fast. I think picking up sticks is great. That is, you felt it, right? Of course. Afterwards, you still needed to decide where you were going. Maybe going to the mirror or something else, so there would have been a goal. What does it mean that Tatiana got that sensation without even falling asleep? Not even according to procedure, as it were. She got the sensation and realized right then something was happening. She thought she would then roll out of her body, but instead she suddenly started flying, though not of her own free will. What does the fact that flight happened indicate? She dragged out the attempt and was ejected. It was already a long time for you to separate and so on. But since you were lying down in the phase, you were simply lucky that the phase kicked you out on its own. But you might not have been so lucky and you'd have continued wiggling. How to separate without having made physical movements? Many are afraid to do separation because they're afraid to make a physical movement, and that ruins everything. What things and tools are there for separating when you're guaranteed not to move physically? Levitation. Say levitation. Right. That is, for levitation, you don't tense muscles, right? Falling out. Falling out. What else? Immediately imagine yourself separated somewhere. Immediately appear there. Feel the sensation of flight. If there are images, you can enter them. Last question for Andre. Was that the direct or indirect method? It was probably the direct method. That's what we'll be going through today. Why? Because she didn't make an attempt upon awakening. Yes, she was lying down and everything happened inadvertently. This time, I followed the advice. I was told to sleep less and not 6 hours. I set my alarm to get about 4.5 hours sleep. I wake up, I decided to use the restroom. I went to the bathroom. I didn't eat this time, so as to keep it as short as possible. I went back to bed. I remembered what I needed to do. Then I think, I won't be thinking about what I need to do. Otherwise, I won't be able to fall back asleep. I fall asleep, wake up, and immediately go to the mirror. I try to go to the mirror, but realize it was me having thoughts about the mirror. I start to do techniques for levitation, for all kinds of spinning, and for swimming. I cycled through a few times. Doesn't help. Well, I think, wasn't meant to be. I fall asleep, wake up after some time, and go back to the mirror. I realize going to the mirror isn't happening for me. I start to do those techniques. I cycle through them again. It didn't work for me again. I feel that I'm still here. I fall asleep. Then after some time, I wake up. I realize that if I don't do something differently this time, I won't get to the mirror. I immediately start to cycle through the techniques. And I went through 3 or 4. Until then, it had been more, 5 or 6. It didn't work again. I fall asleep again, wake up again, and do 2 or 3 techniques again. I then fall back asleep and fall into a dream, but it's already an ordinary dream. Okay, first, before looking for what got in the way, I would like to say that yesterday, there weren't any attempts at all. Right. There being attempts, when they're there, that's already what's most important. What remained was to make adjustments, corrections. What's most important is cranking out attempts. Well, there were full-fledged awakenings. That's most important. What remained was to improve upon some matters of technique. Could I make a clarification? I lie in bed with my wife. I pushed her away a bit so she wouldn't get in the way, so nobody physically bothered me. Look, for the deferred method, some people even go to another room to sleep, to another place to lie down, so nobody gets in their way. They also give everyone a heads up, turn off their phones, and so on. You can do it that way. Meanwhile, some do it the opposite way. A good example is with small children. Somebody once said, "I now have a small child, it won't let me sleep." Meanwhile, some say that their baby is constantly waking up, moving, and always giving them awakenings as a result. It all depends on your attitude. Okay, the techniques aren't working. Tatiana, what's to be done in that situation? Yesterday, one of the main pieces of advice we discussed was to do it as if falling asleep. Have you tried it? It's as if I'm doing the hands visualization technique, and as if it's not a phase entrance technique, but a technique for falling asleep. I start doing it, and I try to fall asleep at the same time, and in literally a few seconds, my hands appear. Any technique will start to work when you do it as if falling asleep, if it hadn't worked when done with intensity and aggression. I also compared myself lying down or awake. Thanks to his analysis, he doesn't concentrate on his actions. Look, you have your internal powers, which you can apply either to your actions or to thinking it over. And if you start analyzing, and this is especially relevant for men, then your mind will be unfocused. That is, if you're analyzing, you're doing the techniques wrong. Right, you're doing the technique, but doing it isn't enough here. It's especially important here to put your all into the result. You should do the technique as if trying to dive into it. You shouldn't get stuck on analysis. It's running in the background, it's there just a bit, but you're fully in the moment. Your all goes into it. You simply dive into the technique, and you try no matter what to feel the results. For example, you sit in a car and immediately try to drive off without starting it up. You pull at the steering wheel, but it doesn't turn and the pedals don't work. Because you have to start up the car. That diving into the technique fires up the engine, then the car will start moving. Yaroslav, Andrei, and Irina. As soon as I started to fall asleep, I decided to try forced falling asleep. I'm really good at making myself fall asleep. I used forced falling asleep. I had a goal. The thing is, when analyzing yesterday's attempts, I realized that I thought quite a lot. For example, yesterday I thought, right, I saw a mirror, a rear view mirror. Everything I saw, I analyzed. I didn't just analyze, I did it out loud. That's why I couldn't go any further. And this time, I made myself fall asleep. As soon as I realized that just a bit more and I'll fall asleep, I immediately appear at the mirror. While I don't see anything, I know I'm at the mirror, because I know you need to eat. But I don't know what to eat, because I don't have anything at home besides candy. My second plan immediately comes to mind. I should go to my goal. I appear at my goal. I immediately appear where I wanted to go. I had the very firm intention of watching my first experience. I was 10 years old then, and I only remember the feeling of fear, this mortal terror. I had this awful feeling and a single question: who am I? I carried that fear inside me for 20 years until I found out there are seminars like this, and there's Michael Raduga who can teach it. Because I dabbled in a lot of everything, meditation and various practices, but I couldn't return to that state. I couldn't even find hints of that state. It wasn't described anywhere. And here I am in this room. and I see it with 30% realism. Everything's blurry. I see myself in bed, and I suddenly feel what I had felt. Fear? No, I don't feel fear. I knew I had felt fear. I had a question. Why had I woken up with my neck stuck in one position and not been able to move my head for months? I was like this. I wanted to see everything all over again in order to understand what had actually happened, because all I remember was fear. Did you see that scene from the outside? I saw myself from the outside, but I felt everything that had been inside. It was as if I weren't lying on the bed. I saw myself standing in the room. That is, you see the situation, but feel yourself lying in bed? Yes, inside, I'm lying and realize the doorbell's ringing. I came to, and I feel myself outside my body. I don't see anything, it's dark, and it's the same feeling of fear. Excuse me, that is, you had already left the situation. No, I'm there. I'm saying that I see everything, as it were, that I feel inside myself. I understand I'm outside my body, but I don't know who I am. I hear the doorbell ringing. I realize I need to get up and open it. But I can't move. I can't get up. I can't do anything. That lasted a few seconds, this awful feeling of fear. What's happening? What's with me? What happened? And then I realize I feel it, that I started to move spasmodically. And I rolled out of the bed together with my physical body. And my head stayed like this. I rolled out, and my head couldn't move. In that state, I went to open the door. Your head really wouldn't move. Really. It wouldn't move afterwards. I even have childhood photos where I'm 10 years old. It happened in the fall when it would get dark early. And then when New Year's came on our family photo, I'm standing like this, with toys. You know, there were those ostriches. They would move. I had this ostrich, and I was like this. Never heard of anything like that. Now I understand what happened that night. As soon as I had realized all that, I began to analyze and left that state right then. I returned and found myself in bed. I realized I know what in fact happened, why I had a head like that. That is, I couldn't move. And then we discussed how there's paralysis. Well, I was in that paralysis, and when I started trying to do something, I rolled right out of it. Apparently, some paralysis-related condition had occurred. I analyzed everything. I then tried to return there. And as soon as I realized I was back at the mirror, I returned to that situation. I wanted to analyze everything again, but suddenly fell asleep, and I left that state again. I analyzed it all again, and then made myself fall asleep. Let me tell you a secret. Many ask, but why the mirror? So you'll be curious what's in the mirror. It's a relatively simple goal that's not too difficult, and you have motivation to do something. Tell you to set your own goals, and you won't do anything. Many even suspect that a cult initiation takes place through a mirror. One of our seminars was even ruined over that. A lady traveled from St. Petersburg and really ruined a seminar. At the first lesson, I spoke about the mirror, and she jumped right in. Michael, what do you mean? That's the most dangerous thing you can do. All the books say so. What do you want to do to us? You're sending us to our deaths. It's that dangerous. I had a friend in the group, and later he told me what people talked about behind my back. It turned out that at the second or third lesson, almost all the group didn't try, because they were afraid. And that lady never showed up again. She spread her virus and never came back. People were truly afraid to try. If you have a goal of your own, you go towards it. In this case, Irina did right. I got home late because I had gotten lost in the metro. I got home at 3 and went right to bed. Once again, I got these thoughts. That I'm going to bed late and nothing will work. I hardly slept, although I wanted to sleep. I woke up the next morning and immediately think I need to at least wake myself up somehow. I decided to do what we repeated yesterday. I walked around, decided to deepen, carry out my plan of action in reality, and touch everything, to do some techniques some more. I rehearsed how I would go into action. I even opened the refrigerator, so as to wake myself up at least a little. Then I lay down. I had trouble falling asleep. I wasn't able to fall asleep for a long time. After some time, I thought I would ruin all the statistics again and nothing would work. And then I wake up and immediately try to do everything calmly. Then I realized that separation isn't working for me. For some reason, I immediately started to do separation. I had done attempts at separation before, but they never worked. Then I was saved by the mirror again. Michael suggested the technique, and it starts helping me a bit. I try to imagine him at the mirror, and separation suddenly works, but I don't appear at the mirror immediately. And for some reason, I get up and go to the mirror and appear there, but for some reason, simply separating doesn't work, and I imagined myself at the mirror. And separation works on its own. I stand up and go to the mirror. But do you stand up directly in terms of sensation? Yes, I stand up in terms of sensation. And it's easy to stand up. I go up to the mirror and start to touch everything. Meanwhile, I remembered the deepening techniques, which were yesterday. Everything feels vague at first. And I remembered what was most important. Until then, the deepening techniques hadn't worked for me at all. I remembered about feeling in. Not just palpation, but feeling in. And that feeling in helped. I tried to feel in. All those details, I tried to touch everything. And feel fine details. Peering in, I started peering right in, into everything, but quickly. And vividness did increase. Up to 75% maybe. And that's a lot for me because sometimes it was even at 40%. I did deepening completely. And then I had the mirror, according to plan. I looked back in the mirror. I didn't see myself in it. I went to the refrigerator since I had to eat something. For some reason, I wanted to find red caviar of some sort and eat it. I open it and there's fish paste there. Gross, are you kidding me? I close the can right away. I figure I'll put it back and take another can. I close the refrigerator. And then I open it and there's that fish paste again. I think, a curse or something? I open it again and it's the same thing. What the heck? I gave up on the refrigerator. That was it. Enough. I didn't even manage to drink juices. I was fed up already. Then I had my personal goal. I also decided to do everything, like last time. Michael said we're doing everything the same. The personal goal too. I decided to find the very same goal. This lady who I wasn't able to meet yesterday. For some reason, with this goal, it turns out that I just start looking for her. I turn around and there's nobody there. I also tried to open the door and find her that way. No luck either. On the third action, I was thrown back out. Once everything was over, I made a secondary exit. I made the secondary exit and the same thing again. The mirror and the rest. Did it work? Yes, it worked. Meanwhile, I made a secondary exit several times because I was thrown out at my personal goal each time. And there was suddenly this spacing out. And I appeared in a completely different place, in another space, on some square, where there was some market, and I think, now everyone will say it was some dream, as it were. And right then I thought, you mean the people in the room? Yeah. I was slick and figured, I'll do a deepening technique now. So there's no doubt, right? That's why I did a deepening technique. I started touching all the fences in my arms. I did peering in. Realism also increased for me. I left and immediately remembered there were problems with flight here yesterday. Somebody wasn't able to fly yesterday. There were problems. I figure I'll at least try to levitate myself. Maybe it'll work. Bottom line, I flew and then remembered it hadn't worked for anyone. My resolution had worked. It shouldn't have worked, as it were. Oh, how I dropped. How I crashed to the earth. I felt real pain. I fell and I was in real pain. Suddenly I hear Michael's voice in my left ear. We are conducting supernatural experiments. There's a square house there, a rectangular one. Michael whispers something in my ear. Levitate, levitate. I'm levitating and everything there is covered in barbed wire. I climbed and felt real pain when I touched the barbed wire. After all, I had levitated and fell on it. Everything was under occupation. Further on, there were barbed wire fences, and we went through it all. You had to go through all the levels there. I'm in pain. I got caught on that barbed wire. Maybe there was even some blood. I couldn't see if there was. I was in real pain. I thought, how did they even get in here? I'm not going there. I'm in real pain. Some computer games were already taking place there. Has anyone played Counter-Strike or Half-Life? Some bots and special forces were running around, all shooting. I picked up an Uzi and also started shooting at those bots. Then I jumped out of there and think, no way in hell I'm going there. I jumped out, but it was a light jump through a window, like in Counter-Strike. I picked up an M16, I ran there and started kicking everyone around. It was already a dream at the point. In my opinion, those actions were unconscious, because it was already nonsense at that point. Okay, Irina, at what point did the phase end? It seems to me that the phase ended when he lost sight of his goal. When he appeared on the square, then he flew off, and then it was some fantasy. But in what exact place? Let's do it together. What ideas does Andrei have? Maybe when those games appeared, that was already more like a dream. When he got sucked into the episode? For as long as he induced the actions on his own, he remained conscious. Why? I knew I wanted to levitate, to try. No, during the levitation it was still okay, and then in that room with the barbed wire, you were sucked into the dream episode and the game. In the process, you most likely fell asleep. Did you find the can of caviar in the refrigerator easily? Yes. But finding the caviar itself was a problem. A bunch of other people appeared on the square. Even I appeared somewhere there. But the right person didn't appear, so confidence was lacking somewhere. Now, Andrei, tell us about it. I'll try to be quick to only tell you about the key points. I set my alarm for 6 a.m. I woke up at about 4 and immediately tried to do something. It didn't work for me. I looked at my watch and drank water, but didn't get up. And then there was more sleep. I woke up later to the alarm clock at 6 a.m. I won't be talking about my unsuccessful attempts. My successful attempt was as follows. I try to imagine myself at the mirror, using force falling asleep in parallel. I began to see the mirror. I try to feel it, but something's not right. I see that the mirror is steamy and start to rub it. I even hear how the glass squeaks. I start wiping it and see the Joker in the reflection, the one from the movies. I think, oh, I'm in the phase. And you're the Joker? No, not me. In the reflection in the mirror, he's behind me. He's standing and smiling, or something like that. I figure I'll verify if I'm in the phase or not. I close my nose and breathe. It works. Now I need to go eat. I turn around, but the Joker's already gone. I went to the kitchen and make another protein shake. I start mixing everything. I turn around halfway, and there's this figure standing there in white. She looks like a ghost or something. A character from another film? Well, she looks at me with these languishing eyes, and I fly off and return to my body. But I had fully thought out my entire plan down to the last detail, which is what was missing last time. I think, well, okay, I need to exit again right now. I try again, the mirror. It doesn't work out. I rub my hands and think, oh, let me combine it. I'll still imagine I'm walking, rubbing my hands and walking in Paris. Once the streets of Paris start to appear, I think, stop. Why Paris? I want to go to London. Now Igor from Paris will be offended. London starts to appear, then shoot. I think I want to go to America after all. Basically, 3 different streets appeared. Ones I had been in, I looked at them and returned. Actually, while walking and rubbing my hands at the same time, I also did forced falling asleep in parallel. Andrei wasn't making his way toward a specific task, but easily appeared where he wanted to. What does it mean when a person has quick translocation? Fast translocation means there isn't a high level of realism. Let's ask. How realistic was it? Yes, in fact, during secondary exit, it wasn't all that high a level of realism. And if you put it in percentage terms, probably about 50 to 60%. And the first time? The first time hyperrealism occurred immediately after the Joker appeared. But actually, I left something out. When I was above the mirror, I saw him in the reflection. But then I started to lower and saw myself in the reflection, and it wasn't me. That is, it was me, but this entity didn't look at all like me. It was even a bit scary, though interesting. How do we avoid the appearance of entities who interfere? As soon as you stop paying attention to them, they disappear. If you pay attention to them, they will appear behind you all the time, and so on. That's the iron law of the phase. If you run away from something, then it will immediately run after you up until you stop paying attention to it. Let's collect some statistics. Meanwhile, I won't be asking anyone for details. In order to save time, raise your hand if you slept today, had a dream, and realized it was a dream while in it. Raise your hand if you had dream consciousness. Raise your hand if you woke up and were immediately able to appear at the mirror. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Who was able to appear at the mirror immediately twice? 3 times? Raise your hand if you were able, if being at the mirror didn't work out and you immediately tried to separate by levitating. Who was able to levitate? Who was able to roll out, to enter the phase by rolling out? Who was able to simply stand up? Raise your hand if you entered the phase by standing up. Raise your hand if, using rotation, you were able to enter a full-fledged phase. Raise your hand if you were able to use the swimming technique to enter the phase. You imagined you were swimming and suddenly appeared in some place. Does walking count? We'll put that in other. Raise your hand if you were able to use hand visualization to appear in the phase. Raise your hand if you were able to using deepening. You imagined you were in a room and then really appeared in it, already in the phase. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Raise your hand if you accomplished at least one previously set task. 1, 2, 3, 11. Before the break, I'd like to say a few words about statistics. First, deepening was the star of the show today. Generally speaking, it's not the best as a technique, but it's one of the best for sure, based on practitioner testimonials and even pure logic. Look, sometimes it pains me that deepening isn't always the star of the show. It's hard to explain. But when we wake up, we're already in the phase. That is, we should immediately appear at our goal, which is what we're trying to do. Look at how going to the mirror immediately is leading the pack, or immediately deepening, since we're in the phase. We should enter the phase, separate, and deepen while carrying out our plan. But why not start deepening right away if we appear in the phase immediately? For that very reason, this technique should work very well for you. Here, I gave you techniques that can easily be explained. For example, there isn't even any phantom wiggling here, because it takes a lot of time to explain. I don't want to take time away from anything else. But meanwhile, don't forget that we haven't counted cases when you entered the phase only halfway. Actually, we didn't even count when a person is lying down in the phase. We didn't count hazy phases either. Actually, there were about twice as many experiences. That is, you enter the phase easily and in a simple manner, in fact. We've tried to count realized phases when you've at least stood up, gone somewhere, and started doing something. Unrealized phases are much greater in number, and your task in subsequent individual practice is to increase your percentage of realized experiences. So our first task is to influence physiology. You might call it self-healing. It's one of the most promising fields, but a little studied one, and it should be seen as a supplemental method for having an influence. You can't cure a case of appendicitis in the phase. The phase is seen as a supplemental method for having an influence. If you have a problem of some kind, all of your hopes should never be put in the phase. It simply won't help with everything, and much more depends on the way that you do it. More on that later. First, we'll discuss possible methods, and then we'll talk about why it works out of the blue. Based on what we've already discussed, how can we have an influence on ourselves, on our bodies in the phase? Pills, tablets, taking medicine. What's the most important when taking medicine? Feeling yourself as being well. Yes, to immediately feel the effect you need. The medicine might be a tablet. What else might it be? A liquid, pill, or potion, all the way up to injections. The elixir of life. What? Elixirs, ointments, and injections, any type of medicine. What's most important is to immediately feel the effect you need from it. Direct influence, that is, you immediately imagine yourself as being well. Here, medicine can be compared to obtaining information from an object. You can obtain information directly, and it's the same here. You need medicine because you're used to it. However, the effect can be directly obtained, but I'll tell you why it's possible a bit later. Out of what we've already discussed, what also applies to influencing the physiology? We've discussed it. It also goes here. Diagnostics, let's say. But what do diagnostics fall under? Obtaining information. Yes, obtaining information. What we discussed yesterday in the context of obtaining information is all applicable in the context of healing. What can we find out? A diagnosis, diagnostics for ourselves or another person, plus methods for healing. But healing where? Both here and there, both here and there. We can find it all out using techniques for obtaining information. And for another person too? You can find out, but not have a direct influence on them. That's what I'm saying. That's the only proven way, and I'd like to emphasize the word proven, to help any person to find out how to help them. Some believe that you can have a direct influence, but I personally don't have any evidence for that. What else can you do? Any ideas? Sports activities. If it's good for the health in real life, the same activity will be beneficial in the phase, for example, sports or something else. That is, beneficial experiences need to be repeated in the phase. A doctor's appointment. Say you can use the phase, but don't know exactly what to do. It's just like in reality. You don't know what to do and go to the doctors, and they'll go through all kinds of procedures up to operations. Who knows what the problem will be with a doctor's appointment? Believability. Long line. Problems with maintaining. While you go up to the window and scrutinize the neighborhood, the phase might end. It's the same with communicating with an object. You stop and think, you're not doing anything, and the phase might end. Directly operating on yourself, for example, cutting something out. Direct influence. We up and have a direct influence using any method. Generally speaking, there's a cure-all in the phase. It comes in all forms. It helps with everything. It's called phase ROM. Ointments, tablets, and devices are also forms of phase ROM. So you're the one who makes it there. Maybe if there's some speech impediment, then you can get confidence in the phase. Okay, what does that fall under then? We're talking about physical illnesses right now, but what does that fall under? Under psychology. Under psychology. Andre talked about a communication habit. That is, complexes of some type. In this case, you enter the needed environment and rehearse. Do you have some kind of fear in real life, a phobia? The phase is an awesome beachhead for confronting your fears and dealing with them. In the phase, there are the same fears as here, and they're intensified there. As soon as you encounter the fear there, you'll deal with it. As a rule, it's enough to look your fear in the eye to realize what you're afraid of is yourself. Practicing skills. Now we'll be discussing how come this all works. How come this all works? In fact, that's quite an interesting topic. I'm often asked what I do there, what my efforts are concentrated on. In fact, one of my main fields is studying influence on the physiology, certain aspects of it. I won't even be speaking about them here, however, I think this is the field with the greatest potential, and the most significance in terms of development of the phenomenon itself and attitudes toward it in society. Though this topic is quite poorly understood, and there are quite a number of interesting topics, that's not the point. Let's talk about how come all this might work. Why actions in the phase might impact reality. I'd like to touch upon a few points here. First, we'll start from practicing skills. What happens in real life when I raise my hand? We imagine, for example, groups of neurons, entire networks.
For simplicity's sake, let's say that to raise your hand, you need to activate this neuron or group of neurons, and this one. Meanwhile, I've never raised my hand before in my life, let's say. When I do some action for the first time, that is, I raise my hand for the first time in my life, remember when you did some learned behavior for the first time and everything happened hesitatingly? That's because there was no direct connection, and the connection took place through intermediaries. When you start to raise this hand often, that's how the learned behavior is practiced. Note that the connection arising is a physical process in the brain. First, it starts to shorten to the shortest distance possible, and literally thickens like a muscle. That is, the shortest possible path is beaten, and a real thickening of those connections occurs, absolutely for real. If it isn't used, then it atrophies like a muscle. It's an absolutely fluid process. Has anyone heard the term connectome? There's the human genome, and then there's the human connectome. Scientists were once awarded a large grant to completely map the connections in the human brain. Who knows why their grant was revoked, and their grandiose project was halted? Because it constantly changes. Yes, because it constantly changes. It turned out there's no point in drawing that map because it's absolutely fluid. In primitive life forms, in worms, the connectome was mapped a long time ago. A worm only has a few hundred neurons. In humans, if you put all the connected neurons in a straight line, it would stretch to the sun and back several times. It's very hard work. All the more so when it's all changing, and it's changing because we're always using one and not using another. And all those connections are constantly changing. That is, it's not an instant process, but a gradual one. So what's the point? The point is that when I raise my hand in the phase from one point of view of the same neurons, I'm doing everything absolutely the same. Whether I'm raising my hand now or raising it in the phase, it's one and the same neurons firing. I won't be going into details, but the bottom line is that those signals don't reach the body. That is, at the oldest parts of the brain, the medulla, the signals are blocked and don't go through. In wakefulness and in the phase, everything that happens is the same, but the signals don't go to the body in the phase. It turns out that for your brain, what you do in real life and in the phase are one and the same. That's why practicing skills works, and it's effective. That's the first alternative. The other one that comes to mind is when we talk about taking pills in the phase. Some studies say that most of the real medicines you can buy at the pharmacy actually don't exceed the effectiveness of a placebo. Even though you can buy most of those medicines at the pharmacy, that is, the placebo effect works in real life. But now imagine finding a pill in the phase, seeing it for real, swallowing it, and also immediately feeling the effect. That is, it's even stronger than in real life. In real life, you swallow it and you don't know what will happen, but here you feel the effect. I'll jump ahead a bit. As soon as you get results in the phase, that same exception arises as to when you can deliberately end the phase. If you end the phase upon getting results, those results naturally have much more staying power. Third point. I always ask beginning practitioners to carry out two interesting experiments. 1. Try to run the whole time while in the phase. Enter the phase and run as fast as you can, as long as the phase lasts. Run as fast as you can. When you come back, you'll see that the body's autonomic functions react as if you were running for real. That is, you're out of breath, your heart beats more rapidly, blood might even flow to your muscles, you have shortness of breath, you even break a sweat, you might even feel tiredness, and so on. That is, your brain simply doesn't understand. It thinks you're running, and the autonomic nervous system starts helping you to run. That is, it doesn't understand that everything isn't happening for real, and you can use that, it can be fooled. That's why we're talking about beneficial experiences. It's not only about physical action, but also those processes they bring about in the body. Here's another example that I always ask people to do. Remember how we talked about vodka yesterday in the context of self-healing? I'm actually asking you, if you want, of course, to try something alcoholic in the phase, for example, vodka. Why am I asking that? So you see for yourself that it's not just the taste, color, and smell. It's also the effect, and you can return and even feel it. The after effects might even persist. What's the point here? simply that vodka is this clear demonstration of an entire spectrum of all kinds of things. Instead of vodka, tablets have the same effect, of course. But now let's discuss the things that are most relevant to us. They also allow you to look at the issue from a completely different perspective. Meanwhile, these studies were literally 2 or 3 years ago. They're brand new. For a long time, there were several mysteries of science nobody could figure out. I have somnology and brain physiology in mind. Mystery number 1. If lab rats aren't allowed to sleep for 5 to 7 days, they die. But when they dissect them, they figure it's something with the brain, but there's nothing abnormal about the brain. Meanwhile, their internal organs are covered by ulcers and twisted up. There are sores all over the skin, their fur falls out, and so on. It wasn't clear why that happens. Mystery number 2 is that it also wasn't clear why the brain in REM sleep is much more active than during wakefulness. It's as if we're sleeping, but the brain is doing something. Nothing in nature happens without a reason. There was a third mystery. Where is the second human brain located? In the stomach. In the stomach. There are that many neurons there, nerve centers, and so on. It seems as if we don't feel them, but they're there. But why are they there? Apparently, there's another human brain. That's how much of everything's there. And there was a puzzle. What was it all needed for? And literally a few years ago, a revolutionary study was carried out. It was done by a scientist in Moscow. Ivan Pigaryov, if I'm not mistaken. There were cats in the experiment, but the cats didn't suffer as a result. He said they lived long lives at his country house afterwards. The experiment was so astonishing and changes how we see the brain and sleep so much that everyone in the world is still dumbfounded by it, because it will be necessary to rethink the entire nature of how we see the brain, sleep, and so on. They made a clear-cut discovery. They observed the cats and discovered the following. When a cat falls asleep, the same region of a cat's brain responsible for vision during wakefulness. In cats, it's the occipital lobe. In humans, that's where the visual cortex is. In cats, the cortex they use to see. What does it switch over to during sleep? The intestines. That was determined without a shadow of a doubt. There were simply signals there, a correlation of signals. They saw impulses in the intestines and here in this part of the brain. It turned out that as soon as the cat stops seeing and falls asleep, the cortex of the brain that it sees with switches over to analyzing and processing signals from internal organs. In this case, it was the intestines. And the correlation of those signals was absolutely clearly traced. It's all publicly available. They discovered exactly why those rats or people die if you don't let them sleep. They don't die because something happens with the brain. The internal organs simply fail and can't work well because the brain doesn't control them. If you don't get enough sleep or stop sleeping altogether, you get chaos in the body because the brain isn't working. It's not controlling processes. From our point of view, that opens a whole way of understanding how we can influence our bodies. It turns out that various sleep-related states, in this case with the phase, it's long been not just theoretical, but long proven that we have a direct connection to our organs. Obviously, the question arises as to whether we're smarter than nature by interfering in a natural process. But that's a different topic for discussion. We've gone through several ways all this may be possible. But do you know what the paradox is? You can talk about it a lot, but it all remains poorly studied. However, any experienced practitioner with a long-standing practice has been carrying it out on themselves, trying it and experimenting. The most interesting thing is that anybody who does it knows that it works. So, the direct method. First, we'll talk about it in theory and then go over the most important part. I'll say a few things right at the beginning. In most cases, the situation is as follows. Imagine the following. A 15-year-old student. He's skinny, his girlfriend dumped him, he needs to pump iron, he needs to hit the gym. He comes in the gym. The barbells are lying there. He's skinny and has never seen barbells before. He sees it's got 200 pounds of weight on it. He runs right up to it, grabs it, and heaves. He tries to lift it, to make it budge, but he can't even pull it off the floor. Drat, I can't do it. He sees the 400-pound barbell. He runs up to it. Now I'm gonna lift 400 pounds. I couldn't lift 200, but I'll lift 400 for sure. Sounds absurd? It sounds just as absurd to me when somebody says, "It doesn't work for me upon awakening. That must mean the direct method is for me." I'm in control. I really feel it. The direct method is for me. That's the same as saying, I can't lift 200 pounds, but 400 is nothing. There are people who have a predisposition. They might be about 10% of the population. 10% have a predisposition for it. But 100% think that they are from that 10%. I feel the direct method. It'll suit me for sure. I'll tell you right from the start that even the 10% with a predisposition for the direct method, for them, it works out easily on awakening as well. And for that very reason, it's better to start everything from the indirect method upon awakening. As soon as you've gotten some solid experience, you can experiment with the direct method. As soon as it works for you upon awakening, you can try the direct method at your leisure. But starting from the direct method, that's the very same mistake. That's the reason why the phenomenon itself has only just now started to leave the Dark Ages. Because everybody always only paid attention to the direct techniques. They used to think that leaving the body was when you lie down and leave your body. But techniques upon awakening were underappreciated for some reason, and from a purely psychological standpoint, people thought that something wasn't right. When you lie down and leave your body, sure, but upon awakening, something's not right. That is, my success rate upon awakening is nearly 100%, 95 to 100, about that. With the direct method, it's about 50 to 60 to 70%, depending on various factors. Look, here's our main issue. The issue is that when you've woken up, the door is open. Just go in the door. Essentially, when you wake up, the door is open and you don't need to create the state. It's already there, and you need to learn to use it. In the direct method, you lie down and you're in the waking state. The door is closed, and you need to learn to open it. That is, the open door. That's REM sleep. When you lie down, you're in the waking state. Naturally, you should first enter non-REM sleep and then REM sleep. And here's where a purely physiological barrier arises. That's precisely why anyone who knows anything about sleep cycles will always tell you there's no such thing as the direct method. It's an impossibility, since when a person goes to bed, they should fall right into non-REM sleep. Normally, you go to bed and are in non-REM sleep for about an hour and 20 minutes, and then fall into REM sleep for 10 minutes. Then you wake up again, even if you don't remember it, you fall back asleep, and so on. People who knew what they were talking about would say, that's totally impossible, that can't happen. That's physically impossible, but then you talk to people, you look at your own experience, and nothing could be further from the truth. People say it does work. They lie in bed and do it. That is, from a scientific point of view, it was previously impossible. But people said it works, and it even works for you yourself. Then it was discovered that it turns out REM sleep might start immediately in some situations, and that changes the situation right there. And essentially, what we'll be discussing in this case is how to fool nature, physiology, how to do it so that we can open that door. That is, we'll have two primary methods. Meanwhile, both were used accidentally during our lessons. We'll be talking about that. And so, the first way is to hack your physiology. Our task is to lie down and immediately turn up in REM sleep, and use the techniques to appear in the phase. To that end, we also sleep, so as to wake up in REM sleep, and immediately appear in it. But how do you do it so you lie down and there's immediately REM sleep? That very same deferred method. Yesterday and today, several people accidentally entered the phase using the direct method. What did you do yesterday? You woke up to your alarm clock. You walked around. Yes, I didn't know you had to fall asleep. You lay back down and, yes, I went right into the phase. And that's it. And you entered the phase. Look, this is more or less how sleep cycles go. Here's the REM sleep you need to enter. This is the non-REM sleep stage, when you fall asleep in the evening, and the body needs to restore itself, it goes into that deep sleep stage for a long time. The longer you sleep, the more the body sleeps off the need for non-REM sleep. And after, say, 5 or 6 hours, it's different for everybody. The body practically stops entering non-REM sleep. That is, you got up, walked around, and as the body doesn't need deep sleep, it goes into REM sleep practically the whole time. So, you sleep off non-REM sleep, get up, walk around, lay down, and start doing what? Techniques. The techniques right away without falling asleep to wake up later like before. Immediately start doing the techniques. That's the easiest way to fool the brain, to fool nature, to force the body to work the way you need it to. That's the deferred method. That is, you sleep off non-REM sleep, get up, walk around, wake up, and lie down. That's it. Our body is physiologically ready to open the door for us right away. We do the very same techniques. The techniques are all the same ones, but instead of 3 to 5 seconds, we can do them for a minute, for half a minute. 3 to 5 seconds is upon awakening, and when it's the direct method, we do them for longer. There's no need to cycle or quickly alternate them. That's the easy part, and that's when you get the idea. I would like to come home in the evening and not wait until I fall asleep. I would like to do it without waking up at all. I would like to lie down and do it right away. Here we arrive at the second way to do it before night. This is going to be a long discussion. The first question I get is, how to lie down? Upon awakening, however you wake up is how you woke up. It doesn't matter how. But here I can like this or like that. And if there's a choice, that means one's better and one's worse. Body position. Tell me, what body position should I do direct techniques in? Raise your hand if you think that's comfortable for sleep. And uncomfortable? If I ask about various positions, we'll hear all kinds of answers. If you read some book on the topic, what do they usually advise? The corpse pose, that very body position. Now, raise your hand if you easily fall asleep on your back. Raise your hand if it's hard for you to fall asleep on your back. Some people raise their hands both times. It turns out that the same body position makes one person sleepy and another awake. You read all these instructions where one author after another says the same thing. Lie down on your back. I don't know how anybody could recommend a specific body position. That said, I myself used to recommend it. That was over 10 years ago. I didn't have mass results yet and hadn't been practicing for as long. Here's a question. If I know I'm really tired and fell asleep during an attempt yesterday, then what body position should I assume? The most uncomfortable one that's uncomfortable for sleep. That is, if you fall asleep during attempts, assume an uncomfortable sleeping position. If there's alertness, then what? A comfortable one, everything is quite simple. It might vary from attempt to attempt. Let's say you're tired one day, but alert the next. You might assume a comfortable position. Moreover, you can change your body position very easily during the process. That also goes against the popular wisdom of, you lie down and try not to move no matter what. You lie down for half an hour, or 2. If you so much as move a finger, you'll simply have wasted the 2 hours you spent. You're not allowed to move no matter what. You can't stand it anymore. The pins and needles, sweat, torment, and itching all over. But you're not allowed to move no matter what. I'll jump ahead and say that you'll be unable to cut off the phase right away with the direct method. That means you can move and change positions without worrying. Look, especially when you lie down, but really want to sleep, and so you lie down uncomfortably. If in a few minutes you suddenly feel alert during the process, then you lie down comfortably. Basically, you should pick a body position based on the situation. You can change it during the process. Nothing bad will happen. Moreover, your success rate will improve. People often do techniques for a long time, but nothing works. They think, screw it all. They lie down in another position and it works. So don't be afraid to change positions. You won't cut off the phase. Always remember that. Did your ear start to itch? It's better to itch it than to lie down and suffer because your ear itches. I can talk about these absurd things because I've done them myself. because I know very well what you're all going through and what you're doing. Alright, we've picked a body position and lay down. Say I'm tired today. I lie down on my back because it's difficult for me to sleep on my back. It's hard for me to fall asleep. Okay, what to do? The following question arises. How long should my attempt last? An hour or so. Any other ideas? A few hours? Until it works? Other ideas. Until you fall asleep. Other ideas. Until you're fed up. More. 10 to 15 minutes. Say you've been lying down an hour or more, and it didn't work for you. You did it in the evening. What happens after that? Say it didn't work and you think, okay, I'll fall asleep. And you can't. You have trouble falling asleep. Because your body thinks, okay, I've already rested up. Look at what a dreadful situation arises. You lay down with these hopes, put in effort the whole time, but nothing worked out, and you got upset. You think, that didn't work, I've wasted my time again. I'll at least get some sleep before work tomorrow morning. And you try to fall asleep for another 2 to 3 hours. You wake up in the morning groggy and down. And after a second week of those kinds of attempts, a person gives up on the whole thing. Look, it's all not that complicated. First, no need to be hard on yourself. Everything should be fun. The solution is quite simple. 15 minutes. 15 minutes max. There's no point in doing more. Experienced practitioners say one and the same thing. As a rule, you get results in the first 5 to 10 minutes. Sure, it might work out that you enter the phase in 30 minutes, or even an hour, but the probability of doing so decreases, and the amount of effort you put in increases. But this curve will go the other way so much that there's no point in doing more than 15 minutes, since the effort you put in isn't worth the success rate that follows. So, if it didn't work in 15 minutes, the world won't end. Tomorrow won't be the apocalypse, and life will go on tomorrow, most likely. No need to beat yourself up. You'll try again tomorrow. It's not the end of your practice. Lie down and just sleep well. Sleep is important too. Sleeping well is a large part of a successful practice. So if it didn't work in 15 minutes, it's okay. You'll try again tomorrow. No need to beat yourself up. No need to torture yourself. The phase isn't worth an hour of self-torture, especially when you can do it within a few seconds of awakening. To begin with, learn to do it upon awakening, so you get guaranteed results, and then you can try periodically with the direct method. In fact, if you grasp the main points, it's not that hard. It's just that those points are so fine that it's really, really hard to grasp them. Remember, with the indirect method, we had common denominators like aggression, no matter what, and putting in your all. In the direct method, there's another principle that's fundamental. If you don't adhere to it, it doesn't matter what you do or when. Without this basic principle, nothing else matters. Many, 99% of practitioners, undervalue it. Those who do have success accidentally arrive at this principle, or can't even identify it. What does it consist in? I'll tell you 2 stories, and then you tell me symptoms for the phenomenon. Story number 1. Based on those years of self-torture I told you about, you all also do the same to yourself from time to time. I came to the following conclusion. Say I got the idea of carrying out some urgent experiment, one that was really interesting and really needed. So I'm lying down in the evening and really need to carry it out straight away. I'm really curious and really want to enter the phase, and I don't even try. Because I know that whenever there's excessive desire, whenever I need to enter the phase urgently, that most likely nothing will work out. My brain will be too active. I won't have transitional states. Most importantly, I've tried hundreds, if not thousands of times in that state, and nothing worked for me. I simply already know that there's no reason to try in that state. I wait until the next day and relaxedly, without really caring, lie down, and it works without being hung up on it. Story number 2. This one guy got really into it. And he tried to leave his body every day, to use his terminology. He tried every day for half a year. He tried every day for half a year, and it didn't work a single time. And he went to some classes, to some talks totally unrelated to this field, and there they beat it into their heads all day that if you need something in life, relax and let it go. And he says he came home after that talk and lay down for the first time in half a year and thought, if it works, great. If it doesn't, to hell with it. And it immediately worked for him for the first time that evening. When I talked to him, his direct method success rate was about 60 to 70%. I've never seen a higher success rate before or after, because there are many factors at play. For example, something's bothering you and so on. After all, at those moments we're sensitive to outside factors. Now tell me, what to call it? Let's list what you say. Decrease the importance. Indifference. I might have a lot of trouble spelling that word. Go with the flow. Don't obsess. Say a healthy whatever. I'm warning you in all seriousness, even if you understand the next part of our lesson, when we discuss what should happen during an attempt, even if you understand all that, know all the techniques, know the textbook by heart, and know all our techniques and practices by heart, without this here, the direct method is just in your dreams. Nothing will ever work for you. It's something minor, as it were, but it's a crucial factor. One of the main reasons is that if you analyze to excess, you deprive your body of transitional states. Yours is either switched on or completely off, since that's how the brain works. And now we're approaching what's most important. What should happen when I lie down? How do I enter the phase? How do I fool nature? Before I explain, I'd like to ask you a question. I'll ask for the answer after I explain it. Right, what's the question? Let's imagine a situation. Say I was 17 or 18, and I just found out about, say, the phantom wiggling technique. It boils down to trying to move your arm without moving a muscle. You take your arm and try to move it up and down without moving a muscle. It will gradually start to move. Moreover, you can even lie down and your arm will start to move within a few minutes. It's an absolutely realistic sensation, but if you open your eyes, your hand isn't moving. So I lay down in the evening and start to do phantom wiggling. First, I try to wiggle my arm. After a few minutes, my arm begins to move. I feel movement. Right away, the logic is my hand started to separate. That means I'm separating too now. That's it. Separation happened. My arm is separating. It's already moving out there. My astral arm has practically left my body. My arm is left. That means I'll leave my body now. You start to move that arm, move it up and down, and time goes by, 15 minutes, an hour, 2 hours. It was as if my arm had left, but it didn't lead to anything. That's day 1. On day 2, you lie back down and start to wiggle your arm again. It wiggles again. You think, well, how's that? I'm practically levitating already. I don't even feel my body anymore. There's already vibrations, some noises, and my hand is moving up and down. Nothing happens. On the 3rd day, you again start to do wiggling. You do it and wiggling happens. At some point, you realize it's already the phase. Very strong vibrations and noises. You get up and go. You return back to your body and joyfully run around the house. Hooray, now I know how to leave my body. The phantom wiggling technique works. On day 4, you go back to bed. You go back to bed and start to move your hand up and down again. It moves up and down. Well, what's wrong? I left my body right here yesterday. You torture yourself for 2 hours, but nothing works. On day 5, nothing works. Nothing works for an entire week. For an entire month, nothing works. Then with another technique, everything unfolds the exact same way. If you answer the next question, and will be able to formulate an answer to it, it will give you an absolutely clear understanding of what the direct method is. Here's the question. In the example I gave, why did the technique work on day 3, but not work before or after? Right. First, let's discuss the endings of the unsuccessful attempts, what they look like. Number 1. So I come in, lie down, choose a technique, and start doing it. For example, I start doing wiggling. It starts working. I lose consciousness. Then I wake up in the morning and recall what I did that evening. That's number 1. Number 2 is like I said. You lie down and start doing phantom wiggling. Your mind is free floating. It gets distracted. I have the feeling of wiggling. I'll levitate right away, just a little more and I'll leave my body. I don't feel my body anymore, it'll work now. I'm lying awake. That is, you've been lying awake the whole time. But what should actually happen? Why do we need active and passive techniques? Why do we need comfortable and uncomfortable body positions? Everything boils down to the following. For example, why would I lie on my back today if I decided to use the direct method? Because most likely, I'll be really tired, the seminar, flight, and so on. Say I lie down uncomfortably so as not to fall asleep. Because I'm super tired, I start doing some technique. I start to do it and my mind starts to check out and get sidetracked. I lose consciousness for a bit and then regain it. I can't fall asleep because I was doing techniques and lying in an uncomfortable position. That's why my mind turned on completely. And I feel there's no phase at all. I continue to do the technique. I start to do it, and my mind goes off somewhere. It sinks. I space out a bit, and then I come right back to. You feel the phase isn't there yet. You need to deepen more. You start some technique again. You deepen into it. You space out. There might even be some microsleep. At some point, you come back round. But having crossed a certain physiological line, your consciousness activates, but you're no longer in wakefulness. Now I'll explain to you what exactly happened here. But the idea is that you should turn off your mind bit by bit. Dive deeper and deeper. What's the point? Sorry for being blunt, but as long as your monkey mind is working and firmly in control of the process of doing techniques, you can forget any phase or direct method, just rare occasional exits. For example, when your mind is working and saying, "I'll leave my body now, wiggling is working. I've practically already levitated, there are some images." Why is it when people say that, you immediately know that nothing will work? They're controlling it. You can hear it from their words that there's control. The mind is involved in the process. Remember, our physiological state and consciousness, they're tied. Our consciousness is the fruit of what state? Wakefulness, wakefulness. That is, consciousness and wakefulness go hand in hand. It turns out that if we need to turn off wakefulness, what should we do? Turn off consciousness. Yes, we should turn off our consciousness for at least some time, because like a monkey with its hand in a jar, it will grab onto that banana and hold it. If you want to get your hand out of the jar, you need to unclench your fist. That is, your consciousness in this case. And it's as if there's a switch in your head. When your mind is turned on, you're in one state. You turn it off for a bit, and then some processes might happen in your body. If you want to enter the phase, then for at least a short while, you need to turn off your consciousness. Let it go. Yes, let go of the situation. Especially because when you lie down with excessive desire, what's in your head all the time is, where's the phase? I should enter it now. You're lying there the whole time. If your mind is working, don't even dream of getting anything. What else do those dips remind you of? What are they similar to? How is nature being hacked? Look, it's all microsleep of some kind occurring. Indeed, your task, to a large extent, is to create microsleep. Meanwhile, don't think you need to zonk out and then wake up. Sometimes those lapses are so shallow that they aren't always noticeable. They even border on just spacing out a little. Sometimes you can doze for about 10 minutes and not notice. Sometimes it's instant, sometimes seconds, and sometimes it's simply some small lapse. The main thing is to understand that you should mimic awakening. That's the point. The essence of the direct method is to mimic awakenings. Naturally, the deeper the sleep, the better the mimicry. Naturally, the more you want to sleep, the easier it will work. But there's no need to beat yourself up by undersleeping. And now the answer to the question. Whoever I ask will answer. Remember, the question was, why did the phantom wiggling technique work on the third day? It didn't work before and it didn't work after, but on that day it worked. But what happened the third day? The first 2 days, I tried hard to enter the phase, and there I lay. And it all happened by chance, thanks to dips, to microsleep. But the next day, what do I think? That the technique worked. It seems to us that all those lapses in consciousness are some kind of trifle. It seems that intention and a whatever attitude are all some trifling matter, that the main thing is techniques. After all, we're doing techniques here, Everybody's looking for techniques. Technique is what should make a difference, but in fact, a technique in the direct method is only there to help. What is the technique necessary for here? To relax you. You pick a monotonous technique that puts you to sleep for there to be a dip. If you're too sleepy, pick active techniques and change them often. We had a guy like that. He was totally unable to do it at home, and so on. On the metro in the morning, using the deferred method, standing or sitting, he would enter the phase. At home, no way, no how. I've heard many stories about guards on watch. A soldier stands there falling asleep, but sleeping isn't allowed. They experience so many phases. Students at lectures have dips. That is, when a dip occurs, there might be a spontaneous phase. But there's nothing difficult about those dips. We'll be practicing them right now. If you're practicing in comfortable conditions, especially when drowsy in the evening, within a minute, dips can sometimes happen several times. Just go deeper, 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 and most importantly, don't over-dip. In the practice of the phase, you either fall asleep or enter the phase. And what do we regulate the process with? Body position and techniques, both active and passive, as well as frequency of changing them. There's another important point I'd like to make. You know, it's even mentioned in the new version of the textbook. There's a lot to say about the direct method, but the main thing is to understand the principle of microsleep, of mimicking awakenings. In essence, that's your task, but upon awakening, also conduct yourself as you normally do in order to enter the phase. You observe yourself, practitioners, and probably the simplest description of the direct method. Do you know what it is? An attempt to fall asleep in an uncomfortable position. That's a super condensed description of the direct method, without any techniques, and so on. An attempt to fall asleep in an uncomfortable position. To conclude the theoretical part of the direct method, your task is to understand that consciousness is what might prevent you from mastering some things. As long as you're controlling the process, nothing will work for you. To make the process easier, earlier it was called free-floating state of mind, but in the new version of the textbook, the word microsleep is used. It's quite easy to understand what needs to be done. You need to get microsleep, mini fallings asleep. And essentially, you're doing microcycles of sleep. And what do sleep cycles end with? REM sleep. In doing so, you're hacking sleep by doing sleep microcycles. Now we'll relax for 5 to 10 minutes and practice dips. Now then, assume a body position based on what you listened to. That is, an uncomfortable body position if you're afraid of falling asleep quickly, and a comfortable one if you're too alert, if that's possible in our conditions. What is our goal? We will have 2 modules, 2 sets, during which you should use the knowledge you have to get the maximum amount of dips, of microsleep. How can we achieve them? Through body position, comfortable, uncomfortable, as well as technique regulation and intensity. Techniques can be active and passive, in and of themselves. And sometimes it's enough to concentrate on a single technique, and it starts to put you to sleep. The one thing I'd like to tell you is the following. You should lie down now and simply relax and catch dips, and microsleep, if it comes on its own. You know, there's this joke that's not really a joke. Want to fall asleep? Lie down and tell yourself, just don't fall asleep, don't fall asleep, don't fall asleep, and you'll fall asleep. It's the same here, but reversed. Fall asleep, and you won't fall asleep. So simply relax, simply lie down, and those lapses in consciousness will naturally come to you a bit later. If your mind is too alert, you can switch it over to some other activities. Say you choose one technique, like rotation, for example. Say I'm now sitting on my chair and will use the technique of observing images. You simply start to peer into the emptiness before your eyes. And after some time, images form. They become more intricate, and lapses in consciousness start, as long as you can stay in your chair afterwards. So relax. During the process, you may change your body position, but carefully so as not to touch anyone, and not loudly. Focusing on breathing helps as well. If sounds from the street bother you, there's a very simple trick. visualization of sounds from the street. If a car goes by, imagine it. If a dog barking, imagine it. Another question arises: how to realize whether you're in the phase or not after a lapse? Was that microsleep successful or not? After each microsleep, simply try to get up and levitate. If you're unable to separate, simply go deeper into sleep. But as a rule, with the direct method, you'll immediately feel the phase. Okay, start now. Right, literally a 1-minute break. Change your body position if you're uncomfortable. If you fell asleep, wake up. And one more time. Sometimes the lapses aren't noticeable. What I might personally count as lapses are spacing out, getting literally lost in thought. Lapses of some sort also occur in your thoughts. Try to separate every time you come out of a lapse and appear right at your goal. Okay, start now. Attempt. Slowly get up. Raise your hand if, over the course of that 30 minutes, you got no lapses in consciousness. Don't worry, it's normal. Who had 1 or 2 lapses in consciousness? Raise your hand if you had more than 3 lapses in consciousness. Who had a lot? Who can say they had constant dips out of consciousness? Though we don't have time to discuss it in detail, who had something similar to the phase just now? Do dreams count? No, a real phase like we discussed. Remember, somebody once asked me the day before yesterday, why do related practices often involve these experiences? When you do holotropic breathing or meditation, for example. So why? Dips. Yes, if you meditated and had dips of consciousness, of course. It's possible that the phase will arise. If you do holotropic breathing or any other practice, if lapses in consciousness occur, it's possible that you'll reach the phase. Lapses can easily be learned. They even occur here in uncomfortable conditions. In the evening when falling asleep, when the body is retiring for the night, catch that wave and it's not too difficult. Catching that edge of the right state is a little difficult, of course, especially for beginners and men. The phase comes more easily to women, the direct method especially. Now I will briefly and quickly tell you how you'll carry on. Let me start off with what's most important. 2 to 3 days of attempts per week. Then, once it starts working, do as much as you want. So long as most of your attempts are unsuccessful, devote no more than 2 or 3 days a week to your practice. If you try doing it every day, you'll burn out, nothing will work, and so on. The biggest strategic mistake when mastering this phenomenon is trying to do it every day. It's the biggest mistake in individual practice. You can't think of a bigger one. That's why our seminar isn't long. Once the lesson ends, relax. Do whatever you want until your next day off work. Do other practices and things. Take your mind off things. Give your brain a break from the phase. We don't even need to practice. No need to practice. Forget it. Do whatever you want. That doesn't mean nothing will happen for you in the meantime. As soon as you let go of a deliberate approach, a forced one as we call it, spontaneous experiences become possible. But I would like to emphasize that as soon as you get success on most attempts, do as many as you want, even 5 days a week, 6, 7. Even I myself don't try every day. Well, about 5 or 6 days a week is what I do personally. There are days when it's not on my mind. What else? For any complaints, questions, or personal consultation, you'll find me in the phase. I can give everyone my attention there. In what field did you carry out research? It's not important for now. You'll see everything once the results are in. It's not your job to know everything about that. You need to push yourselves forward while I give instructions. I provide instructions on how to teach, if anyone wants to teach. You can do it on your own. We have free textbooks for teachers, which contain all these technologies. If you want to operate under our school, then you can either find all that info on our website or write me. In terms of my being here, I had no interest in just coming and holding a seminar. These are research seminars, and even at this seminar, I managed to carry out experiments. But I always give it my all. And every minute here is a real pleasure for me. I find it extremely interesting and pleasant. But what is that due to? It's due to the fact that I really feel I'm giving you something. I get colossal satisfaction from your enthusiasm. You tell me what's going on with you, and I like how it changes your life, your future. You are the bearers of knowledge. You yourselves can grow, change your lives, help others, friends and family, and so on. And that striving to introduce something new in your life, that striving to plant a seed that might sprout and help research and development, that's what pushes me forward. All in all, I've given you everything I could. Everything else depends on you alone. Simply follow the instructions closely to live in two worlds. That's it. I should be going. Michael, where are you going? Thanks, everybody. I'm going to the astral plane.